And welcome to episode 94, Red Leaf Retrocast. It's Sweet Tokyo Super Origin War.
It's a mouthful, say that 5 times fast.
Hey, it took us like 5 minutes to come up with the title. just,
Sure
just rattling off names and whatnot. I am JD. Who are you?
MK. But sometimes I ask myself who I am anyways.
Yeah, well. On this episode of the Wrestling Podcast, we got some intro and housekeeping, aka some indie stuff, which is kind of fun.
Ooh, indie stuff.
We have an NWA topic that went awry a couple weeks ago. That
Ooh, I didn't know about this.
Oh yes, we'll definitely get into it. You can look at my Twitter thread over me actually defending the NWA. I feel scummy.
Oh.
I feel scummy doing it, but there were some.
Just take a shower after that.
I took, as Cowboy Bebop taught me, bath, shower, bath, or no, shower, bath, shower. That's the way to really cleanse yourself after being dirty. It's life-changing,
Yes.
Kay. Life-changing.
I mean, I can only tell. I mean, did we talk live action Bebop or like the good Bebop? You know, the
Pretty
actual
sure
good
it's
one.
from both.
One of them is good though.
I think that's how Faye Valentine and Spike really started to bond. Yes, I have to send you the agenda that we're going over. It's been
Yes, you forgot to send me said agenda. I can speak words.
All right, hold on. So besides me talking about me going to wrestling shows that I do a lot, I'm back to doing that on the reg.
The reg?
On the reg, yeah. Kids still say reg?
I don't know, man. Do I look like a kid to you?
Well, yeah, kinda.
Hey, I take that as insulting almost.
All right. Got some actress girls news. The hot stove free agency that's about to start.
It's a very hot stove.
Yeah, hopefully Stardom can be as active as the New York Mets.
don't compare to the Mets. You don't want that fate.
I didn't say the unsuccessful side of them, just the successful signing part.
Well, I mean, name a part of them that is successful. I'll wait.
They're really good at spending money, Kay. Have you not
seen? Sure are. Ask Bobby Bonilla.
Yeah, it's great. I love the Bobby Bonilla deal. Wish I had it.
Don't kid, right? Jesus.
Yeah, for those that don't know, the New York Mets is a baseball team, and they've signed every major free agent in the market right now.
They don't win anything,
including Max Scherzer on a $45 million deal in which he gets paid more than 2 other baseball teams' starting salaries.
It's nuts. And guess what? I bet you they don't even make the playoffs.
I mean, the division sucks.
But they also suck. They're the Mets.
Well, okay, they spent a bunch of money, and they're a New York team. That never goes awry.
Listen. As somebody from New York, and recently went back to visit New York for Thanksgiving.
Yeah, you poor guy.
As a Yankees fan, I gotta tell you, the best thing about being a New Yorker is laughing at the Jets and the Mets, because they both suck.
Can't believe we do a podcast together. Ugh.
Oh, yeah, you're from New Jersey. You live in New Jersey.
I am not from New
whatever.
Jersey. I am not. My dad's from New Jersey.
Therefore, your origins still root in New Jersey.
Yeah, I've seen. I know the South Park. I know the South Park episode. I got Jersey in me. It happens. Look, man, I'm not proud of my origins.
As you shouldn't be.
Okay, despair. Basically, the Joshi indie scene right now.
Oh yeah, Jesus Christ, yeah.
Post Full Gear AEW. Noah and New Japan are working together.
Oh no.
Yeah, I mean, people are excited about it. Sure, right? Yeah, okay. Dragongate, Dragongate had Sendai Gate. No, I mean Gate of Origin.
In Sendai.
Yeah, I mean that's where it's been. DDT is almost done with their D-Oh tournament. Some thoughts over that.
Boy.
And then a lot of fun Joshi talk. Stardom had Tokyo Super Wars. TJPW ran a Korakuen show. Ice Ribbon ran Ota Ward, and then turned right around and ran a Korakuen. So lots of Ice Ribbon talk gonna happen. Lots of Stardom talk. So I think that's where the bulk of everything is gonna be. I'm just gonna have, hopefully, I say this every podcast, I hope I'm gonna have a short, concise, to the point opinion. Maybe back it up with some facts and statistics, and then we can move on. How's that sound?
We both know that that's not going to happen.
Fingers crossed, Kay?
I don't cross my fingers. I don't believe in that hoodoo voodoo magic stuff.
Hoodoo voodoo. Is that what they say?
Heard that phrase?
Is that what they say in New Jersey, York, where you're from?
Oh! Don't you put the Jersey in there? How dare you?
Put the Jersey in you. It's happening.
I don't have any Jersey in me.
Yeah, I know you dress up with like gold chains and spray tans at night. I know what you do.
Oh, don't you dare put that on me. I do not, sir. I will never do that.
I have a drop. So we can get this thing going. I gotta go to the back to the drops because I had to send you the agenda. Where's my Beyond Wrestling drop? Where is it? I swear it's in B. B comes after A, in case you forgot.
Yes, it does.
Beyond Wrestling! Beyond Wrestling!
All right, drop played. 6 minutes in. Making good time. I went to a wrestling show on Thanksgiving. My third, well, obviously not last year, but we'll call it my third year in a row. I went to this Beyond Wrestling show on the holiday. It's quite a nice time.
I was like, this is like fun.
It's a blast. They always kind of stack the card in a good way. Had some good little names there. Max Caster had a match. Did his Max Caster thing, was quite cool. Can't really say there's a bad match. There was a Matt Taven Alec Price match that I was definitely not in love with. That was the opener. So luckily the rest of the night after that was pretty damn good.
Started the bar low and got better, is what you're saying.
Yeah, Matt Taven is better live. I've never seen him live, but no, I take that back. I have seen him live before. I saw him at Madison Square Garden win a match nobody wanted him to win.
Oh yeah, didn't he win like the belt or something?
Yeah, it was like that was the third best option of 3.
Jesus.
Yeah. As my cat is very excited for things. Alec Price, I still don't get it. They're pushing him in both, probably more than that, actually. He's being pushed in New England, and it's his catchphrase is, "What happened?" In a massive Boston accent. And he like says it randomly in the match. The crowd reacts to it because they kind of jeer him, and there's nothing more funny than a bunch of people with heavy New England and Boston accents jeering this dude back in the same phrases. So that's amusing at the very least. So there's some positivity in my life, but I didn't really think much of the main event. Galio, he's getting like major kind of top end opponents. Like I saw him at versus the Curse, which he had a average match with Brody King, and then on this one he had Mike Bennett, and Mike Bennett is also quite good to watch live. Very solid, but I think the match it was just getting going, and then it just kind of ended, but Galio got the pin, so that was kind of shocking. I was like, hey, if you're going to push this guy and give him all these hot hands, I think we're going to be due soon, and as I was thinking, due soon for a big win, he beats Mike Bennett. I was like, oh shit, okay. Kind of out of nowhere. Let's do it next week, I guess. And besides those, the two kind of big feature matches for me, we like to cover a lot of women's wrestling on this podcast, Kay.
We do, of course.
Yes.
We do.
Was the Trish Adora versus Shug D Pan-African title match. The Pan-African title has been a big presence in Beyond Wrestling over 2021 and so forth. And Trish Adora has been at the forefront of it as the champion. She got a big boost in the PWI Women's 150, which we were pretty happy with. We have Patreon audio that has our thoughts over that. We even put a little free feed out for that. But they went about 20 minutes, and it was just too long. This is I make fun of this always on Twitter and other podcasters. Overstayed its welcome at the end of the day, like all these like dumb phrases. But I preface this with saying a match, when it loses your interest and it actively becomes kind of a bad match, they're messing up spots. They don't really know what to do next. They're kind of moseying around. You get the idea. That, to me, is overstaying its welcome, and this really fell into that trap. It was a lot of Shug D trying to be a heel, but not really succeeding. He's doing a lot of over-necessary character work, and everybody was there just begging to see a Trish Adora come back, begging for a Trish Adora to stand up to this dude, but it was just so one-sided for so long, majority of the time. And then Trish Adora kind of wins on a roll-up type situation. It really fell flat.
That's not good.
Yeah,
it's not a good way to build a match.
No, and the match wasn't built all that great to begin with the reverse to curse, and these two were in a tag together, and Shug D got pinned, and then he kind of challenges for the title. Like, not the greatest build. I mean, it's an indie, so I'm not as critical. But the end result was the match fell egregiously flat, which is a real bummer. And it kind of spoke to how much more development Trish Adora still needs. Now, on the flip side, there was a Charlie Evans Masha Slamovich match. And
I have not seen it. I want to see, definitely, because I didn't get a chance to see it before we recorded this.
This is one of the best Western women's matches of the year.
Of course, it involves one half of Medusa Complex from Sendai Girls, like the one tag team I liked, and Masha.
They got 16 minutes, and Masha came out sporting full Marvelous, and Charlie Evans came out with a Sendai scarf, and this was a straight-up Joshi match in bumfuck Southern Massachusetts.
That's one way to describe it.
And I'm ringside, pound the mat, watching this. They hit each other hard. They ran the ropes fast. The crowd was engaged the entire time. They had a lot of close near falls that the crowd bought into. And it ends on a sick half Nelson like package pile driver by Masha on Charlie Evans. Charlie Evans do a lot of jobs on her US tour here, and I'm on record kind of, I didn't love Medusa Complex. I thought they were kind of a mid-team kind of in development. Mostly on the Millie McKenzie side, but I never really thought too highly of Charlie Evans. But that was again like 2-3 years ago at this point.
Oh, it was like 2018. That's when I started watching Sendai, or tried watching Sendai. I loved Medusa Complex. I thought they were really, really good for a foreign tag team.
I mean, in the context of who they were, how long they'd been wrestling, they were fine. I just wasn't in love with their act. I thought, a lot more development needed. Charlie Evans is kind of getting there, man. She really pulled it together. She was with an opponent that knew the style. And, I mean, it's the best Charlie Evans match I've ever seen. And
there's a tag match I remember of her and Mackenzie versus, I want to say it was Dash and Andres. I think it's like the one time I've seen Andres in a match where I thought Andres looked good. And I thought that match was good. I remember really liking that match, and that was almost what got me into Sendai.
This is better.
I believe you. I 100% believe you. I haven't seen it, so I don't know. But I believe you, though.
And obviously, I'll put the preface of live action better than TV action.
Right, I know that does play a factor.
However, that doesn't make it any less great for me, and it got universal praise from everyone that I know that has seen it. It's definitely up there as one of the best Western women's matches of the year, west of West Germany.
Well, I've seen, I don't know if you saw, but I did also see another Charlie Evans match, her and Rina Yamashita, when Yamashita
saw that one
was
too.
doing her deathmatch tour. Yeah. That deathmatch was fun. It was a mess, but
fun.
I definitely I dug into it. I thought both of them knew what the match was, and both of them did exactly what they needed to do to get the match over, that being smacking their own selves in the head with like tubes, as Rina Yamashita is known to do. Charlie Evans taking quite the bump too, which she went like through a bunch of them at one point. It was crazy.
She's putting in the work.
Match.
She is putting in the work. And if I'm
sign her,
well, if I'm looking at kind of putting people on TV for tryouts, I'm just throwing out any company at this. Well, not the NWA. They're very scum, but we'll get to the NWA. I'd give Charlie Evans a call, and I'd really put her in, like, if I was Booker Man. Okay, let's just say AEW, and I want to book like a 7-minute elevation match. I'm doing Charlie Evans, Emi Sakura, and see what they can do together. And
that'd be great.
or Ryo Mizunami, throw Mega Saruga in there. And I think
She's not
that'd be
wrestling though.
I know, but I'm just kind of putting out the hypothetical of a tryout. That would be the best. And this match really convinced me that what women's wrestling in the United States needs a styles change badly. The
Definitely
80s NWA. I mean, I've said this in the past, obviously, but this 80s NWA style for women's wrestling isn't going to evolve the skill level that the sport needs. And when I'm watching a Charlie Evans Masha match in New England on a Thanksgiving night, when it's a Russian and an Australian going at it, which is, when you put it all together, it's
crazy.
funny.
It's right.
Like, this is the style that they need to do. And it's not even like what they did wasn't full Joshi. It was like their version. It's kind of what you saw with Serena Deeb versus Hikaru Shida. Serena Deeb is really good at mixing her technical style, but she knows how to mix in more of that Japanese stiff roll-ups, that whole running the ropes, lots of speed. And this is what Britt Baker needs to work on, because she works in quicksand all the time.
At all times. Like, I think she's really bad because of that.
She's trying to do a style she's not good at. So anyways, off topic. The point is, let's evolve the style. I want to see what, and I really got the feeling Kenny Omega is trying to kind of get that across, and he just doesn't have the power to do that.
It's the brick wall called Tony Khan, who doesn't listen to him, apparently.
Yeah, TK's pulse is open.
Dead. It's a dead pulse.
It's a dead pulse in women's wrestling. Let's look at the NWA Empower. Okay, let's look back. A card that we enjoyed. It was very solid. It was well booked.
Fun show.
It was a fun show, but one thing I was very clear with was the lack of star power on the show.
There's a ton of that.
Yeah, it's part of the NWA, so it has a ceiling immediately on that. And there were like the title matches there weren't really built all that well either. They were built between Impact and all these other companies, and I get what they were going for. And we had a low bar. Well, it turns out that they got 3,500 pay-per-view buys. Okay,
it's more than I thought they would get, actually. Believe it or not, I thought they would get less than that.
Right. And I was looking for past pay-per-view numbers of just the NWA men, of what they've done, like Hard Times and a couple others. Even the one from the same weekend, couldn't find them. Not released, which tells me they weren't great either. Okay? Because if a company, right? Because if a company finds them, or a journalist finds them, like a Meltzer, because that's where this came from, was the Observer, then they'd be proud of said numbers. There's nothing that screams we're not proud of numbers when a company doesn't release them.
Yeah, that's usually a sign that things didn't go well.
Right. So if the NWA Empower, for all we know, how this 3,500 got out was maybe the NWA was proud of these numbers. For all we know.
That would be too, because I feel like the expectation for this show, like you said, was like super freaking low.
Well,
across the board, I don't think anybody really believed in this show, like genuinely. There was you get the Twitter activists out there like, oh yeah, support women's wrestling, that don't actually pay for it and everything. But I genuinely think that anyone who was paying attention or was going to watch the show had a very low bar for everything.
Well, what happened is there's a contingency online, and I saw this on Reddit. I saw it in some various Instagram posts of people I follow, and especially on Twitter. Twitter is always kind of the focal point of social media, and this was used as ammunition to be against women's wrestling, that it doesn't draw, and that is factually incorrect, because attendance. The NWA was set up for back-to-back nights for the same amount of people, and both shows drew the same amount of people in a sold-out, small little building, okay? The NWA main show and the women's show sold equal tickets. If anything, that tells me the women overperformed, outdrew, because the NWA threw everything they had at the show, while the women had a basic kind of undercard situation there. Like, AEW didn't send over any stars. Impact sent Deonna Purrazzo, who isn't she's not a mover in any sort of capacity. She's a protected women's wrestler in the United States, but she's Impact's biggest women's star currently, sure. But she wasn't top of the card. She was in the middle against Melina, who was never a star in her own right. She just has this decade-old name value of ex-WWE. Like, that was the amount of I guess star power that they had.
Right.
Yeah,
and they said Gail Kim, they had Gail Kim, but she didn't wrestle. So I don't know how much
Gail Kim didn't wrestle, Mickie James didn't wrestle. Like, the actual
That was a head scratcher. That was the head scratcher.
The actual people that would garner interest weren't even on the card. And attendance-wise, they drew the same. Pay-per-view after that, I think, is bonus, because that's all it is. You're just distributing. Would better numbers, obviously, would high numbers be nice? Sure. This is the NWA. Now, if AEW put on a women's show, or WWE, and they're only getting 3,500 pay-per-view buys, now we got a problem, because that's a much bigger audience, a much bigger paying audience.
A much bigger company, too.
Much bigger company. And the other ammunition I saw was, well, WWE ran an all-women's show, and they didn't do well. I'm like, what? No. Like, WWE thought that they could do well, but they still sold out like a 13,000-seat arena for a women's show.
Right, and so I don't understand. One, I don't understand why anybody would be against women drawing and saying, "Oh no, see, they didn't draw." Like, it takes a certain level of mentality to not want women's wrestling to draw, and I feel like those people, there's something wrong with those people. And I've seen those people. I've seen them say, "Oh, women shouldn't be main eventing. Women shouldn't be given X amount of time." I mean, we've both heard people, old wrestlers on podcasts. You've heard one at least. I've heard another person.
I've heard way too
say
many.
that women aren't good wrestlers and shouldn't be allowed to wrestle, which is the most asinine take I've ever heard. I don't understand that mentality. Wouldn't you want wrestling to be good in general? Men, women, tag, does it matter? Wouldn't that be the mentality that anybody would want? You don't want bad wrestling, so why would you want something to fail?
Right. And the one last comment I want to make is the other facts and stats you can point to that women's wrestling does draw is WWE right now, Kay. Some of the women, like Becky Lynch, Sasha Banks, just to name two, even Bianca Belair, Io Shirai in NXT, these are consistently the highest rated quarter hours week to week whenever they're on TV and have a match. Always.
Isn't Asuka, Becky, and Charlotte like amongst the top selling merch sellers that aren't Roman Reigns? Like, they
I
top
believe
all the
you're
men.
right. I don't have the merch data in front of me, but
I remember seeing somebody post that they sell all of those four I named outsell every man wrestler on their roster that's not named Roman Reigns.
Right. And conversely for AEW, I look at the quarter hours every week, and AEW quarter hours are kind of like super boring because there's never any ebbs and flows. It's just like a straight line every single week
right.
from beginning to end, which is good because that means the entire show is interesting and people are into all of the characters. And the women don't have this like 400,000 view drop. Sometimes they gain 100,000, if anything.
You find out Riho was a ratings draw?
Right. Yeah, the fucking bunny drew more than Roman Reigns. Like,
the bunny drew more than Big Chief Table Dog Needle Mover Man.
It's not women's wrestling that's the problem. It's just if it's bad wrestling, people don't want to watch it. It's not rocket science to gender.
No, it's not. That's what I was trying to say. It's like, wouldn't you want women's wrestling to succeed if it's good? Wouldn't you want that to succeed?
Right.
Not just dissuade all of it, hand wave all of it. Like, boy, if you think women can't work, I got some AJW to show you.
Yeah.
Like, really? Like, it's a dumb mentality that I'll never understand.
Well, that's a good time to plug the Patreon, where I started a brand new monthly thing I'm going to do. And it's about...
monthly?
I'm going to do this monthly. I got a lot of statistics for Puro and Joshi. Because I believe 2022 is going to be a very important year, because we're the goal for a lot of companies is to bounce back from 18 months of the pandemic, if not longer. If you want to put like 22 months on it, go for it.
I'd say almost a full 2 years at this
Yeah,
point.
it's almost
because
a full 2
everything
years.
It's still affecting everything right now.
Yes. And with a lot of movement, with a lot of companies kind of shutting down, releasing talent, you get the idea. 2022 is a very important year for these companies to come out of the pandemic and gain steam, put the pedal to the metal, and gain fans back. They want their fans back into going to their shows, and especially their big shows. And one of my first kind of trials, and I got real good feedback from it, and a couple new Patreon subs, by the way, was I ran year-over-year data behind specifically tour dates. So, for example, the Gate of Evolution tour for Dragongate, how it looked for year-over-year, because a lot of these Puro and Joshi companies run the same schedule around the same time frame. And I ran a seven show tour, either coming off a major show or going to a major show, and all but one company had a major show. They ran 6 house shows, or 5, and then ended with another, let's call it, major show. And I ran those data, the data year over year, from 2018, 2019, and 2021. For Stardom, I added 2020 because it's the only company that actually had growth during the pandemic.
Right. There's the only company that's had some level of consistency, and I think a lot of that has to do with marketability and putting them out there.
Right. So
I do want to add something, though, that I think is important when factoring 2020 data. I think, especially in Japan, I think because people were locked indoors for so long, and so when they were allowed to go do something, they all went out and did something. And I think now that they're not as locked down, they're now selective in going through. So it says more to Stardom that they're continuing to still see consistency because people are still continuing to want to go to their shows.
Well, yes. I mean, when you're a hot product, people will go see it no matter what, especially if you're available. But the point of the data and the tour dates is to kind of get a basic idea of where a company currently stands on a year-over-year basis, and how much they've potentially lost over the course of the pandemic in these 24 months, between, say, now and from 2019 and kind of where they were possibly in 2018. And that might I even have a write-up within the data, so you can actually join the $5 tier, click on the graphs and statistics that I have gathered, and you can make your own interpretation. But I have a write-up where I made an evaluation of the data, interpretation of the data, and kind of a projection, pure numbers-wise. I tried to keep opinions kind of out of it, just from a side-eye kind of back looking at numbers perspective. So that's very interesting. It's something, if you're into kind of where the business is heading, where potential of these companies could be heading, or up or down. And I'll be doing something like that monthly on the $5 tier of hopefully the previous month, and looking at things like how their Korikens and major shows are running year over year, growth, decline, maybe some... and then interpret and evaluate. That's where my opinions would be, if anywhere, is perhaps booking decisions might play into it, maybe the lack of availability, maybe something as running out of the territory could be part of decline. So that's...
Korken's definitely been burnt to the ground.
Korken's interesting because it's definitely been something noticeable behind a lot of companies running them, in cases 4 times more than previous
New Japan.
years.
Cough, New Japan.
Well, all companies actually have been doing that.
I think you're right on that, but I think New Japan has definitely been the big contributor.
But it's
contributor to burning that territory out, because they run it like for 6 straight shows,
something like that. Yeah,
that's ridiculous. Oh, yeah. That's gonna burn a territory out fast.
So that's something you can get.
And Dick to go in the main event.
Yeah, that's something you can get along with my LLPW reviews, your JD Star reviews.
Yes.
And then on the $1.50 tier, something we're proud of, the Joshi journey through the 2010s, and some fun wrestler rankings. We have audio there.
Yes, a lot of good banter on those episodes.
Yeah. So I'm adding the data stuff. I took out the kind of monthly pick'em. Seemed people were kind of tired of that.
Oh, that means no more hustle, man.
No more hustle. Sorry.
How you can do hard gay like that? He's a fucking pop culture icon, I'll have you know.
Yeah, well, anyways. Actress girls.
Yes, actress girls.
More news coming out about actress girls. Yes, they are closing. And shortly after the announcement, I guess it was like a couple or a few days went by, a little more information came out about where Actress Girls is exactly heading and how some of these contracts are going to go out. Kay, do you want to explain that?
Yes, so there is a subsect of the roster of Actress Girls themselves that have contracts through the ARG, their sort of thing they're keeping, the act ring thing. And the idea is some of those people, like Mari, is the only one I think who's publicly stated that she is going to continue working with that only and not going to work outside of anything other wrestling dates. So we know that she has a deal. We don't know about Tei Hanma because she's involved in the training and I believe is also a participant in some of the shows. Yuko Sakurai, I think, is also a participant in some of the shows. But people like Yoko Bito, who are also participant in the show, are not going to be participating going forward. So there's a lot of weird going-ons with that. We don't know much outside of a few wrestlers that are entangled in that might not be allowed to wrestle, which is what Mari pretty much. She didn't say that, but in more certain terms, she is not allowed to wrestle outside of that contract. It does not allow her to go to other companies. So that's a bit of a bummer. But on the bright side, there are a few people who will be probably let loose. The problem is the company is shutting down at all rest activities at the end of the year, 12/31. So that does leave a few companies that run shows at the end of the year kind of up in the air on what to do if they can book these people. Because Ice Ribbon, the big one that uses a lot of Actress Girls talent, their regulars contracts, and this is something Yappy talked about on one of her streams when mentioning how Ano's contract works compared to something like Tei Hanma's. Someone like Sayori Ano and Mika Ozaki, their contract with Ice Ribbon is between the wrestler themselves and the company. Whereas stuff like Tei Hanma, Miku Ano, Yuko Sakurai, theirs is between Actress Girls and Ice Ribbon for the specific wrestler. That's how the deal works. So if the company doesn't allow them to work those dates anymore, and this being more Tei Hanma and Yuko Sakurai, since both of them, I think Miku Ano might also be on those acting things. I don't entirely have the full roster, but I do know Tei and Sakurai work a few of them. They might not be allowed to wrestle anymore in Actress Girls. I think it just quit. I mean, outside of Actress Girls, they might be able to just cut their contracts. Kind of like a few wrestlers would just say, "The fuck you, I'll just do what I want." Then we don't know if they're allowed to do that. We don't know how these contracts compare to the actual Actress Girls contracts. They seem to be a lot more strict on these ones.
Well, my takeaway from it was basically it was an ultimatum. You're in Act Ring if you're under contract, and you can't wrestle.
Amari cannot wrestle anywhere else. Not allowed to. She's been pulled from the one show that she was scheduled for. I think it was the Diana show. She's been pulled from it. That's why she had to make the statement, I think.
Yeah. That leaves 2022 extremely interesting to what people, because that's why we kind of went down the list of who's going to kind of continue with Actress Girls if they can't wrestle anymore, or how the contract's going to be laid out in the future. And there was an article from Tokyo Sports, and I've dubbed it the Hot Stove Journal article. Okay, you can kind of find this, but essentially, there's huge movement behind the scenes in Joshi Wrestling that major players will be on the move to competing companies. And what a hot stove is basically what we're seeing in baseball right now, where high money teams are competing in dollar value competition for the hottest free agents. And right now, the New York Mets are winning because they have the most money to spend. Kay, who is the top Joshi contender to spend the most money currently?
That would be Stardom.
Ah, yes.
Not even close.
And what other companies have a history of signing free agents?
Well, that would also be Stardom.
Yeah. So that's your best guess. And when you look at my data, Kay, that I did on the Patreon, and you look at some underlying numbers and how much companies are affected by the corona, it really gets you to question like how much allocated money there is available for someone like a TJPW that, despite having some growth, it's not as much growth as people think. But there is some positive growth to it. But their house shows aren't doing as good as you think they are. And
no, Inubashi's not a good venue to be running consistently to get good attendance.
But they have added a lot more bigger shows, which, if you're going to run a lot more bigger shows, and they aren't the only company doing this, Ice Ribbon's one, at least has the ambition, then I got to ask the question of how much money is allocated, how much roster space is allocated for said money, and are these companies going to change? Are they going to change their perspective, like Stardom, and start signing free agents to a hot stove market that has developed? Because that is what is exactly happening. Let's not pretend that Actress Girls has the best roster in the world, but they have free agents and they can fill out cards very well with some of the talent that they that they might be leaving. And the article kind of hints at I used a couple different translators after you guys kind of corrected me, because I first thought it said 3 promotions are players. It's actually referencing promotions with only 3 players will not be able to sustain their current lifestyle with a hot stove market. So I found that extremely interesting.
So it's referencing specific companies. If you break that down, it's referencing Diana, Seedling, and probably Pure J. Those are the companies that have that small of a roster.
Right. And Marvelous has their Stardom connection. They seem to be treading water, but it's very dangerous. Oz Academy, they seem to be treading water as well, but they don't have
kind of exist in their own domain though. So I don't know if there's nobody in there that would leave, because it's really just Ozaki and Ajikong and a bunch of old people.
Right.
They're actually part of that roster.
Right. So they have a different issue that they got to compete with. It's something to pay attention to. It's more. That's why I'm also doing the stats, is for things like this, and I'm really excited for what 2022 has to offer. I mean, I've been on this podcast for years, and you've joined me in the idea or the opinion that the Joshi scene has been splintered for far too long.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And this is a long time coming to really consolidate the scene into more skill, better matches, to highlight the scene further. And there's gonna have to be some sacrifices along the way. And Actress Girls is kind of your first player out of the game.
All right. Well, if you remember, I think earlier last year, towards the end of last year, so one of these shows from last year, I made that prediction that I think a lot of these companies are going to close, and we're going to get this streamlined pipeline, as I called it, right?
Yeah. Coming out of the pandemic was our major worry, rather than in of itself.
Right.
Yeah.
And I thought it was going to be like a trickle down effect. You're going to have Stardom at the top, then you're going to have other companies at the bottom, and sort of fans and wrestlers are going to go to what seats fit. And I thought Ice Ribbon was probably the one that was the biggest that was going to benefit from that, given that their style and wrestlers are more kind of closely in line with Stardom's, whereas TJPW is a very specific audience. And I think that kind of hurts them a little bit in that regard, because you have to really kind of be into the idly personality-driven stuff, kind of get into that. And not every wrestling fan is going to be into that. It's a very specific market. But I think we're starting to see the beginnings of that, right? I think, like I said, I keep saying Wave is going to close down, and by God, eventually they fucking will. I swear to God they will, because there's no way they're sustaining anything in this environment when all they're doing is running the Ice Ribbon Dojo for all of their shows. But I mean, what were some of the companies I said? I said Wave, I said Pure J, and then I even mentioned Actress Girls being a potential one because I thought they had too much overhead and not enough drawing power for some of their shows were happening. So I think that's exactly what happened. They have too many wrestlers on their contract, and they're not getting enough people coming in to sort of pay that giant overhead. I was afraid it would have happened to Stardom. Like, if, say, Stardom didn't get bought by Bushiroad and went to this pandemic, Stardom wouldn't be around right now. I guarantee you they'd be dead. They had too much overhead, and not enough money would have been going around to sort of pay these people.
Yeah, it's
you would have had the Hana Kimura thing would have happened, and that would have just been destroyed the entire company.
Oh, it's a harsh give and take market out there in wrestling. It's amazing how fast a company can just go away. It doesn't take a whole lot, and that's why we're so critical in business decisions and looking at kind of the outlook of making some of these booking decisions that could impact business. I find it super interesting. I find it fun to interpret and look at that side of wrestling, as well as just enjoying the matches themselves. I like it. I personally like partaking in both sides of that.
I think also an important thing to look at is people's resources. What companies have resources that are less demanding on them. That's why I always keep mentioning Ice Ribbon does it. They own their dojo. That's a big deal. They're not renting that out. Stardom rents their dojo out. TJPW rents their dojo out. I thought they owned that. They do not. They rent it. Right? So it's like when they rent the dojo, that's an extra cost you're paying every month.
Yeah, well,
you own your dojo,
TJPW's
you're not paying anything.
Yeah, TJPW's big advantage is Cyber Agent, obviously.
Right. Yeah. But it's like Pure J doesn't own their dojo. Diana doesn't own their dojo. Hell, Seedling just got a dojo. We don't know how they got the dojo, but that's got to be another cost they're adding because they were running out of the 0-1 dojo for years now. Now I guess 0-1 can't afford to keep them around, or something's going on with that. And now they got their own dojo. Now
0-1's got their own issues.
Of course they do. But I mean, they have one good thing out of 0-1. That's Natsumi, who was trained by Ajikong and being very much protected by Ajikong. So she's being shielded away from the 0-1 bullshit by Ajikong, which is good. I enjoy that. But it's just like when you see a company like Seedling, who very clearly is not making buy on what they're doing right now, and they get a dojo, kind of cocks an eyebrow, doesn't it? It's like, oh, why are you either were put in a position where you had no choice but to rent your own dojo, or you felt like you had to do this and that you somehow will have money coming in later to pay it back. And I don't think that's a good idea for a company right now.
And I won't play the despair drop. I don't have much to say. It's just kind of we saw it coming. Chihiro Hashimoto and Takumi Iroha. They finally had their big match. This thing has been built up for what seemingly is 2 years at this point. 2 years, 2 to 2.5 years, give or take.
Jeez.
They go through the whole guyism thing. It gets delayed. They wait until Takumi Iroha comes back to build this match.
The retirement show still has been delayed.
The Kaoru's
retirement show has still been delayed.
The Kaoru show has been delayed a number of times now due to injury and pandemic, and the 3 AW titles were on the line, and then they weren't, and then they were up for grabs at the Guyism show. Sendai won, said they would just sit in their dojo and collect, sit in their like Sendai pit and collect dust in a trophy case, and they kind of hinted that Hash was going to put it on the line. The tag titles were going to be put on the line at the show. They said they were going to put them on the line. They said they were going to be put on the line, and then as just the months went by, it was never mentioned again. And then they announced Hashimoto Iroha, big fight, big show for Sendai, and in the end, no title on the line. It was the Sendai title on the line only.
Yeah, she doesn't even come out with the 3AW title anymore, which is what she was doing beforehand, because that was a belt that they were going to use, and now just poof, out of the picture, and they go to a 30-minute draw, allegedly in front of only 200 people, the largest, I guess, big money match you could get, and it just turns out to be a total waste of time, and the match, it got, average reviews, mediocre. Nobody was happy with the draw. It's just it's a failure of an angle as far as I'm concerned. It was all about Guyism. It was all about the nostalgia. That's about Sendai for whatever reason.
I was highly critical of the show when it came out. I was like, okay, this is a problem. I was reaming into coming off the show. I got reamed online for it.
I had hope, naive hope that didn't pan out.
And
go me.
Yeah, and at the end of this road, 30-minute draw, allegedly only 200 people. Nothing.
So I want to mention where that alleged number comes from.
We're done.
Where that alleged number comes from. As they didn't post, because like we mentioned earlier, when you're happy for a number, you would post it. They did not post their Corkid number. How that number came to be was, and there's a big asterisk next to it, right? Big grain of salt here. So there is a user on the Japanese board 5chan who seems to be
Oh God.
who claims to work at the Corkin Hall ticket desk.
Yeah,
And
I did
has
say
posted-
allegedly. I have to preface
Yes,
that.
yes.
I did say allegedly. I don't like.
I'm having to explain this, and I also say it's very much alleged. But this person has also posted attendances for other companies before they officially posted their attendance, and has been right every single time. He did it for Stardom. He did it for Ice Ribbon recently. Did it for TJPW. So people were just like, okay, there's some, maybe it's true, right? And he said 200 people, and then laughed at it because he said he didn't even think 200 people even showed up.
Look, I had counted my Thanksgiving show that I went to. I just did it in between matches, and there was like 220 people there in the end. So I know what 200 people looks like. Kind of looks like 200 to me.
It's a very big alleged, but given their track record, would you even be shocked by any of this?
No, okay, trust me. If you look at the crowd, it looks like 200 people.
Oh yeah, no, I've seen pictures of the crowd. There's like big, giant empty spots, like even close to the ring empty spots. I mean, nobody bought front row seats.
Yeah, I don't recommend the match either. Just a lot of
No,
limb work,
I've heard
and
middling
then
things about it.
a lot of limb work, a lot of nothing. So
I feel like Aroha is not actually a draw. A take, I guess.
okay. We are on record saying that Hashimoto and Aroha are the biggest people that should be draws but aren't.
Correct. Oh! I want to mention something else in this despair thing. You remember a wrestler named Hibiki, Hibiki? Discount Tora with the megaphone.
Yeah,
Guess what she's doing? She's retiring. You know what happens when you piss off Chigusa the guy and Kyoko in a way? You don't get work. Who knew? And Gleet doesn't pay the bills.
Yeah, Gleet also doesn't run shows in front of people, but anyways.
Oh,
yeah,
no. But she's retiring and starting a YouTube channel career.
see
So
hi,
go her, I guess.
I doubt she'll be the last that'll fall to the wayside. Because that's what's going to happen. If you're not useful, I'll put it lightly, in some capacity, you're not getting signed, and there's not a lot of work to go around. Might see more cases.
It's kind of funny. It also doesn't help when there's not a lot of work to go around and you pissed off two of like the three biggest people you don't want to piss off to get work.
Sounds like me on a Tuesday. But anyways.
Jesus Christ.
Anyways, I'm going to play Riho's music because she was on fucking TV, Kay. Yay. Here we go. AEW post Full Gear Fallout. I don't want to spend too much time.
TV?
What? What's up?
Riho was on TV. Did she wrestle?
She did wrestle and she won.
Oh, wait. This is the Rampage, right? This isn't Dynamite?
Yeah. I mean, I'll
put her ass on Dynamite, you cowards.
Oh, come on. I like Rampage. Rampage, easy show.
But Dynamite's the big show. You put Riho on the big show, damn it.
Dude,
She's Riho.
They always put stars on Rampage. They always give the wrestlers, well, the second match is kind of par for the course, but yeah, Riho defeats Britt Baker. I enjoyed what I saw out of it. I mean, about 3 minutes was in a commercial that I didn't see, but for what they did, I mean, look, it's a Britt Baker match. I've made the decision.
Riho had to carry her. Riho had to carry her.
Well, yes, but I have made the conclusion that Britt Baker is just female evil.
Oh my God, you're probably
and
right.
Rebel is
she's
fucking
a bad wrestler.
And Rebel is female Dick Togo.
Well, if you remember a certain joke I made on the Twitter, I said Reba, Britt, was it Brandy, Rosa, all need a form of faction called We Used to Be in Stardom.
Yeah. You popped me on that one. Yeah, and I heard people like being super, not negative. That's not the right way that they were describing it. There were a lot of people very sad at the crowd not reacting. And I go, well, look, they played this off an angle that happened months ago. Riho's been on TV once in a 6-man tag in a trios match, along with Rebel was in the ring in that. And they just go, oh, Riho's got a match against Baker. Who cares? And just because I'm a Ryoho fan doesn't make that the angle was too late. It's an excuse.
Too late.
No, it's an excuse just to put somebody in there with Britt Baker and to build a match for probably Battle of the Belts or Winter's Coming or whatever. And then it will be Rebel interference and Riho will lose. She is female evil and I'm annoyed. I hate her matches. She's awful. She's bad.
I'm on record saying that she is an awful wrestler, and that if I were Booker, I would not put the belt on her because she just exposes the division as bad. She wrestles and it's bad, your perception of the division is, oh, it's bad.
I would be so much less annoyed and turn off TV mentality with Britt Baker if Rebel wasn't there. It's as simple as that. I'm just waiting for Dick Rebel, to get the garrote wire and take the ref. Like every time.
Right. No.
Better stuff.
She's a makeup artist, so she'll get like the mascara or something and try to put in her eyeballs.
Yeah, I wish that'd be maybe better. So Cody's getting boos and threw his weight belt back finally from the crowd. I love this so much.
I saw the GIF and laughed. Great.
Oh, it's phenomenal. He's one of the most interesting characters on the show because the crowd hates him for seemingly no reason.
Oh, they have reasons to hate him. He's fucking Cody Rhodes. His name makes you hate him alone.
Oh, come on. He was such a hate. Well, I mean, that's the point. You are one of those people that just irrationally hate our American Joshi hero, and he gets the biggest crowd reaction on every show just about. And it's a fascinating thing. Like, is he Homelander? Is he in denial?
It reminds me of John Cena.
Well, I mean that is a joke. He wants to be John Cena.
He's the big baby face with the smiles and the holding the kids, kissing the babies, and being Mr. Jovial. The fans hate his guts. He's literally John Cena.
Yeah. So there was a spot in that 8-man tag where all 4 of the heels take him and start booting him in the corner, and everyone's cheering. So Homelander over here has a trial and tribulation to go through. How do you feel about the CM Punk MJF thing that's been built up?
So I didn't see this live. Full disclosure, I was doing Thanksgiving. Traveling and stuff. I did, however, catch a clip of the entire segment. Okay. And
a clip. Oh, dude, this thing went for like 21 minutes. It was a match.
I mean, I think it was most of it. It was like an 18-minute video, so I think it was most of it. Dude, this is great. And I'm going to go out on a big limb here. I think MJF should be the first person to beat Cody Rhodes. Or not Cody Rhodes, CM Punk. I would not be against the idea of him beating CM Punk.
Me neither. I would also be okay with CM Punk beating MJF. Because MJF is heavily protected. So I'm down with it. The promo was great. So the 2 biggest things being built up on TV right now is CM Punk MJF. I think that's a phenomenal decision. And the Bryan Danielson Hangman Page. And I think they are.
I love that. I love how the first promo out the gate from Danielson was like such a heel, but not like shit talking the crowd, not shit talking. Like, he was very much, what he was saying wasn't entirely wrong. He was being a dick about it all. And I thought it worked because you don't want Danielson to be cheered. You want your big baby face Hangman Page to be the one cheered. So you make Danielson kind of pivot into this pseudo heel character that he can pivot out of whenever he's done with this. That he's not full heel turn, but he's like putting on a heel veneer.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I love it. I love it. It's great.
Danielson he keeps playing hooky to everything whenever Page. He's just a cowboy with the beer and he wants to fight. And it's always, oh, you're not in your clothes. Oh, in your clothes this time? You would do this after I've had a match. And all the while, Danielson's beating up his friends one by one in their hometowns. A thing that AEW has actively been against since day one is beating people in their hometowns. So they've pinned Danielson as the guy to be the bad guy. And he's not. And one thing I do appreciate AEW is they don't do the straight face heel turns. They do it for the program in the moment of who they're against.
Heel. He's got a veneer. He's got a heel veneer on, but he's not a heel.
Like, it's clear that Danielson's the heel in this scenario, in this feud.
Right.
What happens after that is all up to the next opponent. Eddie Kingston is a great example of that. CM Punk, they went up against each other. And so those are your top two. We have Adam Cole. The Bucks and Omega are injured. So Adam Cole is kind of doing like his little ROH faction that he has with Fish. Looks like Kyle O'Reilly's coming in. Who knows if that's going to happen or not. I like what they're doing with Adam Cole. They're kind of pivoting him over to the Best Friends and Orange Cassidy. That kind of keeps everyone busy there. One thing I like about the Best Friends is you can kind of plug and play them into anything because the crowd loves them. They're a great little mid-card act that can be beaten and do the beaten if need be.
I'm just glad that they're pivoting away from the goddamn Hardy family office and Best Friends thing. Jesus Christ.
I mean, HFO serves a purpose as well. I don't think that's entirely over. With Cassidy and Matt Hardy.
I really hope it is, because I am so done with that feud.
I mean, I don't disagree, but it's also a harmless little undercard thing that's there. I guess. Yeah, I mean, the TBS tournament's going on. That's fine. I mean, they're doing nice little 10-minute matches. I appreciate them giving time. They're at the top of the hour. There's clear, I guess, care into it. But there's a little too much overprotection going on, though. And Tony Khan, especially with the women's division, he's so afraid to beat anybody without some sort of fuckery happening. The Sheeta with the leg is like, that's fine, but then when you get kind of Red Velvet and there's Mark Sterling on the outside and Vicky, and then you got Jamie Hayter with all the Britt Baker stuff, and the Bunny has the HFO. It's every single match in the women's division. It's super aggravating. Not to mention that, I mean, if they wanted to build up Riho, they could have just, I don't know, not done a 10-minute match with QT Marshall and done a 3-minute match with Punk, and then you can put a nice little 7-minute Riho match on there. But anyways.
Or you know what? Here's a good idea. How about you have Punk cut a promo and you just don't have QT wrestle at all?
They kind of wanted to have Punk wrestle in Chicago, but I think him talking.
Marshall is the most boring wrestler I've ever seen on this earth.
He's not engaging, that's for sure.
Oh no, he's not. He is terribly boring.
Yeah, that's a good example of dark. Let's see. Sammy Guevara versus Jay Lethal. It's kind of one of the standout matches of the past couple weeks. What did you think?
I was surprised. I was very surprised that Jay Lethal lost the match, and I was very happy that he did. I did not think. I know you were on board with Lethal winning. I did not think.
I just said I wouldn't be against him winning.
All right, I think I was very much against the idea because I didn't think Sammy just kind of won the belt. He hasn't really had too many defenses or too much that he's done with it yet, and I kind of wanted to see him do more with it. I think since Miro got to do so much with it, I thought I wanted to see the same thing with Sammy before he moved on away from the belt. And I thought if you beat him all of a sudden like this, it'd feel a little bit of hot potato-ish. I didn't think that was a good idea. It didn't do it, so it was good. It was good that they didn't do it.
I thought the match was excellent.
It was amazing.
What a great main event. What a good debut for Jay Lethal. This was the Jay Lethal I'm talking about. This is what I keep saying to people. It's like, guys, he was so stale in Ring of Honor. It's not that he's not a good wrestler or a good character or a good promo. It's just he was there for too long with the same people, with the sameness. And he comes in AEW. He's a little on the older side now. You got a upper mid card black athlete that is an excellent wrestler, and he put on a great match with Sammy Guevara and put him over. I mean, I don't know. What more do you want?
So when do we get Cody Rhodes versus Black Machismo?
I'd love Cody Rhodes versus Jay Lethal. I think they did that at All Out.
No. But you have to have him in full get it. You have to have Cody in his full American Dream, Nightmare, whatever the fuck he's going for gimmick, and you need to have Black Machismo. We need Macho Man versus Dusty Rhodes.
What was that match
but like
again?
different people. Because I only know Jay Lethal from like the little bit of TNA I'd ever watched. And that was him as Black Machismo. And I was like, dude, this guy is awesome. I love him. He's great.
Let's see. He wrestled Cody at Final Battle in 2018. I remember that. He had a Texas Bull Rope match against Cody in 2017. I mean, he's got his history with Cody.
just want them to do like a weird like throwback show where everybody's putting on a gimmick from another wrestler from like a different era. You have MJF being the $1 Million Man.
I mean, Impact did something like that as a joke. It was actually kind of funny.
yeah, just do that. Have Jay Lethal be Black Machismo. Have Cody be Dusty. Have
MJF be Roddy Piper.
Oh yeah, be Roddy Piper. I was thinking more Ted DiBiase, but Roddy Piper works too. Have FTR be the
MJF
Express.
DiBiase. That'd be fun.
Oh, that's who I compare.
Who would be Sergeant Slaughter?
Nobody, because fuck him.
Oh, come on. Hall of Fame audio. $5 tier Patreon.
Yeah, definitely go check that out. It was great.
Okay.
I mean, I think that'll be great. Who's gonna be Hulk Hogan? Nobody can be Hulk Hogan.
Don't worry about that part. Is that it for AEW? Dante Martin signed with Team Taz. That's interesting.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that at all. And I think that's a good idea. I think they're going to split him away from his brother.
You keep saying that. Oh, God. I don't want it to happen.
I think it's a good idea because I think he's established himself very well as a singles wrestler.
You can do both. He can do both.
No, you can only do one.
No, this isn't the Fed. You can do both. You can have a tag team and succeed.
No, I refuse to acknowledge this. You can only do one.
All right. Let's see. New Japan. Yes. What do I play? Shingo? No.
Okada.
I've been always playing Okada lately. Naito? Tanahashi. Definitely Tanahashi. I'll play Tanahashi. So I have watched none of the Best of the Super Juniors or the Tag League.
As have I.
And I'm very happy for it. But New Japan did announce that they are going to be teaming up with Noah, our favorite promotion.
Of all the companies, Noah.
Yeah, well, there's a reason for it. I get it, sorta, kinda. That was what the third Wrestle Kingdom Day is for. They're doing a crossover show.
Not in a dome, by the way. It's in a Yokohama show. That's what I was told.
Sure. Yeah. You don't want to be in Tokyo. That's New Japan territory.
No, but you also don't want to put Noah in the dome because why would you think up that place like that?
So one misunderstanding I've seen thrown around is they say it instantly sold out. Put a big asterisk on that because they sold out what was available at this time because they don't know if there's going to be more restrictions or something later.
Because we're already starting to see a wave of that with the borders being closed down because of the new sort of strain. And I think that's also why we're going to start seeing less people go to these shows because there's a big concern from what I've seen over there about the new strain. Because everyone's gotten vaccinated. They're afraid that the vaccine is going to work. So now they're even more afraid and they don't want to get another shot, most people.
So... Kay, I'm going to give you a nice little history lesson here of New Japan working with other companies as I've experienced on my New Japan journey through the 90s that I've been doing at the retro section of this podcast. New Japan teaming with other companies never ends well for the other company.
Wow. Don't say.
For example, I'll just go through kind of the decades over the years. In the 90s, they teamed with Wrestling and Romance. It was a hot angle for sure, but War then got out, went down, and the company folded shortly afterwards, or they at least struggled and they were on death's door for a long time. Then they proceeded to team up with UWFI, our favorite styled promotion. Oh, it did lead to a big Tokyo Dome. It also led to their star losing in the main event of that dome. And then shortly afterward, Riki Choshu buried their ass every step of the way, and the company went out of business. Cut to the early 2000s, Shinya Hashimoto and 0-1 teamed with them. Even when New Japan was in the doldrums, they were still putting themselves over 0-1. Finally, there was a nice little decade there where things weren't going to plan. You could probably put 15 years on there. They team with Noah, and Big Buddy Jado got the book in Noah. Suzuki-gun goes over, and it was successful. Oh, at first. You see a pattern here. And then booked into the fucking ground with Suzuki-gun, and the Noah fans responded with, fuck this, and didn't show up anymore. And Noah almost went out of business.
Oh boy, so you're telling me that this has already happened and that they might be repeating themselves.
So if this is a one-time show, then hey, bravo, you sold your tickets, you sparked some interest. I'm just dreading the possibility. I read Voices Wrestling kind of put out a primer over how this came to be, and let's just say there's a good chance Keiji Muto could be in the main event of this fucking show. And if that happens, I will be very mad.
Yeah, so I've seen that as well. I saw that there was a push internally to get Great Muta, or Keiji Muto, whatever the fuck he's going to go by, because both of them suck at this point, to face either whoever's the champion or Okada. And I'm like, no, thank you. Nobody wants that.
Yeah, I definitely don't want that.
Literally nobody wants that.
Give me Okada and Kiyomiya. I think for funsies, for my own sick pleasure, Kiyomiya can be in a tag team with some other young Noah scrub and lose to like Tenzan and Kojima. Because Kiyomiya's really used to losing to old people, as is the Noah tradition.
Just give me Keno versus Okada, because I've only seen Keno, and I kind of like Keno, but I'm not going to watch Noah to watch Keno. But I'll watch him face Okada, though. That sounds like a cool idea.
I mean, there is a Noah match that people are raving about, but I have no interest in Noah. So when I saw Keno versus Nakajima, look, they did a title versus title match. Stardom outsold him, by the way, outdrew him.
Of course they did.
Yeah, they did a 60-minute draw, title for title. Keno Nakajima, whatever.
60-minute draw? Jesus Christ.
Second one in like as many podcasts.
That's an hour of your time you cannot get back.
Hey, I've heard people liked it. It's fine. It's like two Hashimoto
to me, that sounds like a waste
matches.
of time.
Look, if you're into Noah, I'm sure you thought it was a good match. I am not into Noah, and therefore I have no interest.
How can you work for an hour? That was my biggest complaint about watching Okada and Kenny in their 2 out of 3 falls matches. It went way too long.
Oh, I loved it.
Like I cannot do an hour plus.
I was
match.
also into New Japan.
At that point, if you're going past the 45-minute mark, you better have a damn good reason. And most people don't have a damn good reason.
Okay, their damn good reason was they didn't want anybody to win. Because they was title versus title. They wanted to pop a crowd, and they couldn't do that.
There could be no winner.
All right. Is that enough New Japan? Dream matches, maybe some sparks, some news.
There are none. No dream matches.
I mean,
Noah. Who cares about Noah?
I mean, Noah's attendance is as good as everyone thinks it is.
Nobody cares about Noah.
Patreon, $5 tier.
I'm still wondering who asked for this.
Did you know Stardom has outsold Noah over the past month? Anyways.
Did you hear Dick to Go is the one who asked for this? Would that shock you to find out that is probably true?
Oh, yeah. The masterminds behind this were Nasawa, the Muto Mark, Dick Togo, and now they're talking to other companies. Who knows what 2022 has in store?
They need to kick Dick whatever the fuck out of the office. Just kick him out. Put him on the goddamn curb. He is killing this company.
You're very mad about him.
I don't like him. His face bothers me. His bullshit bothers me.
Well, I think it's KZ time.
Speaking of despair.
It's KZ time! Yeah! It's time to go to what time is it? It's time to go crazy!
Dragongate, Gate of Origin from Sendai Sun Plaza. As I pull up the card here for Dragongate. Okay, do you care to take a guess over their attendance at this show for Gate of Origin?
Well, not having the card in front of me and all the information from me, I'm going to say at least 1,000.
Nope, 787. Sendai don't draw, buddy.
Oh my god! Oh, that's a bit concerning. I think the cap for that building right now is like 1,000 something.
I mean, it's kind of on par with what Dragongate did last year. So, anyways, 3 new rookies debuted on the show.
Yeah. Each of them in different spots of the card.
One of them's a teacher. They got their own Lady
Oh.
C going here.
Oh, was he like Lady C?
Yeah. So they got Ryo Fuda, who had a very good showing against Mochizuki. Pretty much matched him in style, which I thought was interesting. BB Hulk squashed a guy named Takumi Hayakawa.
As he should have.
Yeah, he came
Name
out,
like
he wasn't
that.
playing. And then Kagetora faced Takuma Fujiwara. I think he's a rookie. It could be. I think he's the third one, but besides that on the show, I mean, the show was very easy to watch. Kay, how's that for an evaluation?
Yeah, didn't understand. It's welcome.
You feeling me? Because at the end of the day, shut up. There was a Masquerade versus RED match, 8-man tag that was there to solely further build up the tag team mask versus mask match, Lucha de Apuesta, where it's Dragon Dia and Skywalker taking on Inferno and Diamante. So remember how I was kind of confused why Diamante got that big win over Skywalker right after Kobe, and I was like, okay, so they're priming him for a title match. No, they were priming him for this. I like this move.
Double Lucha de Apuesta.
Yeah, I believe it's going to be a huge Corkin match coming up in the next day or so. upon this recording.
Interesting. That
Yeah.
probably sounds more interesting than this card, if I'm going to be completely honest.
Yeah, the Corkin actually looks way more interesting than this one, for sure. Namely, this Lucha de Apuesta match that they've built
Yeah.
up. So, very good stuff there. I liked what they did in just 9 minutes. What I wasn't in love with was the Twin Gate match and the Dream Gate match. Very,
I second this.
very, very cold. Both main events were very lifeless. The style wasn't there for me. So Naruki
Shimizu was the only
Doi,
thing that brought that tag match together, and even that wasn't enough to save it.
no. King Shimizu and Yokosuka lose the Twin Gate titles to Naruki Doi and Takashi Yoshida. Doi Yoshi, Yoshida, Yoshino. You see what they did there?
See what they did there. I don't like the fact that they did this either. Not a fan of the outcome.
I'm not a fan with taking the titles off them this early. I don't like who they dropped them to. This is Yoshida's second Twin Gate run of the year. I don't get it.
I don't get it either. Isn't like Doi not part of a faction? So why is he teaming with this dude?
They're kind of factionless right now.
Just I don't like that you took the belt off of this tag team that was doing very well. A team that, I'll be honest, I don't give a single fuck about.
Yeah, I mean, they came in cold, they left cold. And I thought the match was very average. It was very low energy
Yeah.
the whole time. They worked it slow. They didn't work it very hard hitting. It just wasn't engaging really much at all for me. And then Yamato, his run
Yamato is boring.
his run is so just, I don't get it there. And it's not even Yamato, because I get the antithesis character and the mat style and whatnot. That's not what bothers me. What bothers me are it's the booking and cold opponents. It's been like this since the day
I
he
think
won
it's
it.
both for me. I think it's both for me. I think the style just
certainly
doesn't do it for me.
doesn't
It's so plodding and slow. And it's not, I mean, it's a complete 180 from Skywalker's matches, which were fun and dynamic. This is like going from high speed to like grandma speed. And I'm not a fan of this at all.
So Ben K was not built up in any sort of way. They tried to run a couple house shows, run some tag team, your basic little build up there. It didn't do anything. The crowd was never into this. Plus, you're in a Sendai crowd, so it's even less. It's just an echo. For the first, what would you say, half of the 28 minutes, it was just Matt Grapple fucking.
Oh yeah, a bunch of headlocks, leg locks, and arm locks. It was all, they were on the mat more than they were standing.
Yeah, I don't put this entirely on Yamato, because Ben K. I'm actually gonna put a decent little chunk of this on Ben K too, because he falls into this trap way too often, where instead of being a powerhouse speed guy, and every once in a while hitting the mat and kind of overpowering his opponent with kind of hip lock takedowns and whatnot, he just goes into this mat grapple fuck, low energy, just walk style of a match, and put that together with Yamato and his anti-Dragon Gate style. That was a disaster of a formula, and that's what we got here. We just got nothing happening until Ben K just randomly picked up Yamato and chucked him outside.
Yeah, and it was so out of nowhere because the match had nothing.
Right.
Nothing remotely close to that. And then they just get back on the ring and start grapple fucking again.
Well, I mean, they got to work the count first, and then Yamato's got to work his arm and back for a little while.
It's just,
You know when this match finally picked up for me because it was finally something interesting?
They had the random ass fucking ref bump for
Gotta
no
have
reason.
the ref bump, and holy shit! So they do this ref bump, and I'm like, oh my god, they're booking this like the Fed. And as sure as shit I say that, the ref's down. Benkei hits a spear on Yamato. Kai comes out, and if I had a pen, I'd throw it against the wall because I just went no. Now, what was my energy? Was my energy of the match back up? Yes. That doesn't mean it was a good thing. It doesn't mean it was a good thing.
I saw all of this. It was like I immediately shut off. I was like, I'm done. This match sucks. I don't care what happens after. This match is bad.
So Kai comes out like the shithead he is. He fast counts a 3 that Benkei beat Yamato. Benkei's like, what the fuck, bro? Yamato's like kind of staggered. He's like, what the fuck? And then all these people hit the ring and rip Kai out of there. Okay, what was the point of that? Then they go into near falls and whatnot. And Yamato hits the Galleria 2 and wins. It's like, okay. Match was dull. Match was dull. Didn't do it.
It was a bad match. I do not think it was a good match at
all.
all.
I like the Guevara Jay Lethal match way more. What scares me, Kay, is we're heading into Final Gate, and they're going to do Yamato versus Kai.
Didn't we already fucking do this?
We did the no ropes match back in like...
Should have been the finish. That should have been it.
Spring?
That should have done over. Should have finished it there. That was a good spot to end it. If they run this back, I am legit not going to watch that match. I do not care.
It's
I don't care. Like, why would you go back to a story you finished?
I would very much rather Dragon Dia gets the... This is just top of my head. Dragon Dia takes the Mask of Inferno, and he uses that to challenge Yamato at Final Gate.
At this point, just take the belt off Yamato. I'm so over him being champion. Just take the goddamn belt off him.
Yeah, we're not getting what I kind of felt that they were heading towards, and that was all these young.
Hotter in the tournament. The tournament, he was way better.
Yeah.
And this is just like a fucking snooze fest every match.
Well, it's bad builds. It's rehashed opponents. It's boring matches, mostly. There's some hits, moments, and.
Moments don't make up for all the snooze fest.
Yeah, there's things to like, but when you have basically what I just said, and it's not what the promotion was really pushing for the past year, which is all these young guys trying to take over the next generation. They've really pivoted back to 2015 and waiting. I guess it's a way to wait for all the young guys to level up.
That's not how you level people up, though.
I don't think
they know this. They know this from last year when they started giving people the chance. Like, it's like, okay, well, we think you're ready. Well, go, break a leg. If you fail, you fail.
Well, the other thing
they're not doing that.
Well, the other thing is that when they put those guys in those positions, they succeeded. And it was one success.
Why aren't they doing that anymore?
I don't know. I mean, you got Kaito Ishida, you got Eita, that's kind of scumming around in Noah. You got.
Why aren't you doing SB Kento? I feel like he's ready. He is more than ready.
Well, he's Brave Gate champion, and they're running. I do like what they're doing with SPK. I like
make him double champion. Put him over strong. It's better than what they're doing now.
Well, King Shimizu's wide open. He's up for a main event. Yokosuka.
Yeah, put the belt on my boy. Put the belt on my boy.
It's a bummer. I'm not loving it. I don't know.
It's just so weird that they go from like taking chances to being so conservative. A complete 180, almost like TJPW, right? Go from taking chances to just right back to being conservative, and it just head scratching.
Yeah, not
because you know it works. The outcome works. You believe in a guy, and they show that they can do it. Great. If they don't, fine. You cycle them back out, and you just fix things back up again. It's not that difficult to do. They know this. They've done this. Why are they going back to this bullcrap conservative like bullshit booking? I don't like it. It makes me not care about the company or interested in the company.
Well, declining attendance numbers kind of backs that up. So
it's frustrating. It's so frustrating. I loved them. I loved Dragongate. It was great.
To be fair, they did pop a couple houses of what they were aiming for.
Doesn't mean anything.
But those tour attendance numbers I ran didn't go so hot. All right, DDT. I don't have much to say over DDT, but I'll play it anyways. DDT. The D-Oh's coming to an end. We got the block final winners. It is now down to Yuki Ueno taking on Takeshita for the D-Oh title. And in a vacuum, the wrestling was good, kind of up and down. But I came on here.
Another company we'll talk about.
yeah. In a vacuum, it was good. Okabayashi not losing a single match. He did the outsider rolls through the roster thing, and this was not the year to do that. And Takeshita in B block winning it because Okabayashi went to a mediocre 30-minute draw with Hiroshima and the Hiroshima story. I like the Hiroshima story. He was the most interesting story in the tournament, where he just kept getting beat, and it came down to pride trying to beat Okabayashi. Just beat him. Just, if you're going to do a story, don't go to a 30-minute draw like that, where he just survived. Now he's just coming across like an old man. Didn't enjoy that. The Okabayashi Higuchi match was really good. A lot of meat slapping. At least there's a positive with Okabayashi. Takeshita had a really strong tournament. But, man, if there was a year where you wanted to get Higuchi, get some of these other guys elevated a little bit, and this really felt like the year, they did not accomplish that. And I get what they were going for with A block, and there was some strong matches there with Ueno. I think they went into babyface in despair too much with Ueno. They booked it pretty well with with 4 contenders on the final day, kind of vying for it with Endo and Ueno, and they're doing tiebreakers through various matches, and it was very simple to follow. Ueno, he lost to Bodygur, he lost to Yoshimura, the 2 lower guys, but the difference was he was on his way to beating all of the actual contenders in the block. Maybe not the best way if you want to make him be perceived as a possible main eventer. It's my take on that. The downside to all this was I was excited heading into the tournament because I thought we were going to see a full-on elevation of a number of guys. And they could go
We did not.
And they could go to a number of different options, whether it be Chris Brooks, Yuji Hino, maybe Tetsuya Endo gets to the finals and he loses to a guy like Higuchi, something. And instead we got outsider rolls to the roster, your champion rolls to the roster to win a block. And then on the other side, you get a lot of 50-50-ness that leads to it really feels to me like a cold finals. And like I said, the wrestling itself, the matches were great in a vacuum. Good to great. I really enjoyed the Chris Brooks matches. I think Mao was kind of he fell flat into it. There were some flat guys. Bodygur was outright bad. I just quit watching his matches. Not worth.
You mean
not worth the pain.
Pro Superstar Bodygur?
Yeah. Yeah, just not in love with what came out of this tournament, and I don't get a feeling that. Let's say Takeshita wins, so the champion wins, and
it's a bad move.
Hey, they could do that because Endo won King of DDT.
Well, they will do that. They would do that.
Out, yeah, and he called out Kenny Omega to challenge, and they had to kind of book around that, which could create excitement. But Omega's injured, so what's Takeshita going to do? Is he going to call out an AEW talent and go if he wins? Can't say I'd be excited for that this year. Last year,
don't repeat the same thing as last year. It's dumb.
Right. And then on the flip side, you have Yuki Ueno, whom once he lost that Universal title in August to Sasaki in kind of shitty fashion, they haven't done anything with him. He hasn't felt hot. He hasn't felt built up, and he certainly didn't feel built up during this D-Oh. So if he wins, now it feels like you got a cold challenger. He's coming off a tournament win, but probably should have been booked stronger.
So I'll say one thing, and remember when I mentioned how the Japanese fans were turned on Takeshita once upon a time, much like they do Yamashita now, because it's the same stale kind of ace figure with the stoic expression, and they beat everybody, and the fans don't really like that all the time. Well, this is what you don't do. You want him to get over. You don't do this. You don't have him get to the block final. Go through everybody, because then that just reinforces what people don't like.
I mean, you can have him in the block final, but have him lose.
I don't think
You do want to protect your champion to an extent. Absolutely.
Yeah, but it's a tournament though. Like if Okada's champion, does he get protected and
Yes.
not lose matches in the G1? I don't think so. I think you lose one or two matches, maybe go to a draw. It sets up
I see
new
what you're saying.
challengers.
It's because Takeshita didn't lose at all, basically.
Yeah, that's
okay.
bad. You didn't lose at all. That is stupid booking because that just reinforces what people don't like. And so what's going to happen? People aren't going to react positively to him. And if he wins, that's even another nail in the coffin. It's just like, I don't know what's with Cyber Agent and every one of their bookers just booking the opposite of what should actually be done. And it's like this most boneheaded stuff. And even like you mentioned Noah doing stuff like that. It stems from Noah to TJPW to DDT. What is the deal with these bookers, man? Like none of them know how to book. So frustrating because it's like you can see the answers, right? It's like, no, you do option A. No, we'll do option B. Why? Why do option B?
I mean, I just want something simple as heat up an opponent. I mean, that's why I like the Takeshita story so much against Akiyama. It was very clear. It's why a lot of fans have voted that as DDT match of the year with Takeshita and Akiyama, Takeshita winning the title. Like, that was the right move. Now, what they did with the rest of the roster, not so much. But there's a lot of young, fresh talent on this DDT roster at this point, just begging to be elevated, and it's really
sounds like another Cyber Agent company I can think of. I wonder
really
who that might also be.
Yeah, it's really coming across as not
treading water.
I mean, they're treading water and they're not elevating.
Booking.
Yeah. It's not clear to me. Maybe it will become clear in time. But my feeling coming out of the DO was I watched the tournament, didn't really love it. There were some good matches. That's about it.
Yeah, it makes you wonder that if they didn't have Cyber Agent backing them, if TJPW and DDT would still be in business. I vote they probably wouldn't be.
I mean, DDT has never really gotten great attendance. They have popped a show every now and again that's pretty high, but I mean that's once a year. They don't get the biggest Corkins. They certainly some of the stats I ran on past DOs is the DO wasn't a draw at first at all, and I'm talking like 100 people at shows, and at this point they're getting like 300, so it's technically getting better.
Well, when we get to TJPW, I have another interesting stat that was the one thing that set them apart from the DDT company, made them more profitable. That is starting not to do so well for them right now. It's starting to waver.
Okay. Yeah, I guess Ueno wins, and we'll see what happens. But then
Takeshi's gonna win.
Then he already beat the champion. So I don't got a feel for it. Stardom, eh?
Yeah, Stardom.
Oh, who am I playing?
You gotta play Utami, duh.
Do I wanna though?
I wanna.
No, I wanna play Micah style. I'm playing Micah style. Stardom.
Yeah, hey, JD, do you want to know a fun fact about Utami? She thinks Mount Fuji is in space.
Well, it's really tall, Kay. Didn't you know that?
Dude, seeing the answers for that quiz show they did on their Stardom show and everyone's answers being just wildly out, and Unagi being the closest one is great. Like Poi is already known for not being very smart. Like even in her when she was in TJPW, them doing the night show, she proved that she was not the smartest cookie, right? But Utami, you're a Red Queen champion, thinking that the freaking Mount Fuji is as tall as space. It is ridiculous. It's great.
Space is closer than you think, Kay. We're all part of the inner cosmos.
Ooh. I just like how she had the largest answer. She's like, was that 200?
Is this really where we're heading into Stardom with that? Come on, man. We got the final tag league day. We got Tokyo Super Wars. I mean, come on.
Listen, all I'm saying is I laughed hysterically at this outcome.
I'm drinking coffee out of my Black Lagoon mug.
Ooh, that's a good anime. I like that anime.
I like Black Lagoon. Got badass women in it, like in Stardom.
Yeah. No Russians though. No Russians.
Well, they need to sign Masha. That's the solution.
That is the solution. You sign Masha, you've got your Russian.
So, in between, we finished the Tag League final day. We got to see the final match. And I want to say the tiebreaker match of Stars, that was Hazuki and Koguma against Kamitani and Utami, was... Dude, it was 5 minutes, but it was so fast and engaging where it was just Saya and Hazuki really exceeded what I thought you were able to do in 5 minutes. But the one that really stood out to me is the Queen's Quest against Blue Marine. That's Mayu and Rin. Rin and Mayu, what a great team they make.
Yeah, it's funny because when the first match of the tournament, they looked a little good, but they didn't look like they were on the same page the entire time.
Oh, they got on the same page.
The tournament, you could see that improve. You can see Rin also getting a lot better at the teamwork stuff. She looked less lost in some of the matches. Now, she did kind of look lost a little bit. Queen's Quest match, it was a spot where she kind of looked around quickly to know where she needed to go when she got kicked or whatever. Mm-hmm. And but that was kind of it. I thought it was good. Momo Oz is a good tag team. Didn't know if you do this, but they're good. Good team together.
Yeah, I thought Tag League was a great success this year. They oversold anything they've done really in the years past. One fantastic statistic that we can say is Tag League was actually the draw this year. They didn't have to overload it with title matches at the top of the card, putting Tag League lower. This highlighted how deep Stardom's roster has become with quality matches.
There was no Julia in this entire tournament.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
I liked it a lot of it. Actually, I think this is about on par with it last year in terms of I thought the quality of matches were just as good last year as it is this year. And I think that's great. That means they're consistently putting on good matches through the 2-year Tag League. I like it a lot.
Stardom ran Yoyogi National Gymnasium number 2, 1,119 people, outdrawing Noah, same stadium, same weekend, by the way. Successful show from top to bottom.
Yeah, I think outside of I had bought the PIA pay-per-view stream, and much like everyone else who bought this stream, there was a noticeable audio delay halfway through the show. However, it was not that case on the Samurai stream. I eventually got a hold of the Samurai stream copy. I was able to watch it without the delay, so I think I had a better idea of the matches. They didn't feel as wonky hearing the mat being hit for a move 5 seconds after it happened. Mm-hmm. That throws off their perception of a match sometimes.
Yeah. I think Ruaka needs to lose this future title. She's garbage.
She's
in the
actively
ring.
bad. Waka, Lady C, Waka, and Mai Sakurai are all better than her.
Yeah. Ruaka is... I don't see the potential. I don't care that she's young. There are other wrestlers that are also young that are actually athletic and show potential. I'm done with Ruaka.
I think she's 17? The same age as Hanan, and Hanan's way better than she is.
Ruaka's the worst one on the roster. She's worst. She's the worst.
Yeah, she's at the bottom. I think at this point, Mai and Lady C, who originally were the worst because they were rookies, are better than her.
Yeah.
Even Rina is better than her, and that's an actual child who's been wrestling about as long as she has, I think.
Azumi and Momo Watanabe defeat Lady C Unagi. Simple, fun. Unagi cool.
Momo cool.
Okay. Stars team defeats Oedo Tai. Cool. 8 minutes.
Match.
Yeah. Saya Kamitani wins the 3-way to challenge for the Wonder title. Himika and Natsupoi both lose in shame, and seemingly they're like, bro, we both lost. Yeah, bro. Take him to the back. They seem to be okay now.
No, incorrect.
Maybe.
No, so
Natsupoi won't accept it.
No, so beforehand, when they were doing the conference for the white belt three match, Poi and Kamitani were having their back and forth because both of them were challenged for the belt.
Right, yeah.
Himika piped in, and Natsupoi turned around to her and said, "Why are you care? You haven't felt like you haven't been motivated to wrestle for any belts in over a year now."
Yeah, but they broed out after the match, but when Saya Kamitani beat him.
So Himika in the recent press conference for the next show, the December show,
Yeah.
said, "Oh yes, Poi, your words woke me up, but I still want you to apologize." And Poi was like, "No, if my words woke you up, then why should I have to apologize?
Right.
I motivated you. Fuck off."
Yes. So they're broing out.
Oh, not things are not so good at keeping it.
They're not bro down? They're not bro. They're not completely. Oh, okay. That's fine.
And poor Micah is stuck in the middle.
Well, off to the side, sort of.
No, she's in the middle of all of this. She's like, "Hey guys, we're like artist champions. Can we be friends?"
More on Saitani in a minute. Starlight Kid defeats Koguma. High speed title match.
Good
8
match.
minutes.
It was a very good match.
I'm going out on a limb. Second best match on the show.
Say third best.
Third best. Okay. All right. I'm curious what
Yeah.
your other two are. Yeah, they worked fast. They worked quick. They worked smooth. I like the dynamics between Koguma and Starlight Kid, where Starlight is so in control of her matches now. And
Oh, it's phenomenal. Like she's got so much. So before when she busted out this new offense, you could see kind of like the hangups on it. She was kind of botching a few things. She has got so much. She's like got Poi levels of body control now, where she just does these moves and they seem so effortless, like Poi does. And I love that. It's great. I'm a fan of the post match though, making that a 3-way for the high speed belt. Not my bet, especially because Koguma just fucking lost.
I mean, I definitely prefer a straight singles between Kid and Azumi. Revisiting that, Koguma kind of inserted herself in, talked some shit, and to the benefit of the wrestlers in the ring, Starlight Kid is a phenomenal promo. She is her character is just, how can we make this amusing and challenging for her? And so it works for the character. In that regard, would I still prefer a singles match? Absolutely. But Koguma photobombing and Azumi just being like, shit, how'd she get into this? It works, but it's not my first choice. How about that?
Yeah, I guess so. I just don't like the fact that Koguma just lost and all. Hey guys, 3-way. I mean, I'm also not a giant fan of seeing Azumi and Starlight Kid again. We see that match a lot already.
Then the 3-way keeps it a little bit fresh, a little bit different.
I guess.
Starlight Kid saved her stablemate from the Momo Menace, the sledgehammer.
Oh yeah, right. That was so.
Is that Mirai? It's gotta be Mirai, right?
That's dude. So there's photos circulating of the mask, and there's more than just one photo now. There was once the original photo, but now there's several others from people who've played back the stream, and some part of the mask comes off. Oh, it's definitely Mirai.
Excellent. Very happy. Good.
It's 100% Mirai. If it's not Mirai, it's someone looked very close to Mirai.
Maybe that's a red herring, and it's just Mirai playing the role temporarily, and it's actually Rick Steiner sicking dogs on people, eh? Huh?
Oh, it's Scott Steiner. It was Scott all along.
Shuri defeats Konami by KO in a 13-minute UWF rules match. Matt grapple fucking at the beginning, then they kicked each other for a little bit, and then they hugged.
So I legit watched this match live. Me and a friend of the podcast, Omega, were watching this live. 3 a.m.
And you're very tired.
I was up. I was awake and jammed for everything so far, right? The Starlight Kid match was great. I was not tired. And as soon as this match happened, I felt myself dozing. And then I fell asleep and missed everything else. I had to watch it later.
That's because when
I can literally say UWF put me to sleep.
Yeah, UWF is very boring until they actually start kicking each other. And
it killed the crowd. The crowd was not into this except for the kicking part at the end.
Yeah, once they started doing something, not Matt grapple fucking, the crowd was like, hooray, you're doing stuff.
However, Konami
I was like
and her
that
shoot gear, Konami and her shoot gear is way better than Konami and her white Otai gear. I think she should ditch the OT gear and go with whatever she's doing now. She looks a lot better off.
Yes, mostly.
It's more natural, too. She looks more natural. It's something more fitting for her.
Well, mostly everyone agrees, from what I could tell. I hate UWF matches. I hate them with a passion. I've never liked them. It's like I feel like I'm just waiting for the one thing to happen at the end and it just ends. And when you get matches like this, why doesn't the ref just say, "Oh, you got kicked, KO," or "Oh, you took a finisher, KO"? It also ruins kind of the rest of the wrestling mistake. Like, look, if I wanted to watch this, I'd watch UFC. So it can fuck off. I hate
Yeah,
these
that's what I keep
matches.
saying. That's what I always say. It's like, if I wanted to watch MMA, I'd watch MMA. Also, what makes this kick to the head different than a normal kick in a match to the head?
Yes, exactly. UWF sucks. I hate him.
It's such a dumb idea that I don't understand why anybody thought this was good when they thought of it. It's like, it takes 2 seconds to think, well, if we say that this kick knocks him out, but then they do the same kick in a match and it doesn't knock them out, what does that tell you about the kick?
It's got the Ring of Honor pure rules in it too, so it's even more aggravating to me. I get the idea. I do. It's not that's not what I want in my wrestling.
I get the idea, and I think it's bad and shitty. And anyone who likes it should just go watch UFC.
Well,
go watch UFC. That's what you want to watch, not wrestling.
Well, being a little harsh, Kay. Don't attack the audience.
No. I mean, anyone who likes UWF, I don't know why you're watching this kind of match.
Don't do that. Don't attack the audience. If they like it, that's fine.
I
hate UWF, and I will say I hate it.
I do hate it. I'm just saying there's a subset of people who really, really like this style, and I just don't get why you don't actually just go watch the MMA stuff and why you gotta watch this. I just don't understand the appeal. Attacking anybody. I'm just saying if you want to watch this kind of style, I don't know why you're watching it in pro wrestling when there's MMA that exists.
A lot of people seem to like the facade of the fake shoot.
I guess. I mean, if that's for you, that's for you. I'm just perplexed on the appeal of it at all, especially with MMA existing.
Wonder of Stardom title match. Tam Nakano defeats Yandere. Pay attention to me. Mina Shirakawa doing Tam Nakano cosplay. Okay, this was the battle of the big brain.
This was the battle of the big boobs.
Who could out-mental attack the other? What a weird and unique match, and I was heavily entertained. Up until one moment.
So I did not like the beginning pacing of this match. Also, for preference, I was watching, because I was with family.
You didn't like the triple DDT, Mina attacking her and all that?
Let me finish my sentence. So I was watching most of the show.
I don't need your personal backstory of how you're watching this.
I watched it with family, and I'm glad I didn't watch this with family, because Mina came out and she was feeling herself literally.
Yes.
I was like, okay, well, I'm glad I'm alone watching this, because I don't want to explain this. I think you didn't want to watch it with your mom? With the girlfriend? Mom.
With your dad?
The girlfriend would have laughed at it, but
I've watched wrestling with my mom.
I didn't like the beginning of it. I thought
she's watched Stardom with me. She hated it.
Yeah, you've told me, but she liked Ice Ribbon, so there you go.
She did. She did like Ice Ribbon.
I think the beginning pacing of the match was bad. It was very slow and kind of. I get what they were going for. It's not that I think what they were going for was bad. I think just how it was paced out was a little bad.
Maybe I'll show my mom this match, see what she thinks.
Oh no! But I think when things started, I mean, you do you, man. I don't want to listen. I'm just glad I had to explain this to family members. I was like,
what's there to explain? Mina wants to be noticed. Notice me, senpai. And Tam refused.
So I know a funny thing when they were watching this show with me. The first thing they said about Unagi was, "Oh, is she like a former porn star?" And I let a hearty laugh out of that.
It's like, well,
well.
I mean,
it's funny that you picked up on that.
Google
actually.
image search, yeah, you know.
It's not far off. But also my family hated UWF stuff as well. They thought it was weird. I'd explained the rules to them like 5 different times. Even had to Google up the rules because I had forgotten at one point. But I thought what they were going for at the beginning, as much as I got it, I thought it was paced bad. It was just paced a little inconsistent. Parts of it were too slow, and then kind of Mina sat there and on the rope and laughed at her and kind of booted at her. And I thought that was a bit weird and pace breaking a little bit. But when they got going, I thought this match ruled. Those DDT spots from Mina, dude, I think Mina has the best DDT in Stardom.
I thought it was a good little character match, super unique. Not my favorite match on the show. I would prefer they would have just gone at it, but this is about as close to like a Western character drama in wrestling that you can get.
That's what I thought too, especially the beginning, which was I think what they were going for in the beginning.
No, I was definitely into it. It was when Mina's whooping up on Tam, and then just as she's about to do like the finishing blow with the slap, she holds it up, looks at her. It's like watching a fucking Shawn Michaels match, and I just went cross the line. Like, that's where it lost me. It was that exact moment I went, oh.
Yeah, I kind of like, I was like, oh, that part too. But I felt like as a whole, the complete package, because I've watched this match 3 times now. I watched it once by myself with the bad sort of feed. Then I watched it twice with the Samurai feed because I kind of checked out at the beginning of the second time and watched it again the full third time. I think on the third watch, I liked it a lot more. But I think I knew what they were going for more. I had more of an idea of what the match was trying to do.
Sounds like Kay doesn't have a big enough
finish.
brain for this match. He had to watch it 3 times.
It sounds like there was a few things that were distracting me from this match.
Well, I mean, keep your horniness in check, yo.
That's not what I said. That's not what I meant.
I can read between the lines.
Can you? I like the match. This is my second favorite match on the card. I thought, as a character match, I thought it did very good for what it tried to do. I think it's a normal match. I think if you just kind of, I'm
giving you a hard time.
One time was with a weird audio delay that definitely makes this match bad because the audio delay does not help this match at all.
It's like watching on Nico Pro.
Well, it's funny you say that because both Stardom and Iceman on the same week had pay-per-views with bad audio. And
so Saya
bad
Kamitani
visual
comes out to challenge Tam. What is your heat gauge on this Tam Saya Wonder title match in December?
So it's not in December. It's going to be at Sumo Hall.
Is that not in December?
Oh, when I think December, I'm thinking of the December 18th show all the time. So if it was happening on the 18th show, I'd say Tam for sure wins. If it's happening on Sumo Hall, oh man, I just can't see Kamitani losing. I just can't.
She weirdly feels hot in winning the title, and this really felt like kind of the final crescendo on the Tam Nakano run. It feels right. That's my gauge on it.
That's another thing too, yeah.
That's my gauge on it, and when I thought that, I went, okay, so how do I feel about the Mayu situation now? Because that's one of the goals. That's what felt like one of the goals was of this run, is to defend the title against Mayu. And the story is far from over, and I would prefer that this is kind of the situation with the high-speed 3-way. I would definitely prefer Tam Nakano defend the title against Mayu, and then she could lose it to someone like Saya Kamitani. Is that truly necessary for the story, though, for the Tam Mayu? And they could really sell that rematch and sell me on a rematch without the title involved. There's good little promos that could come with it. As a Cork and main event, no title involved. Or, semi-main, whatever you want to build it as. Title's not necessary to me. I'd prefer it still. And Saya Kamitani real feels like it's her time to shine. Heading into 2022 as the white belt champion, which is kind of surprising to me. It really felt like... It did feel like someone from that generation was going to take it. Because I was a few podcasts ago going, I think Micah's going to do it, maybe in January. One more Mayu match. Saya Kamitani.
I said Micah was going to win the red belt. I thought Micah was going to skip the line for the white belt.
No. Saya Kamitani was the option. Throw a Natsupoi in there. Throw who? Maybe even Mayu. Really put in the Tam despair. I like where they're going. See how it plays out. I like it.
So with the Mayu thing, I thought about that as well, right? And then I remembered something that I said about the match, that I didn't feel like they cared that the title was on the line. Almost like it didn't matter. It was just a thing that was there. They just wanted to beat each other up and hurt each other.
Well, I mean, yeah, that kind of, yeah.
So my second thought was then, well, then if you're not going to do it without the title, that's actually fine because it opens up more avenues for what you can do between the two. I was thinking you do another hair versus hair match. You make this like Tam's like thing. She won one and she won another. You have Tam lose this time.
Interesting idea. Interesting proposal.
I think that could work because I think that could work because then it sets Tam on this course where she's like, where did I go wrong? What did I do? that could turn her back to being back on Mayu's side at some point.
I could take a double D guess where she went wrong.
Well, I mean, because if you look at it, and this is something I also thought about, Mayu. The joke is, and I think even kind of in storyline,
I thought that was a good joke.
It was a good joke. But if you look at storyline, Mayu is seen as like an incompetent leader for the most part, right? She constantly puts her group in a lot of problems, a lot of bad situations, almost like kind of Kagetsu did, right? Back in the day, where it's, oh, well, I'll put the dance on the line. I'll put a member on the line, right? That's kind of what Mayu does. She doesn't seem like she's incompetent as much. She doesn't have the reins on her faction for the most part as other faction leaders.
You know, there's a lot of betting humans in Stardom.
There sure is, but I think Tam is mirroring the same thing. Look at it. Unagi steps out. I want to beat you. Right? Okay, well, Unagi seems to be kind of bucking the leader here and challenging the leader. And then you have the whole thing with Mina now, where Mina's kind of going psycho. And does she truly have the reins on her own faction? I don't think so. And I think you could tell that story with how she's becoming the thing that she criticized Mayu for being. She's neglecting her partners like Mayu neglected her.
Do you feel after saying all that, Saya is going to win in December?
Oh, definitely. I think the story you could be telling is that Mayu could only think of Arisa, like her former partner, and Tam got upset by this, right? And then now Tam can only think of Arisa, her former partner, and Mina's upset by that. I think there's a mirror there. I don't think that's done unintentionally.
Yeah. I thought Mina did a phenomenal job. She went all out, did something
great.
She did something super unique. I always appreciate thinking outside the box, and sometimes it hits, sometimes it doesn't. She really went to a mental aspect of wrestling, which I wish was explored a little more often. So you see this kind of stuff at Dragongate, which, by the way, Kay,
Yes.
with these unit battles and a unit battle ladder match elimination, King of the Mountain style almost, with with Momo and Starlight Kid on the line.
Well, that's not the ladder match. The ladder match is for a
you're right. I'm mixing the two. But Momo and Starlight Kid are on the line. They're self-beams.
Yes, humans are being bent.
Like if you told me tomorrow, or even right now, that Milano Collection is the Dick Togo for Rossi, I'd believe you.
Oh no, that's a bad thing. It's a very bad thing.
All this Dragon Gate like booking, I love it. It's long-term storytelling over the course of possibly years. Unit battles with people shifting units and betrayals and all that. I mean, to me, there's some.
When you invoke the name of Dick to Go, evil follows, and I'm not very much happy of you invoking his name.
Are you saying Britt Baker's coming to Stardom?
You shut your mouth.
World of Stardom. Oh wait, is Marvelous going to win the briefcase so they can pay their roster? Briefcase full of money?
As the joke I put, Maya's going to win it, and then she's just going to buy the rights to Rin's contract.
Okay, all right. I was kind of having a fantasy where Marvelous wins the briefcase, and then Chigusa takes the case and hands over contracts to Rossi, and it's a roster.
This is like a weird way of Rossi buying the company.
Yeah. Hatman does a briefcase deal.
I like the idea that this is just a meta reference to the fact that he just buys the company.
Yeah, it's funny. Utami defeats Maika 23 minutes. Better than their Corkin match from January.
I think it's their best match so far.
You think it's better than the 5-star one?
Yes, I do. I think it was much more. This one, I think, sold me a lot on the exhaustion of both of them, whereas the 5-star one sold me on like the desperation, right? Of Maika trying to beat Utami.
I definitely got two different feels and auras between the two matches. That's for sure.
Right, that's the thing I said as well. I think the 5-star match was Maika trying desperately to beat Utami and succeeding in it. The Corkin match, I felt like was just Maika and Utami just challenging each other to the match. There wasn't much behind that. This one, like the exhaustion. It was like Maika took Utami to her absolute limit within the time limit. You gotta preface that. But Utami was like gassing and Maika was gassing and they were just playing up Maika's injuries. And there's a whole lot of just them being exhausted throughout the match that I really liked. I thought it sold Maika as like being competent on that level, but just maybe the injuries were just the one thing holding her back. I like that.
I liked how they played up, kind of coming out of the 5-star. Micah's been kind of beaten up. I believe I was reading some commentary notes over the match where commentary was really harping on maybe Micah's lariats aren't as effective because of her taped up arm. Maybe Utami's kind of power was taken out a little bit because of her taped up knee. I thought commentary, if that's true from the commentary, I thought they did a good job getting that across. The match itself got it across to me. Like,
so I watched this match. This is the third time I watched this match. I watched it with my girlfriend. And she translated some of it. She's a bit rusty in the Japanese, but she did translate some of the commentary for me because she thought it was interesting. They were selling up Micah's arm and leg and knee injury. That she doesn't have a lot of power. That's making it. She has to hit her with 2 lariats. Is the power of 1 with the thing that was tossed around. So I remember, if you notice, some points in the match, she was hitting with 2 lariats, not 1.
Yeah,
she hit it with 1 lariat, then hit with the second one because it was 2 that required the power of 1.
Had
so
to make up for the lack of strength
and
being kind of broken down over the course of, let's call it the season, the Stardom season. And that's something that comes into I really like that. It's something that comes into real sports. Stardom's main events come off as battles, and the battle wounds have been shown across the year. Utami came in much more fresh and dominant, and Micah came in at a disadvantage, and the match really played off as such. I'm still gonna go with their 5-star is better. However, it's real close. It's real close. I super enjoyed this. This is one of my favorite feuds of the year, rivalries, trilogies. It's one of the few that have actually gotten to kind of 3 matches this year. Utami's part of quite a number of those, actually.
Yeah, how crazy is that? They're putting Utami all these big rivalries, and all of them are clicking very well.
Yeah, and her rivalry with Micah goes back to basically essentially when they both debuted. It's really good.
One point to mention.
Yeah.
So Utami, if you notice when she's making her entrance, threw the rose at Julia.
Oh, it was great. She punked her out. I'm gonna beat up your stablemate.
No, so Julia made a comment. I don't know if you heard her talk about it, but like the comment she made was, "Oh, okay, I'll get you back for that."
Well, yeah, of course you will.
So so this is where I think that Sherry's
can't
not
punk out
winning.
the Julia.
I think Sherry's winning now. I think they're building that match sooner than we think.
Well, I mean, Utami Shuri, it's a toss-up. I love it.
I love it too, but it
feels like
I can still see it. Yeah,
it feels like the biggest match of the year after the hair match. It's Utami Shuri, and anybody could win. It's awesome. Is Utami going to continue her reign of excellence, or is Shuri going to use her own momentum to? It's a great story. I love it, and the stopgap of Micah along the way. Shuri's was less successful in my eyes because she had to play down to her opponent. I mean, she had Konami and Azumi and not much going there.
The filler stuff there definitely. I wouldn't say it cooled her off because she's still just as like not hot, but she's still hot. Tommy's coming into this feud much more hot, but more beat up as a result. Yeah,
I mean, I spoke about it before. Shuri has a much easier path to Sumo Hall, while Utami's got to go through a much heavier competition. And it wouldn't shock me if Utami's got a few more bandages on her heading into that match, while Shuri is fresh as a daisy. And is Shuri going to beat the demon, if you will? Castlevania Utami over here?
Another story I thought of, too. With all of this match coming up and then Utami having to be involved in this faction match where the only time the match ends is if Kid get pinned, right? Does Utami put her full effort in a week or 2 before her big title match? If she doesn't, does that play into the next rivalry when Momo goes over to Oedo Tai?
I don't know. That Edion show, and it's Edion, right? Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, that Edion show is unit focused, and it's not a coincidence that that's happening before the big Sumo Hall show. Not to mention the hot stove market that's going on. I mean, you look at this from kayfabe booking and then business decisions. January 2022 looks like a massive kind of restart of the season point. and I'm super excited. They're not running their dumb little Shinkiba shows. In fact, they're doing an award thing, and then they're going right to Korakuen, baby.
2 days of Korakuen.
Yeah.
Also, fun thing I want to mention, and if you paid attention to a certain Twitter account, that's like person that makes gear for them, Momo, Azumi, and Starlight Kid are all having gear made.
Interesting.
I think it's a question mark to put. I wouldn't be shocked if Momo flips and Azumi flips with her because she's maybe something happens in the match that makes her disgusted with either Utami or Kamatani.
I'm wondering. So one thing that's happened in Dragongate's past is there's unit disbandment matches, there's unit takes a member matches, there's betrayals in unit matches, you name it. Who's to say that there's just this huge splinter of multiple factions and you get a brand new one?
That's what I thought too, because they're definitely playing. So Widow Tai is definitely going to be led by Starlight Kid, Momo, and I'm assume Azumi. If Azumi does come over, that's the big three, and I think that's much better than having either Saki or Konami in that spot. Leaps better, I think. So if you do that, when Tora comes back, do you split the faction? I think that's what they're going to do.
I think it's I think it's kind of building to that.
And I think that's why more I think about it, the more I feel like there is going to be Azumi. I think Azumi is going to flip because if you're going to split the Wado tie, that's how you make it even. So you split the even down the middle, right?
There's a lot you can do. I like the freshness. I like the out of the box thinking. I like trying to keep the units, the idea of units intertwined and loosely battling each other, wanting to get members. That's all part of the game. I like that. It's so there is there is such a thing as getting kind of complacent. You see it in New Japan with Bullet Club's been around for like a decade. Chaos is still there, and then you just kind of lose sight of what teams in fact mean. And the whole point of investment is you don't know how long these players are going to be together before, ideally in regular sports, free agency happens or a retirement happens or simply a guy gets traded. You know, that
right.
So constantly keeping these things fresh and interesting and maybe letting things settle over the course of a season. I keep going back to that word. That's what keeps a viewer or even myself in my fandom on my toes and invested into what's going on in the promotion. There's so much layers into how Stardom is ending the year and beginning the next one. Could you say a lot of these unit things are coming out of nowhere? I don't really agree with that.
I don't think so. I think they've
been doing these things all year. And fuck the draft. They're over the draft. This is way more interesting.
Well, this is way better because the whole thing about this is Momo's whole like not getting going, right? Also, I have a question. Do you think this Himika Poi descent? Do you think this is a coincidence that it's happening around the time of this match?
Of course not.
I don't think it is either. I think with the idea that both Azumi and Momo flip, you're gonna need another member for Queen's Quest, aren't you? Well, I think Himika needs a new, fresh up at scenery. Right? I don't think her being in DDM any longer is gonna do anything for her. I think her flipping to Queen's Quest would probably be a very good move.
Plenty of free agent players you can get too.
Yeah. I think you combine Himika with like I don't know, signing somebody. Maybe that's where Mirai goes.
We'll see. All right, let's get on to TJPW. It wouldn't be that long. TJPW All Rise. Korakuen Hall. Only 437 there. That's kind of what TJPW is doing lately. Again, head on over to the Patreon. Check out the stat sheet. I'll have more each month. Okay. Wrestling in a vacuum. I thought the show was very solid.
Yeah. Almost like the same description you had for DDT. Funny.
the Kamiyu versus Hyper Masao match, they had a lucky quiz match. It was goofy TJPW. That's kind of what we like about it. It was on the undercard, so it was harmless. And then you got into the final 4 matches. You had Shoko defeating Nodoka Tenma, 16 minutes. Rika Tatsumi defeating Yuki Arai, 14 minutes. Hikari Noa retaining the international title against Miyu Watanabe in just under 12 minutes. And then you had Magi Rabi defeating 1-2-Million with Mizuki pinning Miyu Yamashita for the second time this year. And that set up their January 4th title match, so a month away. They got more time to build than they probably need, but that is what they're going with. So it really felt like to me, Kay, I'm probably assuming you mirror a lot of my thoughts here, but Tenma had won a few tag matches along the way, getting up to this match.
Singles matches. She had won a few singles matches as well. She was on a momentum swing. The commentary put that over. Yeah,
and then she just simply loses in a solid match to Shoko, and it's kind of our criticism of TJPW for quite a while is no one gets elevated. It really
can't pass the big four. Can't pass the big four.
You can't pass the big four. You can't pass the ceiling that's been set behind Yuka, Miyu, Shoko, and Rika? Yeah.
I guess. I don't even count Rika right now. I don't even know.
Who knows?
I don't even know with Rika.
So Tenma loses. She hits the ceiling again. Rika Tatsumi versus Yuki Arai. So.
I think we both had the same reaction to this match.
15-minute time limit this was, and it went 13:54. Okay. Before this.
It went 14 something. They had like a minute and was it 4 seconds that they could have continued to have the time draw?
Minute 6 seconds. That's how time works. So
6 seconds, whatever.
So back at Wrestle Princess, Yuki Arai was in a profile match with against Aja Kong, and she was a highlighted act. And I was already on the wagon of Yuki Arai's got to win. She's got to pin somebody, and instead she got pinned. Okay?
Of course. Right?
So I criticize that. At the very least, don't pin her. If TJPW truly sees her as a star and a potential like high marketing wrestler to gain new business and gain notoriety of some kind, you got to protect that asset. Okay? I'm talking business-wise here. Okay?
Don't worry, I got business stats to talk about.
I got all that. Okay, I'm stats guy.
I got merch stats.
Side comment.
That's the money. That's where the money's made.
Come on. Don't give me the merch stuff. We're just talking cuz there's a whole side comment about merch that I don't even want to get into right now. So, we go into this match, and before this match, they announced Yuki Arai is challenging Miyu Yamashita, the pop champion.
In Nagoya, which I believe is her hometown, in a non-title match.
Okay. Here I am going, okay, Aja Kong and Yuki Arai getting pinned. Not ideal. I can live with it. It looked to me like we were on the path of Yuki Arai, like normally. I look, it's TJPW we're talking about. I knew how this was going to play out. However, for the sake of the story, I'm going to play this out as it probably should have happened to gain momentum and pushing of a star. Because you know how you don't push a star? You have them pinned all the time.
Right.
You have them, I don't know, win a match. And at the very least, if you don't want to beat Rika Tatsumi and you're so dead set on that, there's a 15-minute draw, a minute and 6 seconds away. So instead of Yuki Arai getting closer to a victory, and she's getting better, or you push a star and fucking pin Rika, doesn't look like they have any plans for it anyways, so who cares? We can take a loss. Now we have a setup for a main event against your unbeatable like champion sort of kind of these days, a Mizuki pinner. And you have Yuki Arai in her hometown. Looks like she's just going to eat a kick to Miyu, and she's going to be like, oh, I want to get stronger.
Which is what she said going into the goddamn Rika match.
Well, her submitting with a minute left certainly doesn't make her look stronger. Makes her look weak. Makes her look like she quit. She eats another loss. And Rika, look, I thought Rika and Yuki Arai had a good match. I really enjoyed it. It was my second favorite match on the show. Up until she submitted to that figure four. Mimi Hagiwara style.
Yeah. So when I saw this match, I was into it. I was like, oh yeah, this is great. And then when I heard the countdown, the minute left or whatever, the countdown from Namba, I was like, oh, this could go to a time because I was unspoiled. And then I see her submit, and all I did was I threw my hands up in the air and I walked out of the room.
Oh yeah, you get actively annoyed.
I was like, what the fuck were we doing with getting that close to the time limit and just not going up? You had a minute, 60 fucking seconds. You could have done anything at all. You could have done so many things in that 60 seconds to keep that match. She could have had her hit the rope break. Also, if you notice when she tapped, guess how close she was to those ropes?
She's pretty close.
Pretty goddamn close. Almost like she could have grabbed him at any moment if she raised her hand out just a little bit. And that also destroys that because why didn't you just raise your goddamn hand out?
Yeah, I don't agree with this booking.
You don't do this. This is how you don't do anything. It's like I don't get it. I do not understand why you do all of this, and this is meant to put her over? How? In what way? And this is what I want to mention, because I know you don't want to mention merch. You don't think merch, but for this company in particular, this is what made them make more money than DDT. Like leaps and bounds was merch. So when that goes down, I don't think that's a good thing. So Yuki Arai's merch has gone down, as is Rika's, as is everybody. It's gone down across the board,
people are they stop believing in the wrestler.
Exactly. And the big one I saw was Yuki Arai Mizuki's merch dropped. They're not selling out fast anymore. They said they had checkies at a limited run of 100 each. Yuki Arai Mizuki's usually go within seconds. It took 4 whole days for Rika and for Mizuki to sell half of hers, and for Yuki Arai to sell all of hers.
Well, the other thing I want to mention is this is their first show after Wrestle Princess. A lot of weeks went by. A lot of weeks went by after Wrestle Princess. 2 months. It's a long time.
And Miyu only sold like 10 checkies.
Oh, of course.
Oh, great.
Hikaru Noa defeats Miyu. I thought this match was extremely solid. I would have preferred Miyu Watanabe. I'm not totally against Hikaru Noa retaining. I have come on this cast before and said Hikari definitely needed a big win. The reason why I'd prefer Miyu Watanabe at this point in time is it kind of feels like to me that Hikari's done all that she's going to do with the Princess title, international title. I mean, and
want to elevate Miyu, right?
And,
she feels like she needs to be elevated.
Right. Miyu looks like, if not this, then what? And there's such a lack of direction within TJPW because once you see that all these wrestlers are hitting a ceiling, you actively get annoyed, and you could definitely tell. I've definitely been seeing more and more people online, message boards. I guess that's just Reddit these days, but you get the idea that more and more people are kind of realizing this with the increased skill level in ring of the TJPW wrestlers. Just like my criticism with DDT, you got to start pushing this talent. You gotta make these main events feel more fresh and exciting. And it's really hit a plateau that they're not allowing people to break through. And then the main event, I thought it was a good solid tag match. Would I put it third or fourth in women's wrestling recent tag? Sure. It went to kind of that. It kind of went into an ice ribbon style tag, and what I mean by that is it kind of was structured on purpose to focus on singles matches, and obviously this was a vessel for Mizuki versus Miyu and play up that match. Maki Ito certainly feels like an afterthought these days.
Oh, she certainly does.
Yuka is kind of on the back seat. Personally, I'd start building up a Maki Ito Yuka Sakazaki match like yesterday.
Oh, don't worry, they won't do that.
But no, they won't do that. Or Makito or Shoko. That's it. No.
She'll be in a random ass multi-person tag at the January 4th. So just you watch.
Yeah, I'm not excited. Mizuki, to me, like even coming out of this match, I went, okay, take a step back. It's a big match for the promotion in terms of in-ring. It's probably one of the better ones you could put on. It's definitely got star power over some other companies. And then...
I'll put an ish on that.
And then when I kind of put a broader spectrum on it, Mizuki does not feel hot.
She does not.
No, I understand the story they're going for with she pinned her in Princess Cup. Now she's pinned her here.
4 months ago.
Okay, it's fine. It's part of the story. But Mizuki seems so focused on this Majirabi run that now to focus on Miyu as this, to me, she's a cold challenger. She doesn't have that momentum she used to do. And when I look at a possible outcome of, I'm sure the match will be good. I'll watch the fuck out of that.
I don't think the match is going to be good. Yeah. It's just pointless. She's not going to win. Mizuki's not winning. Mizuki's not winning.
Okay. So one comment is, or one way they can go is Miyu defeats Mizuki. Mizuki loses again. She can't break through the ceiling again for, what would that be, the fourth time?
Third time.
She had a...
She won 2 back-to-back Princess Cups.
Didn't
she lost to Shoko and Yuka, and this is her third shot at it.
Yeah, didn't she have another challenge as well at some point? Maybe I'm wrong.
That must have been probably a while ago, so I wouldn't factor it into this.
But anyways. So she'll lose again. No ceiling broke there. And I go, okay, if she wins, then to me, that really feels like you've blown it on the Maki Ito story.
Oh, definitely. They've already blown that. It's too late now.
Because, well, now it's like 100% blown. Because, and I'll say 100% because it was all about Maki Ito defeating Miyu, the champion, not the wrestler. That's what it led up to. She wants to beat Miyu. She struggled to beat Miyu. And then Miyu got the title.
She's beaten Mizuki. She's finally beaten Mizuki and closed that already.
Right. She's already beaten Mizuki. Chapter. So what do? Go Maki Ito, Mizuki? Okay, they have that history. That's all well and good. But you really closed, like you said, they closed that chapter pretty definitively in the Princess Cup.
You definitively closed it. It felt like that was the end. Mizuki, that's why I felt like Maki Ito should have beaten Miyu. Because it's like she exercised one demon, and now she's going to exercise the other.
Yeah. And if you were going to really capitalize on the Maki Ito Miyu Yamashita story, obviously the crescendo was at Wrestle Princess. I mean, to me, the obvious pivot is, all right, we want to stretch it out more, maybe get more business out of it. All right, Sumo Hall or something you're building up to. You got to get Maki Ito hot again, and Miyu still has to be champion. Who is there to challenge? Shoko, Mizuki, Rika. You see the lines being built over those same opponents over and over again. Yeah, maybe Yuka again. It's the
same people.
It's the same people over and over again, rather than... I mean, I know I made fun of Nodoka Tenma. Like, does that get your rocks hot? Because I thought she was going to be the next challenger, and, well, that didn't happen because it won't happen. I just shake my head.
Rika being champion was a breath of fresh air because she had fresh matchups. She beat Miyu, her tag partner. She beat Maki Ito in a match we didn't get before, an emotionally good match. It's all of this is like backwards booking. You're booking it in the opposite direction that you should be.
Yeah, and not about it. I just shake my head
because Mizuki's not winning. I'm definitive she's not winning. There's no way in hell she's winning because I guarantee you, Kota wants Miyu to go into Sumo Hall as champion.
Probably
wants that.
Probably.
Yeah, I know for a fact he wants that because he makes her. Because you're not gonna. Because also Mizuki's tag champs. He's not gonna double belt somebody that's not Miyu first.
Yeah,
he likes making her the first. She's the first person to be 2-time champion, first time to be 3-time champion. She holds the record. Like he wants her to be the firsts and everything. All these belt records have to be her. I guarantee you, he's not going to double belt anybody that's not me.
Well, like I said, even if Mizuki wins the match, I think it's too late.
It was way too late. Should have done that last year.
And then in conjunction, I think now you've blown another story. I just shake my head at TJPW booking right now. I enjoy the matches in a vacuum. It's like DDT. I'm not into what they're doing. I need fresh. Let's just keep it there. I'll just keep repeating myself otherwise. We got a lot of Ice Ribbon to talk about.
Sure do. I have a lot of stuff to talk about too.
Tsukushi, here we go. And now it's time for Ice Ribbon talk. And unfortunately, 24 hours had passed since our recording of the original podcast here.
Changed.
And emergency Ice Ribbon completely negged conversation has to happen. Essentially, our entire Ota Ward and Sweet November and kind of predictions going into and full-on like argument conversation over Ribbon Mania. A lot of revelations have come in the last 24 hours. In fact, in the last 2 hours.
Yeah, it's been like not even 2 hours, really. It's been like almost less than that, I think.
Yeah. So just moving back to what I was kind of talking about earlier in the podcast, I guess yesterday at this point, with some of the attendance data. And I was kind of looking on the positive side that Ice Ribbon, like, they've been struggling all year with attendance, but I was looking positively on they're trying to grow a new audience. Maybe the grand scheme of the picture is their attendances aren't entirely that much different than even 2019 from a total perspective. But it's very clear with the news that that didn't matter. Right, they just lost.
I think I made a discussion about Suzu and Tsukushi being the sort of head frontrunners of this new generation, and boy, half of that's true. I think.
Well, what's clearly happened is Ice Ribbon was there was in 2020 when kind of COVID like first hit within the first couple months, like the company was ravaged already. At that point financially.
Yeah, massively. Yeah, Yappy made a comment, well, because that's when they opened the international store. She made a comment on one of her earlier streams that she had done that us spending money there and paying for pay-per-views, both us and Japan paying for pay-per-views, is what kept them afloat. Single-handedly kept them afloat because they were not making any money.
Right, and then as soon as fans was going to come back and you look at how long they were running shows, what they were doing to stay afloat, Ice Ribbon on the surface looked like financially they might have been more stable and they were just kind of treading water. And look, I ran the data. All the stats kind of showed that they were just simply treading water. But usually when there's smoke to the fire, over the course of this last year, attendances were down year over year with Korakuen Halls specifically. They tried to make up their kind of KFC hall and larger, I put larger in quotes, Saitama shows with some of the Korakuen Hall shows, because things like Ribbon Mania, Yokohama, Jumbo Ribbon, shows that get 900 to 1,500 fans each year are big financial important shows for them. And they weren't able to do that this year. Instead, Summer Jumbo Ribbon got 300-400. Their Korakuens kept getting 300-400 during the Tsukasa run, and this is a case where, despite booking, they were not able to create a hot enough product, which I think we thought the booking was solid, for these attendances to be up to a level in which, with their large roster, to stay afloat and be able to support. And the financials, as we've seen with the news, just was unsustainable and unremarkable to keep this roster.
Yeah, so I think what comes to mind for me is they had to crowdfund their mat. That's the first thing that's coming to mind now. Speaking of financials, they've never had to do that before, right? But they
Right.
crowdfunded, and I looked at that number amount, and how much I remember actress girls asking for their mat, and things didn't add up. Like the cost they were asking for was like half what that would normally cost. And so I was like, so they're just asking for half the amount. And at the time, I thought it was like, well, they're just trying to do this thing. Maybe they just want to crowdfund it, less money on their end, to get back to the fans. That was my first thought. Now, in hindsight, that looks a lot different and a lot more worrying.
And over the last hour or so, I was looking at the data I was running and maybe certain key indicators that we discussed on the Joshi 2010s. That's indicating of company in not just financial struggling, but even roster struggling. And one of the key indicators we speak about, even kind of poking fun at a company like an Oz Academy, is and Seedling, is the booking of talent more than once on a show. And one of the major kind of red flags was at Yokohama, a show that they bank every year on to get 1,000 plus. They weren't able to get that high, and Tsukasa and Hiroyo, a freelancer, was booked more than once on the show. Maybe on the surface that's overlooking it, but it is still a key indicator of a flag to kind of say, okay, maybe we should question this further in the future when we start doing more of these evaluations, rather than focus on just the emergency booking of something like an injury or even in this case, when coming out of Sweet November, I was questioning why you would burn off a Suzu match on 2-week build. That's a red flag, and I was very upset with that.
I thought it was start the run off strong, because that's what they typically do with their runs. But I think this is a very different context now that Suzu's leaving.
Right, so I was very much questioning why would you put Ram in a Ribbon Mania show, one of their second biggest drawing houses each year from basically the company's beginning stages. And again, these are all red flags. Now, can you predict that Ice Ribbon is going the way of Ring of Honor? And and we've said this in the past, the most dangerous time was actually coming out of COVID, and that's what we're doing. We're kind of coming out of this COVID period, and companies are going to have to start looking at their bottom lines. Wrestlers are going to be starting to look for paychecks again, and something that really is coming out of this Ice Ribbon news, of this roster exodus, essentially, is 9 out of 10 times when these things happen, especially in wrestling, it's about wrestlers not getting paid. In the context of Japan, tenfold over.
Yeah, so I think we haven't mentioned the people that are leaving, but it's Maya, Suzu, and Risa Sera, with the other addendum being that there's going to be more people announcing departure. So
I wouldn't say it's might. I would say it's guaranteed.
Right, well, it's because the article didn't specify, but it did allude to the fact that there's more. Ice Ribbon hasn't made an announcement yet, as of this. This is all from a article that leaked the news. So Maya's going freelance, but to me that's code word for she's maybe finishing up some dates that she'll have, and then she'll probably hop to Stardom, because there's no way she's going freelance, and there's no way Rossi's not dumping money at her feet.
I wouldn't be so sure of that, because one thing that's really worrying me is Suzu and Risa Sera, according to this Yahoo News article that was released, they're going to do freelance death matches.
There's going to be a death match stable with her husband, Risa Sera's husband.
Yeah, so that screams to me Big Japan freelance scumming it up, which is a real shame.
Yeah, it's really bad.
Suzu is a teenager, and she just kind of wants to do what she thinks is fun. I'm trying to kind of put my mind in what a teenage mind would be. You know, I'm not too far removed from a teenager, a decade.
So the thing that's most disappointing about Suzu making that decision is because she's always been touted both by Ice Ribbon and by many of the senior staff there when they've talked about her as being more mature for her age. So you would think somebody more mature would make a better decision, but I think when your senpais that you look up to, especially in this case with Sarah, who she very much looked up to, are swaying you in one direction, given how the Japan culture works, where your senpai you don't question senpai, and if she looks up to Risa Sera so much, she just follows her along. And feel like, in a way, I'm almost a little upset with Risa Sera for guiding her this path, because Risa Sera doesn't have anything to lose. She's a made person already. She's in her 30s now, or starting to be in her 30s. She's older and she's already made. But Suzu, she hasn't been fully cemented yet. Like, she was on her way to being their ace. She had her title run. By her second title run, she would have been cemented as the ace, guaranteed. And now you've essentially just said, hey, you promising young career here, come fuck off with me and do absolutely nothing, damage your body, and then have no star power left. This is going to damage her career permanently.
Yeah, freelance coming up damages anybody's career.
And want to know the sad part? She has nothing to fall back on. She left. This is important in Japan. She left school in junior high school. She cannot get a job.
Right.
Nobody will hire her. Like, so the joke of, remember when Hazuki left, she got a convenience store job because she only has a high school education. So that's all she's allowed to get. Hey, if you don't have even a high school education, guess what you get? Nothing. Zero. People that leave out of junior high in Japan usually do it for either pro wrestling or sports of some kind, right? Or acting or idols, something where they have a guaranteed income and they don't need to finish up schooling. Suzu has essentially fucked her entire life plan up doing this. It's almost like, I almost really wish it wasn't Risa Sera accompanying her to these damn shows. Because I feel like that's a lot of what ended up influencing and wrapping her brain in the idea of doing this. Suzu is a prodigy. I've said it before. She is a prodigy. Right? She is somebody that you don't find very often that just gets wrestling naturally on a level that most people tend to have to work harder to get to. Right? And here you are, Risa Sera, scumming it up because you've always wanted to do death matches, and then you're allowed to do death matches finally by Ice Ribbon, and then you just take it to the extreme to now you're just fucking corrupting somebody and taking her with her. I promise a young career. And it makes me look very differently upon Risa Sera as somebody who I used to think was responsible and kind and caring, as somebody who's only in for her self-interest and doesn't care that she's about to ruin a career of somebody who had a very promising career. It's like what would have happened with Io Shirai if Kana wasn't there. Ruined somebody's career, and now guess what? Suzu, she's not a star anymore. She'll scum it up. She'll probably get injured and cut up, and no company's going to want to touch her.
Well, hopefully that's not the case.
Higher chance than not.
There's a number of best case scenarios I've been running through my head. Obviously, signing with Stardom is one of them. I've even gone as far in my head of like go to the US, sign with any company essentially that'll have you. Like even a GCW run at this point is better than Big Japan-esque death matches and Onita and Fruit Markets freelancing. That's about bottom of the barrel as you can get into a wrestling career, in my opinion.
She's not going to be making any money.
No, of course not.
She's not going to make any money. How is she going to live? She can't get a job.
So then the other thing
is part to guide her into this.
Yeah, the other aspect is Ice Ribbon is completely doing a financial fire sale, essentially, of the roster. You see this with sports teams, for example, when they kind of give. You saw it with the Chicago Cubs. It's a great example this past summer, where despite being a World Series caliber team, things weren't working out, and financially it was just unsustainable for no results. Let's kind of throw Wrigley Field attendance to the side for this analogy, but go with me for a second. But they fire sold their entire team for an extremely young roster that's extremely low paid, okay? And they kept a couple guys that were veteran kind of units that can run the team, essentially. The new ownership, early 2010s Houston Astros is another example on a different side of the extreme of having kind of the lowest payrolled roster in baseball with only a couple guys to run off of. Sound familiar with Ice Ribbon? They fire sale their top contracted talent. They kept two people involved, the Booker woman and the woman running the dojo, essentially, Suka and Tsukushi.
Yeah, that's another thing I wanted to mention with the dojo. So Mio Shirai has been on sabbatical for the better part of the year, and we all assumed it was health related. But what if it's not entirely health related at this point? What if they just also can't afford her?
Right. It's all the signs are pointing to there were financial issues that we were not privy of, and at the very least, it looked like the roster was understanding of it all. And then when we really look at that that trip to Mexico, where we thought maybe there's something to it, and there probably was more to it than we think. When it was Ota Ward sold like shit. That was like a Hail Mary or a swan song, depending on your interpretation of it. Maybe it's both.
Maybe.
And the last that was the CMLL relationship has roster dealings of talent exchanges for work purposes, just simply getting some people to get a paycheck. And
on top of that, the getting a peace party now is a different context as well. Right? You can't afford to book all of these young people every show now.
Yeah, this is really late.
Lower rates,
yeah, this is really late 90s. This is late 90s show closer kind of vibes. Mix in with COVID and economic crisis. This company is essentially done for now. Not so much of the actress girls, but I mean, if news comes out tomorrow on December 1st that Ice Ribbon is closing up shop starting in 2022 and releasing the remainder of the roster, and it'll essentially be produce shows, that really comes across as kind of a similar situation to Emi Sakura's Exodus. Not to the same extent, because it's a different circumstance, but a ravaged roster, star power's gone, and you're left with little to low end talent.
The difference between the Emi Sakura sort of exodus and this one is, sure, Shida left before that, slightly before or after Emi left. But Emi didn't take anybody of big draw power minus her and Riho. She took Sayaka Obahiro and some other person I can't remember something who weren't giant draws. But you also had Suka, and you still had Shida. You had Suka, Shida, and Risa Sera waiting in the ring. So you had things already prepped, and they were already planned for this. Right now, they don't look like they have anything like that. Suzu being gone, Tsukushi, Tsukushi had a great story, but as a main event wrestler, she was already cemented. So you can't re-cement somebody who was already cemented. So now you just have two people. And then after that, you have a giant drop-off when it comes to Ibuki, who was just being primed for that. And who's to say that she isn't one of the people that leaves? Now, she might not leave to go to wrestle in another company, but she might leave to go to college. There's a lot of unfortunate realizations here, and one thing to notice is the two companies that weren't backed by major financial partners that had the largest rosters are essentially done, and that's Actress Girls and Ice Ribbon, and that's not a coincidence. It's definitely more sustainable over hard financial times to run a roster of 3 to 5 people than it is 20 plus. Hate to say my biggest concern now is looking at the taking a step back and looking at the broader scene. Ice Ribbon was the only company. I'm saying Actress Girls, right? I think Actress Girls had a lot more different problems going on behind the scenes that caused their downfall. But Ice Ribbon was the only company that wasn't owned by a big backed company. They were owned by a company, but not like a multi-billion yen company like Ice Ribbon, TJPW and Stardom are. That had the resources, the fan base, their own dojo, and had all these things prepped to last and make it out, right, and be some other third promotion. If they can't make it, none of these other promotions can. None of them can, because none of them have the access to the resources that Ice Ribbon had. So if Ice Ribbon with its resources can't survive, I mean, just look at the landscape. Diana's dead. Diana has way less. Pure J's way less than all of them. And then you look at something like Seedling, and you're like, they've only got like 4 people. And with the news that Honori Hana is now retiring because of complications with coronavirus stuff that she was going through, it were damaged her lungs apparently. It's like, what do you have? The scene, when we talked about the scene sort of like shoring itself up, I don't think either of us expected it to the level of this, right?
Well, I mean, there were data, like I said, there are data signs of struggling for sure.
But you didn't expect. I don't think anybody expected.
Well, it's not. When you're a fan of a company, you also don't want to believe these things, especially when you say it out loud.
I'm very much guilty. I'm very guilty of that. Like this news when you sent me the message of this news and I saw it, it was a giant gut punch. Like I felt the air kind of out of my lungs. It was not something I was happy to see. It's my favorite company, and seeing the fact that not only their 3 biggest draws have left, but that more are probably going to be going. It's like it hurts. It hurts to see, right? It's like, say, I don't know, WXW. Would say that's your favorite company, right?
Oh yeah.
So let's say like they have this same situation that all their big stars leave.
They do.
And now
they have over and over again.
Right, but maybe more to an extent where it feels like that there's harder for them to recover, right? Like in a sort of a situation, it's like Ice Ribbon's over. It's like you look at it, it's like they maybe can recover, but it's also like teetering on the edge of both sides, right? Because you could see them completely closing shop too.
Oh sure, yeah. I mean that's what
it would be a
that,
giant
that was a fear.
punch.
That was a fear throughout the shutdown and the last year and a half. Was I was kind of just waiting on the news that WXW was going to be no more. With the mixture of talent going away and not being able to financially sustain, essentially not running.
Right. I'm completely biased. I have never made qualms of the fact that I'm giantly biased by Ice Ribbon. So seeing that this is happening, it hurts. It definitely hurts, my motivation to be excited for wrestling. Now, I'm sure Stardom will kick that back up in no time flat, right? Because they have a tendency to do that for me. But it's like seeing your favorite anything just wither and die in front of you. And it's just like, man, that's just not a good feeling.
No, it's not. I mean, that was me with WXW.
But they haven't. I guess Ice Ribbon hasn't died either. But it's just like it's
not technically. But for all we know, in 24 hours, they are shutting down operations.
Right, because they haven't made their own announcement yet, so we don't know what the announcement is because the leak came before the announcement. But I'll say this:
to me, the prediction of a best case scenario is they go the Ring of Honor route. They're going to technically stay in business, but every roster member is going to be out of an exclusive contract. Everyone will turn freelancer / indie. They're no longer Ice Ribbon exclusive wrestlers, and you'll still get Risa Sera, Suzu, and you'll still have your roster, but they're definitely going to be running a lot less shows. Probably a lot less, probably a lot smaller rostered shows.
They still have Yokohama Budokan scheduled for next year. Like they've announced that venue's already been booked for May 4th, but it's in partnership with 01. Which when I remember reading that, I was like,
split the cost.
Interesting that they're partnering with them. I thought it was more like they'll run it twice because they didn't say that they weren't going to run it again. So, okay, they're running it twice, so this is like the partnership one. They'll run one later in the summer, right? Because it's a lot earlier than they usually book it. And now it takes a whole different context. And now that poster with all Risa Sera and Maya, the 4 pillars prominently in front, man, I don't think this was something they knew about. Let's say they made that announcement after Yokohama. I'd say they didn't know about that from August on. So, because that poster came out right because it was announced right after they were done with their Yokohama Budokan. It was announced actually at the Budokan show. They put the big video up for it and everything. So it definitely makes it seem like this decision wasn't this whole thing wasn't something that was done months and months ago, but maybe more recently than we like to think.
Yeah, I just kind of point to certain things that happened over the course of this year that could have been seen as indicators of troubles to come that aren't completely on the booking side, because we're watching WCW and you can see booking as a key indicator of why this company is just falling into complete despair and utter chaos. We personally have signs of TJPW doing certain things that could hurt this company in the long run, but you can never discount the idea of the other factors, whether it's merch is down, attendance is down just from less people showing up, and that, boy, does coronavirus kind of put that into it tenfold. I mean, we all know it. It kind of goes without saying. It's an economic downturn.
It's crippled like every business. Like,
it's crippled everything. It's like you could beat that
wrestling.
You could beat that conversation in the bush. So what are you left to discuss? You can't just say, Corona, everything's down, everything sucks, people aren't showing up. You can only talk about that for so much. So you're left with booking when it comes to wrestling. You're left with how do you keep this company hot and try to get people to show up to your shows despite other troubles. And that's kind of what we were focused on talking about. And that's what, this audio that you're going to hear like at the end is all our kind of match reviews. I'm going to keep our original Tsukushi Tsukasa kind of crowning moments review. That was really fun and good.
Very passionate speech on my end.
Very
too, talking
passionate.
about
So I'll
how
keep
all
that. But I mean, right quick. I guess we'll go over the Ota Ward City show that drew an atrocious 500.
I mean, was the Tsukushi.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to say Kaho Matsushita has a bright future and potential, but who the hell knows?
Fucking know. Who knows at this point? Who knows if Yuki Mashiro? I mean, I guess she is booked for Ota Ward. For Ribbon Mania confirmed, whereas the other people.
Hey, you don't know Ribbon Mania is going to happen anymore. We don't know that. I
mean, they booked a venue already, so they kind of have to run it now.
Cancel it.
I don't know if you know this, but canceling Cork and Hall is a big bad thing you don't do.
Yeah, well, if the company's folding, too bad.
Well, I mean, you would have to run something there and then fold. That would be the idea. Because if you close it, unless you're just completely pulling out of wrestling full stop, canceling on Cork and Hall.
Yeah, I realize that. I'm just doom and gloom.
Well, I guess I'm trying not to be as doom and gloom, but it hurts.
Mike Ozaki won the triangle title. Ibuki Hoshi broke her face. This is bad. The match was fun, though. Natsumi looks fun. 0-1 prospect. I didn't like the Akane Fujita Tekla match. I thought it got sloppy. You feel the same?
I rewatched it again after our last recording because I felt like I was a lot higher at the beginning, and I kept trying to remember why that was. It matched bad. It was really bad.
Yeah, totally.
Like start to finish, there was a complete communication breakdown. Nothing worked.
No, the Austrian title is now in Akane's hands.
It sure is.
Yeah. Fantasti's #1 contender, Akane Fujita. Can't stress that enough.
Sure is.
The international tag title.
It also explains why they took the belt off of Risa Sera when randomly with Rina Yamashita. Now that I'm thinking about it,
another sign. Because what were we talking about? Oh, it's all for Suzu's doing these death matches, and it's going to lead to Risa Sera, and then Risa Sera lost the title. Suzu just kind of lost to Rina Yamashita. Whatever, led to nothing. Okay. Because when you have a strongly booked company and they do weird things, those are signs.
Because I kept wanting to believe in Tsuku's book. Like, okay, so maybe they're going to make it something else. Maybe the Fantastic belt's not going to be the important picture. It's going to be Suzu going back for the belt again, so they'll go that through Risa Sera, which is what I was saying. Now, it doesn't look like either was the case. And boy, that's...
No,
explains why Suzu was such in a background role, like she was stuck in tags and deathmatch stuff, but it kind of explains a little bit more now.
Yeah, she's been a loser all year. And she lost this tag match.
After Maya lost the belt, she was kind of shifted. I think they knew about Maya much before Risa and Suzu. Maya seems like somebody, because she's an office worker too. And she's the only one of all of them that worked in the office. So I imagine they knew about her departure.
I think the banker will be fine, but God help me if she just goes into the Sauriano, just scumming it up between like Oz and whatever.
I don't think she will. I think because of her financial background, she knows where the money's at, and she knows that in order to survive in wrestling and not have a part-time job on the side, you got to make money.
Or she just becomes a banker again.
I mean, she said it before. She doesn't want to go back to the lifestyle. It's boring. That's why she left it.
Well, I mean, money talks.
It talks, but guess who else talks?
If you want to pay rental,
and his dump truck of money.
Yeah, well, I hope Rossi has a dump truck full of yen and backs it up for Maya Yukihi and save Suzu, please.
Maya and save Suzu. For the love of fucking God, Rossi. If you're going to do anything in this world, anything at all before you die, fucking save Suzu.
Hell, Kenny Omega. Sheeta, contact your alma mater.
Somebody save Suzu from Risa Sera's bullshittery. Oh my God! Someone needs to save her so bad. Like I'm desperately worried. Well,
Risa Sera actually was we kind of misunderstood the translation of her retiring. That's not true, but
yeah, we misunderstood that. But now, boy, I wish she retired at 30. Because fuck you, man. Come on.
Yeah, don't be with Onita, please, God.
Well,
it doesn't end well. It never ends well for people.
The concern is that her indie scummy husband seems to be more of an influence on her decision making than anything else too. Now it seems that that's a lot to do with it.
Takes two to tango.
Right, but ever since they got married, she's been face deep in deathmatch stuff ever since. So
I liked most of the tag match.
Every step of the way,
I liked most of the tag match. It was a nice singles match between Maya and Suzu because Ice Ribbon loves booking tags where it's unique formulas depending on the wrestlers. They don't go into
The tag match was great. I love the tag match.
It got a little too comedy for me with Suzu at the beginning, especially with Risa Sera. But hey, they're just two jokers around, aren't they?
Oh boy, my original reading of that match was different now. Holy shit! Come on, like it's so bad now. I look back at that show and I'm like, man, y'all were just fucking around for the sake of it, right? And at least Maya was the put the class act and put the boots on and actually wrestled.
Yeah, and like I said, you'll hear the Tsukushi Tsukasa review kind of at the end of our talk. I hear because we got a lot more. Then there was Sweet November, 387 at Corkin Hall, and believe it or not,
a mess of a show.
Believe it or not, a little bit higher than what they have been doing at Corkin this year. So that's an indicator in itself. Awful number. Risa Sera and Maya win against the Lovely Butchers. There was some stuff on the undercard, including Ram Kaicho pinning your number one contender for the Fantastize title. Another very weird move.
I wonder if Akane's now leaving too.
Oh, yeah. I think anybody involved with the Onita Fruit Market scummy shit, they're out of contract.
Can Onita just keel over, please? I think he ruined enough things already, just this year alone.
I think he just offered a paycheck just like Caliga Pro, and people showed up.
What money? With what fucking money? That man has no fucking money.
Dude, there's money marks for these people.
I know. Listen, if there's ever a wrestler...
Why do you think real Japan exists?
If there's ever a wrestler that after learning about his bullshittery that I just kind of hope keels over and is done with the industry, it's Onita, because fuck that guy. Fuck him, I hope he dies.
Oh my god. Don't say such things. Although he is scum.
He is a shit person.
He's carny. He's a carny through and through.
He's a terrible human being. I hate him more than I hate Nanai. That takes a lot.
Oh boy. But I thought the tag match was a mess. Maya was a one-person wrecking machine. She did the "I'm winning this by myself" routine, which I always love.
Yeah, it seemed like so now looking back at these past month or so, it seems like Maya's been the one putting the working boots on, while Risa Sera's been kind of coasting, save for maybe one match or so.
No, I thought Risa Sera's looked great, but in this match she took a backseat.
Yeah,
she's got in shape. She's been working out clearly. She's healthy. Risa Sera's looked really good, especially on the Ota Ward tag.
I think this is where they told the management that they were leaving. At least Risa Sera and Suzu were. I get the gut feeling that this is where they told them. I think they knew. Like I said, I think they knew about Maya already because she works in the office, so she would have to put in some resignation there. And she seems like the kind of person who would give her thing in advance. Works in business before, so she kind of knows how the whole thing works. It seems like more and more I'm thinking of it.
Maya strikes me as someone with pride, respect, and is very professional about everything.
So Sarah doesn't strike me as that. Doesn't strike me that one bit now. Now that I'm looking back on things and looking
what gave you that idea?
It could be a whole lot of things, but fuck me. If this company didn't bend over backwards for her and fund her produce shows for her so she can indie scumming up with her fucking husband.
Well, that's going to be her future, Kay. I look forward to it.
She's going to ruin poor Suzu. Man, I hope she gets her money's worth, and I hope she retires early.
Tsukushi defeats Suzu Suzuki in 1630 to retain the Infinity title. Might not be lasting for Infinity, but it's definitely going to be on ice. I thought so I was like, they're running this way too soon. They're burning this match early. I don't know what they're doing. The match was good. I really enjoyed it. Suzu chucked Tsukushi wheelbarrow German suplex off the apron into 4 people. That was sick. There was a shoot headbutt that split open an old injury on Suzu, so she was bleeding all over the place.
It's the second time that same wound's been busted open. It was busted open on the Yokohama Radiant Hall show after she did a German suplex, just randomly busted open. It's a bit weird. I thought this was better than their last year's match.
Yeah,
just given how stiff it was. How stiff it was, and I did rewatch both of them at a certain point, and I thought this one just held up a little bit better. I thought it was stiffer. It seemed like there was much more heat coming from Tsukushi in this match than the last one was. It seems like Big Mac Tsukushi is all about being stiff. Hopefully she gets to do more of these kind of maybe-ish matches. I don't fucking know, man. I'm so worried.
So Tsukushi's title run gets a quick and probably her only good defense she'll have, barring
most likely
freelancers coming in and going up against her. And then Ram came out and challenged her. Probably one of the worst on the roster, just low card, and it's not like they got anything else going for him.
Nope. And I think when we had this discussion, I think both me and you differed. And I think we both agreed that we would come back and re-record things because things got a little different. We got off derailed on our original talk about this. And I had a different approach that I was going to come through that now is just out the window. I forgot that Ram Kaichao had been training with Tsukushi and Tsukasa in the dojo all year. Right? She's been in the dojo. She's been in the rest of the 666 dojo. I don't think their dojo is even open right now, but she's been with them training, and Tsukushi's been the acting head trainer for most of the year. So I thought that they'd been working on something that maybe they were doing this to sort of debut a different style that maybe Ram was working on with them, and this was going to be more of a coming out on her end, right? Mm-hmm. Right, and that's what I thought was going to happen. Because there's no reason why you book this without maybe believing in something. There had to have been a reason why you booked this. Boy, did I know that the reason was probably because everybody's leaving.
Yeah, and they have no other options, like including running the roster. And despite major issues, you do not want to run. I mean, I'd probably run Tsukasa Tsukushi back a third time just to say fuck it at that point.
If you're gonna close down, you might as fucking well, right?
Yeah, I still don't agree that Ram is probably, even during these times, it's probably still not your best option, your best foot forward.
It's been mostly tags in her triple thing all year, so I thought maybe she'd been working on something because she hasn't been in any singles matches that I can think of, and so I thought maybe that's why, because the matches like that were meant to hide anything she was doing for this big coming out thing. That I thought
so I had a real bad kind of premonition. You remember a couple years ago when Takia Saya had her retirement, and that was the real main event and drawing match on the card.
Yeah.
Not the Maika Ozaki. That was an 11-minute. Well, it was bad.
It was a bad match.
I'm thinking, unfortunately, that Ribbon Mania is going to be a swan song, and they're going to have some sort of like battle royal to be the real main event to say goodbye to a lot of their roster.
Yeah. The thing is, I do think that I'm starting to think that as well. More and more I'm thinking about it, because then you're running that as your main event, and sure, it's like you don't have any options now because people are fucking leaving.
Right.
But then it's like, then this news comes out. We figure out that that's why they're running this. And now it feels like this company, if other people are leaving as well, this feels like this company is just kind of done. It's sad. It's sad to see.
At least for a long time, they will not be. They will not. They at the very least, they will not be the same company.
I don't know if they'll even be a company. I wouldn't put it. The company that owns them isn't a giant company themselves, Neoplus. So it's almost a question whether they think it's financially on their own books to keep Ice Ribbon running. The dojo that they have is just a repurposed storage room, like a big giant storage thing that they have. That's why it's so small. But they repurposed it to be their dojo when they bought the company. I mean, Neoplus has owned that building apparently since the 90s, and it shows. It has been a bunch of renovations apparently have been done to it. But it's almost like I wonder if that anything comes of this. And then you have that Tsukasa interview where she said she's taking more of a back seat and she's going to support Tsukushi. And now it feels like maybe she wants to support Tsukushi at the end of the company now, and maybe that's why they decided to pay it all off finally and give one last swan song note end to everything. And man, if they close at Ribbon Mania and they're done, I'm gonna look back on that Tsukushi crowning more bittersweet than sweet, like I had originally.
Yeah, I mean you can't take the match away. It's still a great moment. This is just like a certain WXW match, right at the end of 16 Karat Gold, right before Corona hit. It was like the swan song of the company until they could rebuild, and it took almost 2 years essentially for the company to come back. And I have a feeling it's going to be at the very least that same amount of time if Ice Ribbon does stick around.
All I'm going to say is archive everything. Archive everything, because when these companies go, their entire library tends to go with them.
Yeah. I mean, we got a whole bunch that we're able to get a hold of, and you have DVDs and whatnot.
But recent stuff is not up where we're at normally. Not
right? Yeah,
that I've seen.
I got my backup Google Drive of things. So
I've got plenty of DVDs of every big title match that they've done the past year and a half or so, 2 years.
The guy, I think I got until 2018 till now, basically, all kind of archived.
Yeah, it's and Actress Girl is like their archive. When that's gone, which I think it's gone already. Now that I think about it, I haven't checked their site, but when that's gone, that's definitely gone.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So it's one of those things. Hold on to it because it's when it's gone, it's gone. These companies tend not to keep backups of things when they're gone.
All right. I guess we'll cue to our Tsukushi Tsukasa review. That'll be some happiness at the very least. And then and then you'll just kind of hear that cut off, and we'll go into AJW. Tsukushi defeats Tsukasa Fujimoto 27 minutes 13 seconds.
Do you want to get your points out before I go into the story of Tsukushi, or do you want me to get my story of Tsukushi out of the way first?
I mean, how many times do you have to go through it? Okay.
I have better points and stats to make that I did not mention beforehand.
I mean,
I will lightly go over the things that I have already mentioned, right?
I mean, it was all built up to kicking out of the JOC. What? You asked me what I wanted to say first, and then now you're interrupting me?
Okay, never mind. No, go. I got mixed up with what you were saying. Never mind. Go ahead. Go.
Look, Tsukushi, it was all built look, Tsukasa's done this move a number of times now. She did it with Risa Sera. She did it with Maya Yukihi. Maya Yukihi did it with Maya Yukihi did it with Suzu off of Booker Woman's booking. And now Tsukasa herself has done it again with Tsukushi, where they beat him the first time in the year and they come back for the second challenge. It's Tsukasa booking 101. And it always leads to a major emotional victory with some sort of caveat in the match that's built to. In Maya Yukihi's case, it was like the foot on the rope with the JOC, but Tsukasa saved this moment of the actual kick out for Tsukushi. And it also built up to Tsukushi finally hitting the ocean suplex.
The ocean suplex, yes.
Passed on from Nami Toyota, and she's never really hit that before, and that's
she's never hit it before at all.
Okay, she finally won the title. It's been like almost a decade since she last won it. Totally rebuilt. The character redemption story complete. It's a real shame that this came in front of only 500, although that is one of their biggest crowds of the year, unfortunately. It's been a rough year for Ice Ribbon, but from booking to this point, in who Tsukasa Fujimoto has been able to elevate along the way, Ibuki Hoshi really stands out to me. Keeping Maya kind of relevant along the way, getting a good match out of Hiroyo Matsumoto, kind of in what seemed to be an emergency booking situation, doing a double main event.
That was not the plan.
Yeah, we can. I'm gonna possibly save a Tsukasa drawing argument for another day, because that might have something to do with the declining numbers of her being on top. However, what's interesting is stats over the years prove when Tsukasa puts someone over the way she does, it leads to a little boom period in the promotion. I hope that turns out to be true if we are trending in that direction with Tsukushi. I guess we'll find out in that sense. The match itself was hard-hitting. It was stiff.
Emotional.
The pace in this match, and when I say pace, I mean this was fast and exhausting.
No Matt fucking.
There was none of that. There was like one headlock at like the 4-minute mark in a 27-minute match.
That was it. That was the only time they ever went to 80 holds.
And I'm just watching this, and they're just going, and it never stopped, and the moves never got sloppy. They got exhausting, but that's what you're supposed to. You're not going to see a professional hockey player play the whole fucking game with one line shift in the first period, and he's not going to look like he's skating on rubber legs by the end of it. That's what made this match so special from like just the match perspective, and then you throw in all the stories, you throw in all the background elements to it all. It's incredible. This is
great.
I will save my rating for the match later, but let me just give you a hint. I watched AJW Kyoko Inoue versus Manami Toyota match like right after the show. I watched the AJW show that we're reviewing later, and I thought this match was better than that one. I just thought it was a better worked match, a more emotional match, a more engaging match, a better moves match. Like across the board, I'm just watching the two kind of back to back and comparing them. And when you got Manami Toyota involved in the other one, and I'm watching Tsukushi and Tsukasa go at it, that's high praise. Okay, what did you have to say? Okay.
So let me regale you on the tries and tribulations of one Tsukushi Haruka.
Oh boy, all right.
So the Tsukushi stabbing incident happens July 22nd. Allegedly. 2017. She is forced to a forced suspension exile a period of time. Manami Toyota's retirement show is September 22nd that same year. Manami Toyota publicly chastised Tsukushi, who she had handpicked her and Tsukasa earlier in the year as her successors. And she said that it's unfortunate that one of her successors could not be present at her show because of boneheaded actions she has made, and she is very deeply disappointed in her. These words hurt Tsukushi. Visibly, apparently, she was crying when she heard these words. She was not very happy. Tsukushi returns at Ribbon Mania that same year to face Tsukasa. She's donned all white gear, black straight hair. This is a reborn Tsukushi. He loses in a one-sided opening match to Tsuka where it wasn't even in question. She got her ass kicked. I think she got like a little bit of offense, but she got her ass kicked. This was a you're paying for what you did kind of thing. She is told that all of her accomplishments are stripped from her, and she is starting from the beginning now. Tsukushi, also, in the period of time that she had that suspension, was tag champ with Kurumi. They were part of the most dominant tag team in all of Ice Ribbon, called We Are Ice Ribbon. They have had to vacate these belts, leaving Kurumi in the lurch. Kurumi also gets hurt that same year, so unfortunate for Kurumi. She does not win a title belt, any belt. She challenges, but she does not win a single solitary title until 2019 with Tsukasa as the Ribbon Tag Team Champions. Kind of coincidence is Tsukasa Fujimoto, right? She refuses to use the Japanese Ocean Suplex until she's allowed to ask Manami Toyota again for permission to use it, even though Manami Toyota never took it away from her. She refuses to do it until she can resubmit her approval for permission to use the move again. She does so during their first title match in 2021. She's told she can do it. Manami Toyota even says so on commentary. She can't hit it. Tsuka has been building up all of her finishers throughout the course of the year. Remember, me and you mentioned this, right, JD? She's sort of done every one of her finishers. She mentioned she did the Venus Shoot, the Venus Clutch, the Infinity, and the JOC, all of which had finished off varying opponents. This match, Tsukushi kicked out of all of them, with the crescendo being that she kicks out of the Japanese Ocean Cyclone Suplex, the only person ever to kick out of it since Tsukasa has been doing the move. She's the only person to kick out of it. And then she hits it with the Japanese Ocean Suplex for the very first time, and she's never hit it on anybody ever until this. And I was emotional. They had Manami Toyota come into the ring and say she was proud of Tsukushi. Tsukushi is in tears. She is excited. She is happy. Manami Toyota belts her up and gives her a big old hug. I am in tears. I am crying. This has been a story 4 years in the making, and I fucking loved it. I've watched this match 5 times now, and I love it. Jesus Christ. I was literally tearing up when I saw Manami Toyota say she was proud of her. Ugh. Don't understand, JD. This match is my favorite match of the year. This is my match of the year.
Where do you think it lies for me?
I sure hope it's in the top 5.
Well, take a stab.
I'd say 4.
Well, you're selling me short, Kay. It's my Match of the year.
Oh my god, you mirrored me on that. Awesome. I thought because I was so emotionally invested in it that I was probably going to be the outlier calling it match of the year, but I think when you do a story that has this level of payoff, it's like the Hangman Page one, right? It's like when you have a story that you have years and years and you pay it off, you do it right, and you do it perfectly and execute it in the best way possible. There's no way that can't be match of the year. I don't care what happened throughout the year. This is it. This is a match 4 years in the making, and there's a reason why Asuka's involved in every step of the way, right? If Tsukushi beat Maya in 2018 for the belt, would that felt the same? No. It had to be Suka.
That's with the balloons and the black gear and everything, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It had to be Suka. It could be nobody else. And this year, the fact that this was built up to this, and they had mentioned it and referenced it, and as much as I hated the Nine match and you hated the Nine, I thought the story of it was her being told that she no longer owes Suka, so she doesn't have to feel like she has to just take Suka's crap, and then the next show she drop kicks Suka to fucking nowhere and challenges her for the belt, something she had never done before. She had never attacked Suka since coming back. And I thought this just built excellently, and I was so happy. We do get happy endings.
So Nanai is going to be challenging Tsukushi for the title, right?
You shut your face
and
there,
Tsukushi's
buddy.
She's going to beat her.
And if she does, I will be happy, but I don't want to see Nanai in a match, so I'd be okay if it just didn't happen. Nanai sucks. I don't want to see her bring down a Tsukushi match.
Okay, all right.
Also, you had to mention one thing.
I
think this match, and when we talk about the Suzu match, big match Tsukushi works stiff as fuck. Ooh, like Takase stiff.
Yeah, it's good stuff. I love it.
Is it in? I love it.
Yeah. It's everything I love about pro wrestling. It's it represented all of that. It felt very historical to me, at least in the context of what we understand this promotion to be. Match of the year. I don't have any qualms about it. It's I think from the wrestling standpoint, it stands up with any of the other ones that I've thrown up in a top 10. And it just has the strongest story along with Hangman Page and Kenny Omega this year. So why wouldn't it be match of the year to me? Man, I played that extended Jaguar Yokota theme there. Get us into
Not
some
even on the show.
All Japan women. You can't spell AJW without the Jaguar.
And it's just the J of the Jaguar, but you're not entirely wrong. She was on commentary at least. I mean, we got that.
We
got shocked face Yokota.
Marinepiad 1992, April 25th from Yokohama. Episode 57 of the Classics. I went all out. I saw the full versions of these 4 matches.
So I only saw the full version of the one match, Manami Toyota and Inoue, and I don't think it changed my thoughts even with the trimmed down one and the full one. I think the way it was excellent.
I wouldn't go 5 stars on it. But if I was in the context of 1992, I probably would.
That's where I give it 5 stars. I feel like you have to put your brain back to this point. I mean, it doesn't help that I think both of us watched Ice Ribbon before this.
Well, it gave me an interesting context of the main event of Ice Ribbon. That's for sure.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. But Manami Toyota was in both of them.
Kind of already spoke about that. Yeah, she was. This Marinepiad 2, 1992, I think this is the... I don't know, because the main event just didn't hit home for me.
Oh, God, no. I think we had this discussion in DMs about that. I very much agree. I did not like the main event as much as I thought I would.
But the more research you do, and kind of as we're going to go through, excuse me, Whew, excuse me. Sneezy.
A Gesundheit.
Yes, Dankeschön. As we go through the summer of 1992, a lot of movement and story elements are going to make a lot of sense to why they did what they did. But in the moment and the match we got, it's a bummer.
Oh yeah, I have my thoughts on it. I mean, I think we both know the overall plan, right? It's very just in hindsight, we all know what the plan was. I guess we'll get to that when we get to that match.
No, but we're talking about Bull Nakano versus Aja Kong for the 3WA title in '92, and Aja
I thought it was
Kong.
unnecessary.
Yeah,
I thought it was unnecessary to do it now.
No, fuck it. We're talking about that main event right now. It's very important for the future of the promotion.
I'm saying the match. No. I thought the match itself was. Yeah, it's unnecessary. We shouldn't be talking about this right now. We gotta do it in order, man. No, I thought the match was just unnecessary. It felt very much like one, it was the weakest of their matches. I think by far of all the Aja Kong and Bull Nakano matches, this one's the bottom.
So
it felt like a very paint by numbers match. They kind of just went through the spots, and none of it seemed like it had the same amount of enthusiasm. Like the crowd brawling didn't feel like the crowd brawling. We kind of getting the other stuff where had a lot of heat behind it. Just kind of felt like they were just doing it because they had to.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Because there was two separate brawl occasions where both people got busted open. Aja Kong looked visibly groggy or good selling, either or. But they did get busted open pretty badly, and they were just doing big moves to each other. There was some botches. It got a little sloppy here and there. There was a key moment in the match, though, where Bull Nakano hits 3 of her 4 major moves that she's beaten all her past opponents over the 1,000 whatever days she's had this title.
I think Aja Kong was in one of those matches where she beat her with a move.
Right, and Aja Kong kicks out of them all, including the Harlem Hangover, the flipping leg drop.
Yes.
She kicks out of the jackknife powerbomb with a bridge. She kicks out of the top rope leg drop that she beat her in the cage match with. I believe they even called it a knockout finish in that cage match.
It was knockout finish.
Yeah. And of all the moves for Bull Nakano to bust out to beat Aja Kong, it's a moonsault. A la,
going back to her old days.
Yeah, a la Chigusa Nagayo winning the 3WA title herself with the ugliest moonsault you'll ever see against Yukari Omori.
It sure was.
But the key moment to take away, and the crowd visibly reacts to this with people standing up, head on their hands, even Bull Nakano herself, when she hits that Harlem Hangover and Aja Kong kicks out, there is the oh shocked, how do I beat this woman face? Because she's looking at the ref, she grabs him a little bit, she looks to the fans, she doesn't know what to do. She doesn't make like the Shawn Michaels O face. That thing's or looks at her hands like, what have I done? She doesn't do any of that.
Well, look at my hands. Why can't I win?
But she looks around like an actual shocked person, and this is kind of our first moment of Bull Nakano has weakness, and her days are officially numbered. And when you put the story of Aja Kong together, she just lost the goddess titles. The 3WA tag titles. Jungle Jack is weak. She is weak. She just lost her title match. Aja Kong has lost everything.
You can't beat Bull. Every time she faces her, she loses. She only won because of escaping the cage one time.
Yeah, thanks to Ghetto. I
get the story they're telling, and they do pay it off, we know, but the problem I have
Okay, hold on. Are you familiar with the story that happens over the summer getting into the November match? Are you familiar with how Aja Kong is built up? Because I read a lot into that, not so much inadvertently. I did kind of happen to come across an article that kind of recounted the summer, and there's certain things that happened during the summer. Have you looked into that in any sort of deep fashion?
So I can't say entirely that I have. I do know the story going into the title match where she wins the belt off of Bull finally. She comes in sort of off of this hot streak being unstoppable thing, right?
Yes, and a big point to that is getting Aja Kong to the point to make her hot again. And it's an interesting journey we're about to go through as we're going to see the rise. This is the official rise of Aja Kong, and there's some sort of old saying out there where in order for the flame to rise, the ashes must first fall. And this is Aja Kong's fall to really bring her back up and make her feel hot. Because let's just say she would have won here. Because she didn't seem hot going in. She just lost the tag titles.
Oh, right.
And if they're not at their peak, is it the best decision to just then go, Bull Nakano's held this title on too long. Give it to Aja Kong. We'll put her over. I can't agree with that.
So I think when we had that discussion, I said she should have won here. I think I should have worded that a little bit better. I think this is the kind of match setup you should have had, at least the finish portion of it, where she kicks out of the move and everything. That should have been, and I can't remember off the top of my head if they do that same spot in the major belt.
Do.
Pretty sure they do, but I feel like I would have saved this match for when she finally wins it. I don't think I would have done it now. I feel like there was other ways you could have gotten around it. I think when you do this now, it feels like you blew it too soon, even though we know they didn't. But in the context of the time, I think it could very much be like, oh, so I guess Aja Kong can never beat Bull Nakano, because she just had a title match the year prior where she again lost to Bull Nakano.
Well, I mean, so to be fair, everyone has lost to Bull Nakano, so it's not not the end of the world, because they have built up Bull Nakano as this massive monster that no one can defeat.
But Aja's the only person they've built that feels like a credible contender for the belt. So when you have her lose here again, it feels like, okay, so was she gonna ever win the belt sort of deal? Because when you look at it, now I get why they booked this match from a booking standpoint. This is Marinepiad, they're one of the biggest shows. You don't have anybody else as a believable challenger, because you haven't built anybody to this point, because you're still building the other people back behind Aja Kong.
Yeah, so it kind of feels like like I said, the ashes must first fall, and their idea was
the tag title match. The tag title match should have been right here. Where she loses the tag belts.
Hold on.
This is where they should have done that match.
Hold on. Oh, oops. That was a button I shouldn't have pressed. Hold on. Bear with me here. So I'm going at the tag titles. I'm going to 1992.
They lost them the month prior, March, right?
Yeah, it was the March 20th show. I'm curious to what they drew for that. Yeah, that was their huge Saint Battle Day show that they do every March.
Right. So I think what I would have done.
So the tag titles was the big draw for that one. So her losing there and then turning around at the next big show at Wrestlemarinepiad. Now, Marinepiad, if I'm not mistaken, is at the end of the year each year. So maybe they felt like now was the time, from a business perspective, strictly. We're kind of separating that at this point for this argument.
Right.
Because I'm trying to interpret why they made the decision the way they did, and they thought that they were finally striking gold with their wrestlers, with their gaining some audience. I think there's, and if you, it was even covered in the Observer that they were starting to draw comparable numbers to kind of low-end New Japan and All Japan shows of the time. And this is in 1992, mind you. This is some good stuff that they're doing.
Right, they're coming back. They're coming back for their third boom. Finally, they're coming out of the '80s where they had Crush Gals drawing massive numbers, and now they're coming back into the third boom. So
right.
This is the start of it. This is right here. Is the start of it.
I totally understand. Okay, we want to run another big show the next month, and what kind of main event do we think we can do? I don't disagree that Aja Kong. I don't think this match should have happened. I would have done. Call me crazy, because I'm gonna pull up someone who was in. Let's see. Yeah, I would have put Akira Hokuto in the spot.
Yeah, Hokuto's been kind of mixing it up. Well, I think she's also working through injuries, so maybe they didn't want to put her in this main event.
And maybe she
think she's
was
banged up at
originally
this
in that.
point.
Maybe she was originally in this match, and she was injured, and they just had to pull an audible, and they stuck Aja Kong in there. That's very possible. I did look into that. That did cross my mind.
Yeah, she is working hurt at this point. I do know that.
Oh,
much.
she's working hurt all the time. Everyone's working hurt.
Right, but I don't think they wanted to put her here right now because I don't think they could have. They were afraid that she was going to get hurt in the middle of the match because she started working hurt. They were afraid of like the breaking her arm thing again and breaking her neck in the title match. I think that was very much why they didn't do that here. So I don't disagree with Hokuto. I know why they didn't do it. So here's what I would have done. So you already have big title matches on this show, right?
Yeah,
So
they had. Yeah, I mean, they already had 3 other matches, so they could have easily just not had this match at all.
Right, but I think if they wanted to, if they were dead set on having this red belt match, then I think what you do is you have. They're dead set on having this Aja Kong story play out the way it did, right? Because I don't think you need a red belt match. We've proven that we don't need a red belt match on every show, right? That's how the belt's booked. I think you do the IWA title match where you start crowning Manami Toyota. I think you do that at the show prior. You crown this new star in the main event, right? And then you do the tag belts for this show. I think you swap around where you put certain matches.
Maybe.
And I think you highlight Manami Toyota and Kyoko Inoue, who you've already built up both of them. Kyoko Inoue is already challenging for belts and is already Bull Nakano's partner, whereas we see her at the end of the match kind of run to her side, right? So I think you can believably have that be the main event of the Saint Battle Show, and then you have the tag match here, and then you start the story. And you don't need her to lose the Bull to sort of go to the fall, because she's already fallen when she loses the tag belts.
It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad alternative.
If you feel like you need to have Bull beat her again,
Yeah.
you could just have it in a tag match and maybe have that be how you show, because they're going to sow dissension between Jungle Jack, I think, soon-ish. Start showing some of the dissent. They don't think they split them up right away, but they sort of like they're frustrated with each other sort of deal.
Oh, no, this is the start of Jungle Jack in the mud.
Yeah. So I think if you wanted to do it that way, you could have just had the Jungle Jack, after losing the tag belts, face Kyoko Inoue and Bull, and then have her lose there that way, not a title match. And then you can still tell the same story.
So I looked into where Akira Hokuto was.
Oh well, she was in the men, obviously. She was just getting her arms, her neck, and her back taped up.
She was in Mexico.
Oh right, holy crap!
She was in Mexico with Etsuko Mita.
I completely
She was on
excursion.
Yeah, she was on excursion, because then Bull Nakano shortly follows to capture the first CMLL women's title.
I completely forgot that they said Hokuto. Did they just randomly send her too? They didn't like have any prompt for it. Okay, just
No,
go,
it was
go on
right
excursion.
after that. Yeah, it was right after St. Battle Day. She went to Mexico for looks like almost 2 months.
Yeah, I remember reading how random that was, because I was kind of looking into where Hokuto was doing, why she wasn't a champion, right? And one of the things was, so around the time that they were discussing, because I remember seeing that they were discussing her being in a white belt match, weirdly enough, right? And they just said, I'm just going to send her to Mexico. It had no build-up. They just said, you and me to just go hang out in Mexico.
Yeah, so that's why, that's why Akira Hokuto is kind of out of the question. That's why Mita, but would it have been the worst idea then to put Suzuka Minami in the spot? I'm just throwing a name out there because
I wouldn't have done so, no. I think that ship sailed. She's not credible enough to put in a main event of Marinepiad or anything.
It's just a thought.
Right.
Maybe it's a non-title. Maybe it's a non-title match further down the card. You could have done that.
I think you could have done that. Yeah, if you have the tag match title match as the main event of Marinepiad, I think you could have done that. Yeah, I just think the way I had that set up, the way I thought about how you should have set this up was a good way of highlighting Minami and Kyoko. They already highlighted this match,
no matter what your scenario, you would have to switch the IWA and tag titles. They cannot be on the same show.
Right, so the IWA belt would be where the tag belts were in the main event, highlighting both Inoue and Minami, which is a smart thing to do.
The problem is, I don't know at this point in time that, because the tag belts, I think we both agree are the second most important titles in the promotion.
Yes, they
after
very
the
much are.
3WA
The position
title.
is important,
Yeah, the position is
Yes.
important. I don't know if the IWA title would have had that factor to draw enough for that March show. That's it's an interesting perspective why this Aja Kong match maybe should not have happened, especially because the match was kind of a stinker. It's kind of a bum.
Yeah, it wasn't that good. It was not. It's not their best match. It was their worst match they've had.
Yeah, it only got 3.5 in the Observer. I think I think that's a little high, a little fair. I mean, they did some cool shit in the match. The brawl was kind of cool. So something occurred to me. I thought possibly Aja Kong got a concussion in the match. And
That's possible. She did look a bit out of it at certain points, but I don't know if that explains the early on how bad she was too.
So I was able to confirm this was a match that they both went to the hospital afterwards, but it seemed like it was just to get all stitched up.
Yeah, because I know whose Aja Kong was gushing.
Yeah, they were both pretty bad. Also on this show, I guess that kind of goes over the main event in full.
Yeah, right.
But the point is, Bull Nakano wins, maintains the title. Articles were shocked at the time, including Mr. Dave Meltzer of The Observer. Kind of goes in a shocker that Bull Nakano won the match. He was taken aside. So we weren't, we're not the only ones kind of going, huh.
Well, for full disclosure, remember a few podcast episodes ago, I said, oh yeah, we're getting up on April when we get the Bull Nakano Aja Kong match where Aja wins, because I saw the card. I didn't see the results. And in my head, I'm like, oh yeah, of course. Why would they run this and have her lose before she wins it later on?
Yeah, and I'm sure you weren't the only one that thought that. There was a lot of other
Right.
people that said it of the time. It just
because I'm like
felt weird.
Marinepiad, Aja, Bull. Yeah, of course this is where she wins the belt. But I had it mistaken because she doesn't win until way later in goddamn November.
It's much longer in the year, but I'm very excited to experience the story of Aja Kong rising up, much like how we saw Akira Hokuto kind of go through 91 with a huge year. Of course, she didn't win anything to speak of.
Of course.
No. She completed the story with the All Pacific title.
Yeah.
Yeah, defeating Suzuka Minami. That story was done. And now for 1992, not only are we going to get the rise of Aja Kong, we're going to start seeing the rise of a lot more people up the card and getting more chances. This
Toyota being the big one.
This is a big generational shift. This is the second one. So the first one is after the Crush Gals retire and all those stars. And that's a shift in, we got to build some stuff here. And
it really kind of only built one person, really.
well, that's all they could build. They tried a number of other people. To
no success.
Yeah, to no success. It's very unfortunate. And then you had Akira Hokuto kind of coming back from injury. They're trying to push. They're trying to push the class of '87. They're just not ready yet. And then 1990 happens. Jungle Jack gets the big push to go against Bull, a hot program. 91 is Manami Toyota starts to break out, but it's Kyoko Inoue and Akira Hokuto. Hokuto bigger, but Inoue wins the Grand Prix, and now 92 is the year to finally capitalize on it all. And on a past podcast episode, I did kind of compare that formulaic rise of a roster, much to the comparison to how Stardom in about, what would you say, late 2018 up until the modern era that we're in now, how it was just a slow build of the entire roster, and then it's a time to strike when you think they're all ready to reach that next level. And
kind of funny did that comparison, because Rossi did almost the exact same thing. His big ace Neo left, popular wrestler in the company, and he built around the young ace Momo, and didn't build anyone else entirely up to the same level, maybe save for Kagetsu. But then he fleshed out the rest of the roster as time went on. So he copied the whole thing to the T.
Yeah, the formula's there, and it definitely works. And if you look at some of these AJW results, now they do shows a lot differently, obviously in the 90s compared to this modern era, and it's a much different style. Some might say
no time draws and countouts. Unagi and Tam not going to a draw in the middle of a match in like Hokkaido.
Well, let me pull up I don't know, some random house show here from AJW. There's a 30-minute draw right there. The very first one.
Oh, wow. You're telling me
February
this has been
92.
a thing in every company?
Yeah. Oh my God, here's another one. UWA Women's Tag Title 2 out of 3 Falls match. UWA.
UWA.
Goddamn, Corkin. Okay, that's a different car. Anyways, where were we? Oh yes, let's begin with the Japanese tag titles on the line. The team of Debbie Malenko and Saki Hasegawa reaching their arch rivals in the tag division, it seems. Takako Inoue and Mariko Yoshida with matching colorful gear. No shoulder pads.
Yeah, their gear looked really bad though. It's like sherbet orange.
Still kind of stuck in the 80s there with that one.
It sure was.
This one was good. The big highlight win for Takako happened here. It got a 4.25 in the Observer.
A little high.
You think so? I thought it kind of maybe.
I thought the match was good, but I didn't think it was 4 stars good.
You wouldn't
Listen,
go spreadsheet?
Debbie Malenko tried her hardest, but she was definitely the weakest part of the match.
I thought Debbie Malenko did really good in this match. She was very solid. She
tried very hard.
She had good. No. She had good technical moves in a position where it's go. She could have easily fallen to the wayside. She's gotten way better over the course of the past 5-6 months.
She has, but Hasegawa is definitely carrying the load of the team.
Well, Saki Hasegawa is really breaking out.
Yeah, she kind of is. It's a shame it doesn't really go anywhere.
All 4 of these people are breaking out. They're all kind of finding their own. Takako Inoue is the idol wrestler. She's becoming extremely popular.
She's Suzuki Light.
Mariko Yoshida is finally breaking out in herself. She's doing a lot of power and lucha combinations. It's very different. And Saki Hasegawa is just kind of carrying a load on her back, trying to get the Gaijin to keep up.
It's very noticeable at points where she has to almost direct traffic sometimes.
But it's good. She's really good at like getting Debbie to understand what the next maneuver is. Because there is a language gap there, and you have to overcome
That's why
that.
I wouldn't say it's 4 stars. I wouldn't say it's 4 stars because of that. I think I noticed a lot of Debbie having to be directed at times.
That's okay.
I think there's a I think they go to the outside. I think there's a ring second that directs her. So I just can't. I think this is like a 3.5 star match. Bet 3
Look, man, we've seen some Gaijin come over to AJW, and they are rough.
We'll see one soon in the future called Reggie Bennett.
No, I was thinking of Terry Powers, the power of positive thinking myself.
Oh yeah, the power of positive thinking. Where is she at on this journey?
Okay, fun story. She comes in the summer of 92 here to AJW because LLPW, in part of that LPWA situation, really wanted to bring Terry Powers in because she got that big main event win. She's powerful. She's got that like gladiator look to her. And there was like a bidding war to get Terry Powers onto their shows as kind of a Gaijin draw factor. Well, AJW wins out because they have money, comparatively.
Well, it's also kind of a funny point. So they see the big Gaijin that's impressive, but they're fearful of a third competition popping up, even though they probably should have taken LLPW very seriously to begin with. But they do.
I mean, they had
JWP's card JWP's card already on the rise at this point. So they're afraid of a third competition.
The problem is JWP is working on the Skeleton Crew. And so is LLPW, but LLPW is going to start up, so that would make 2 promotions now against AJW. So AJW gets Terry Powers in the summer of 92.
A random Gaijin. That's why they would bid against a random Gaijin against a company that's not really shouldn't be a threat to them.
Oh, but no, you got to put them down before they rise, Kay. You got to
exactly what it was.
Got to dry out the water before it moisturizes the plant. No, that's not right.
I don't know where you were going with that one, but yeah, whatever you said, buddy.
Takako Inoue's over-the-shoulder backdrop is really scary these days. It's getting higher and angular.
It sure is. She's about to kill somebody with it if she ain't careful.
IWA Women's Title match. Kyoko Inoue, the champion, taking on Manami Toyota. This match is very famous for being a 5-star Meltzer Classic. Toyota is an insane high flyer.
She is a mad woman. This match does not stop. There's very few breath spots. You know, I almost applaud both of them for the cardio it takes to go as fast and as crisp as they were going at points. Minami does do a wacky jump on the rope and almost fall on her face moves a few times, but you know, that's par for the course for Minami Toyota.
There is a moment in the beginning where Kyoko Inoue has Minami Toyota in a very long headlock, crank, and sleeper, and they kind of stay there a little too long for my liking. That, but, and I will very preface the but, what Kyoko Inoue is doing in these holds is she's transitioning into these things I've never seen before.
Yeah, that's why it didn't bother me. It was very, like, I get what she was doing.
That's why I gave the butt. Did you not hear the butt?
Did hear the butt. Also, I don't think it was as long as you think it was. It was like only like a minute or two of the match. It was not very long.
Do you want me to give you the time on that?
I mean, sure. Go on, by all means. You're Mr. Time Clock Man over here.
Well, maybe I don't want to give it to you anymore, Mr. Snarky Ass.
Oh, maybe you didn't have it to begin with,
Hey,
Mr.
if you
Time Pride.
Look, if you... Kay, do you think I don't time everything?
I know is you believe in KZ time, and KZ time doesn't exist. Therefore, I don't trust your time judgment.
What does Dragongate have to do with what we're talking about right now?
We're talking about time, and you believe in KZ time. Therefore, I can't
get out of here with that. I'm talking about Kyoko Inoue doing cool submissions, and look, now you're making me compliment Kyoko Inoue. Where have we been?
Oh, no.
Where have we come?
How dare I?
So she's doing dragon sleepers and Mexican surfboards, but it's not the conventional just lean back and do it. She's doing a flip over into it and then leaning back. It's very wild.
It was very extra too. It was like you didn't need to do the flip beforehand, but it looked cool anyways.
Yeah, she most likely got that idea from her excursion in Mexico, and the best way I read this match described was you're watching wrestling being innovated in front of your eyes, and that's why this match got 5 stars. Minami Toyota's the high flyer, and Kyoko Inoue is a power wrestler doing high variable technique moves.
Yeah, and also with Minami, she's doing a lot of like very quick to the the way she sprints to the ropes and does her moves isn't like most people. It's like very fast. There's a lot of speed. And if only she had a little bit better balance, I think she would have hit a lot more faster. I think she does eventually get her better balance and hits these like almost snap kind of planches. It feels like she's like very fast on her feet, and nothing feels like it. If you told me this match was like called on the fly, because how they go from move to move to move to move with very little wiggle room in between when they start getting going, I'd believed you. It feels like, oh yeah, I'm over here, I'm doing this move. Now I'm over here, I'm doing this move. You're over here, I'm doing this move. Didn't feel choreographed.
Oh, it definitely was not.
It definitely felt like they're doing moves and reacting to the other person's moves in almost a very like fast-paced, high-speed kind of way. That's kind of how I looked at it. This is very much a template for high-speed wrestling.
It's a good mix, and I will just give you a hint, Kay. Watch the ropes, and over time you might see some tension being changed.
Oh, really? I didn't think I noticed that at all.
Yeah, it's not Toyota's balance that's off. It's the very loose ropes.
It would make a lot of sense because early on, she didn't look like she was losing her balance as quickly as she was as the match went on. Shut up to his exhaustion
There's a reason why you got a lot of people cranking the ropes after every single match, especially in the modern era, because there's a lot more high flyers that are going to the ropes. Let's see, how long did this match go? It went 24 minutes, 36 seconds of nonstop action, except that little bit at the beginning that I loved still. And Minami Toyota wins with the debut of the JOC.
Yeah, the same JOC that earlier in our broadcast here, we saw one Tsukushi kick out of.
Yeah. So lots of new moves being invented in front of your eyes. It's a marvel of a match to see especially in the context of 1992. She invented that move. Yeah, she legit invented that move. Okay, there was like 7 different moves just invented in this match on the fly. She's like, I have an
Well,
idea. I'm going to do this.
It's kind of funny because I think in the modern era we started to see people say that so and so invented this move and that move, and then you find out they didn't, right? But no, Manami Toyota legit invented this move because I don't think anyone thought, oh yeah, let's just straight jacket across the arm, fall backwards. I don't think anyone thought to do that, and it was kind of crazy that she didn't have it in the idea.
You notice she didn't quite have it in the electric chair. It was just kind of on her shoulder.
Yeah,
didn't quite get Kyoko up all the way.
I don't think she's like fully perfected it yet. She hasn't put it fully together yet. Can we see the same with the Japanese Ocean suplex, right? We saw the first variation she ever did was when she didn't wrap the arm in the back, she wrapped both arms and tried it that way.
It was more like a tiger suplex, yeah.
Yeah, whereas now we see she wraps the one arm and then just flips him over.
Yeah. Good match. Go out of your way to watch it.
I would say it was 5 stars in the context of time. In modern day, I don't know how I can even grade this to the modern standard. I feel like I can't do that with older matches. I have a hard time doing that.
So I thought about that very question. And if I take away the idea that it's a match that was filled with innovation, and I just watched it with the idea of it's a match and I'm just going to plop it into 2021, then I think I'd go like arbitrary. Let's go with arbitrary. 4.5, 4.75. I'm still way up there. But because now we've seen a lot of these moves and we're so used to just a higher end structure rather than this call it on the fly type style, just because of the way the business has changed, the way wrestling has changed, the way the style has changed. Yeah, things evolve. I would definitely go a little lower because there's certain matches I've seen like this year where I'd go, oh yeah, those are better than this one.
Well, yeah, we saw. I mean, I don't know. I don't remember if you
quite
watched.
A few.
Yeah, I mean, we both watched the Ice Ribbon Tsukushi Sakasa match. I don't know if you watched yours before or after. I watched mine before this.
I watched the Ice Ribbon match before I watched the All Japan.
Yeah, so we both watched it before. Yeah,
and so it was like I watched them back to back, and I got quite the like comparison in my head because a lot of things are similar, but a lot of things are way different, and it was very cool seeing the starting point of a lot of these styles and moves, and then seeing how it's been innovated and evolved after that to make it better. So,
right. Well, I think why I can't rate this match.
It's pretty sick.
I think why I can't rate this match is because I can't diffuse my knowledge of what this match, like what was going on in this match.
Oh, just pretend the knowledge doesn't exist.
I can't do that. My brain won't allow me.
Oh, just don't have a big enough brain, I guess.
I'm not a robot. Robots do that.
All right, let's talk about this All Pacific title match.
Mid-card match? Gotcha.
Bison... Mid-card? It's semi-main.
Yeah, it's mid Kimura and Great
Mid
Yamada.
Kimura? Bro. Bison jacked Brickwall Kimura.
Oh, her
taking
entrance
on...
gear. Dude, her entrance gear. Fucking warrior woman, beast woman over here. I think I had like brutal warrior Bison was what I dubbed her. Brutal warrior Bison.
Well, it was a preface to how Toshi Yamada was going to fare in this match. Because this was... look, Toshio Yamada was a child in the presence of Bison Brickwall Kimura. Because Yamada's in her cute little gi gear. She's going to do some kicks. Adorable of her.
She does some kicks. She catches Bison with a good one in the match.
Yeah, well, it had little effect. Because Bison Kimura went, oh, get that fly off me. And... this was a hunt. I love this match. Now, I can't say it's like a 4-star classic or anything, but in my head, it went 4 stars of just, I love this because it's not very often I love a one-sided destruction beatdown because Yamada was humbled. I love this Bison Kimura. This was not, okay, so sometimes Suzuki Minami falls into this problem as well sometimes, where more often actually, but
yeah, much more often than Bison, yes.
Where it's a lot of limb work, they hang on out of the mat, but Bison sometimes she just goes into this like feral instinct of she's gonna stay on her feet and whoop your limbs. She's gonna cripple your limbs, and I know in like historical context that might sound a little bad, and anyways, But that's what she
Jesus.
exactly did. Oh, you're gonna kick me? I'm gonna bust your kneecaps. Oh, you're gonna try to aim for my head with a kick? Well, I'm just going to headbutt you back. And it was just lariats and power moves. I was very much in love with what I saw with Bison Kimura. This was great.
I think there was one spot where I kind of went, oh shit, with Yamada, where I don't remember the exact sequence, but she nails Bison with the kick that I think almost surprised Bison, like IRL, like in real time. She got hit in the face and she was like, oh, that was a little stiff.
Oh, this was a hard hitting match.
Yamada gets a few good licks in on her, but there was one kick in particular. I was like, oh, she nailed the fuck out of her.
Bison Kimura looks more jacked and more stacked every show that we watch now. It's
jacked and stacked. That's a way to describe her.
She's awesome, and she's beautiful on top of it. She has so much marketability, and she clearly has this like connection with the crowd because you can tell guys like stand on their seats and they're like they love. Okay, watching some of these New Japan shows and All Japan, when the big beefy dudes start chopping and slapping the shit out of each other, you get to see a certain body language in the crowd and certain clapping and reactions. That's what they're doing with Bison Kimura. She has a unique audience.
I mean, I guess that's one way to describe her fan base.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the same fan base like Grizzly.
Lots of feral men just wanting to see blood.
I mean, I would say probably the same audience that Grizzly sort of cultivates. Oh, yes, hit me harder, please.
Oh, you're going in that direction. Not in... Okay, all right. That's where your mind goes.
You said she has an audience. I'd be like, it's a specific audience,
Okay, all right.
So, shame me.
Bison hunted down Yamada and kept her title. All Pacific champion.
She sure did.
This was one of the best shows I've seen from AJW. I adored this show. The main event, like it didn't hit home the way it did, but it did have its moments for me. But the AJW the Japan tag titles, the IWA, the All Pacific, I thought they all were great.
I think the IWA and All Pacific belts more than made up for the lackluster main event. Because I think that main event, I don't think I'd even go 3 stars with it. It just felt very much paint by numbers. That's kind of what I wrote down. And I think I even told you that. It felt very, very paint by numbers.
All right. Good show. I can't wait to see what the summer has in store for us. I haven't looked at what the next classic entails, but I'm not going to spoil myself. I stopped doing that
because I fooled myself last time in thinking that Ajikon was winning here.
Yes, you did. Well, that does it for All Japan Women. New Japan through the 90s continues on, along with some great All Japan Pro Wrestling classics to compare and contrast along the side. Okay? I finished 1996.
Did it finally end on a high note?
I would say it did. There's a large gap missing, though, from kind of October through December. I think maybe.
Gee, that's a pretty large gap. It's a couple months there.
Yeah, it's a few months. Kind of representative of the calendar, but Real World Tag League is still coming up for All Japan. I'll have to look at, because I'm only going by the recommended matches and things that look interesting from All Japan. While New Japan, I'm looking at more kind of historical context over like their main events and their most popular wrestlers. I'm trying to get more behind the New Japan, while All Japan, I've never gone back and seen a lot of those 5-star classics that everyone talks about with the 4 pillars. And I've seen some, but not all. And this is like filling a bunch of gaps of that. But I watched 3 All Japan Pro Wrestling matches. I watched an entire tournament from New Japan and the G1 Climax final from 1996. There was a couple kind of 4-star rated matches in the G1 through 96, but it was like only 4 days. So I went, I really don't need to see Keiji Muto against Shinya Hashimoto in the G1 that bad.
you don't see Keiji Muto laying down on people for 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some of those Meltzer star ratings with Keiji Muto. I'm like, he hasn't hit with me more than once yet. I'm not going to trust. I'm not falling for it this time. There's
Dave Man's going to get 4 stars, so the Muto Okada match that's going to happen.
Don't put that out in the universe, please. We already spoke about that early on. All right. Wednesday, July 24th, 1996, Budokan Hall. It is Kento Kobashi taking on Triple Crown champion Akira Taue. Because if you remember, Kay, earlier in 96, Akira Taue won the Champion Carnival, All Japan's version of the G1. Then he won the title from Kawada, I believe, if I'm mistaken. Who cares? And now it's taken on the very upstart riser, very popular, gaining momentum, Kento Kobashi, going for his first Triple Crown title. And this crowd was very much behind Kento Kobashi because Akira Taue, he's kind of a dick heel. He's kind of a dick in his matches.
So he's a Dick Togo.
No, I wouldn't go that far. Because I noticed a lot of the gaijins will go outside, do a big move, pull up the mats, do something on the concrete floor, and Akira Taue, it just kind of all meshed together, and I go, that's why he always goes out there. He wants to play dirty, disgrace the mat kind of situation. So Meltzer went 4.25 stars on this match. It went 27 minutes, 25 seconds, and spoiler for this very old match from 96. This is the one where Kobashi wins the fucking title. I had no idea until I was finished with the match. It's a very slow brooding big moves match. All power, no killer, or all power, all killer, no filler. There we go. I got it right.
Yeah.
And you would think 27 minutes they're gonna kind of have some rest holds or something. No. There was just a small 45-second sleeper hold spot just in the middle, where I guess they were talking to each other, whatever. But basically, the entire match is Kobashi and Taue doing every big power move they got and just simply outlasting the other. They do a big move, and they kind of saunter around a little bit. They pick each other up, do another one, and the crowd's just going nuts. I'm going nuts, because there's like these subtle Taue scum heel things he's doing. Like he'll take you off of the choke slam, then he'll struggle on the apron, and the crowd's gasping, and they're spitting and snarling. He never does get the choke slam off the apron, but he is able to land a choke slam on the floor, and he does hit a few other choke slams in the match. And even Kobashi busts out a guillotine leg drop off the top turnbuckle to the floor. It's pretty rad. Ultimately, they amazingly kick out of each other's big signature moves, including Taue kicking out of the Kobashi moonsault, and Kobashi kicks out of the chokeslam. It's a big spot. He even powers up after the chokeslam and hits a big lariat. It's pretty sick. So Kobashi wins with a running guillotine leg drop. It's like the last thing you'll ever expect, and then he just wins. The crowd explodes. I love this match. I'll actually go 4.5. There you go.
Sounds like it ruled.
Yeah.
Is it his first time winning the belt? Or has he won it before?
Yes, it was his first. It was Kobashi's first time winning the Triple Crown.
Ooh, cool.
Yeah, the last of the pillars to win it, by the way.
Oh, was he the best of the... I recognize Kobashi. So was he the best of the pillars, would you say?
I'd probably go with... if you say Misawa or Kobashi, I wouldn't argue. I think it's 1-2 in either order. But I would say in All Japan, strictly this promotion, I'd go Misawa.
He's the one that started Noah, right?
Yes.
Okay.
In which like 90% of the people followed him.
Sounds great.
Yeah. September 5th, 1996, Budokan Hall. Perhaps you've heard of this place. It is the rematch of the Holy Demon... No, not the Holy Demon Army. I'm silly. It's Johnny Ace and Steve Williams versus Akiyama and Misawa. Akiyama and Misawa are the tag champions. Meltzer went 4.5 on this one in the Observer. This went 28 minutes, 47 seconds, and Unfortunately, I vastly disagree with this. I thought it was fine. This came across basically. I do not agree with the big man Dave Meltzer. This came across as the exact same match as their one from June that I did like, but this time it has more slow Gaijin heat, more Johnny Ace involved, and less bombs being thrown. Therefore, I was definitely not feeling this one. I do not like watching Johnny Ace. I think he's awkward all the fucking time. He doesn't know what he's doing half the time. That's what it feels like to me. I'm just not into it. But it's big moves at the end, and Johnny Ace hits a gut-wrench powerbomb to pin Akiyama. Yeah, not my favorite. And then not the main event, because the tag match that I just didn't care for was the main event. Kobashi against Stan Hansen was the semi-main, the Triple Crown match. And if you all of a sudden think about it, it's like, wait a minute. Kiritawe, like, just won the title. Yeah, he only had it for, like, 2 months. And then he immediately lost it. And I did a little research to see if, like, they were losing attendance or anything. Nah, they were still selling out buildings. Didn't matter. So I don't know why they took it off him so soon. I liked his little run. I thought it was a good little build for Taue to get that, but he was the dick heel and you want a big baby face on top, so I understand. Does it make sense to you?
I guess.
So it's Kobashi defending the Triple Crown against Stan Hansen. 26 minutes, 7 seconds. And I must first note that Hansen is 47 years old in this match.
A young 47 still shooting on people?
Bro. I feel like I've been watching Hansen on my journeys here or there through the podcast since like 84. I think it's when I think that's my earliest Stan Hansen match. I can't wait till I start watching like things from the late 70s, early 80s, which I'm kind of dabbling into right now, as you've seen me and some people in the Discord kind of talking about. But yeah, Hansen is a dirty, dirty man. He's spitting, he's punching, he's doing power bombs to Kobashi on the floor. He's a freight train of pain with a cowboy smirk, knowing he's playing dirty. That do anything for you? Like get your panties in a bunch, K?
Oh no, you gotta keep going, man. That's foreplay.
Okay. Hansen does a tope, Darby Allin style. So you got an image in your head?
I sure do. Big
Okay.
fat man doing a tope.
So this was right before the powerbomb spot on the floor. So you imagine Darby Allin, 150-pound dude doing a human torpedo. Now picture a 300-pound Texan doing that. It is holy shit. Kobashi gets wrecked.
Yeah, I got you.
He gets fucking destroyed. And he just, like, when he hits that guardrail after, like, you hear the, when Hansen hits him, I was like, oh my God, I don't want to do that.
Yeah, it's a giant man boulder coming at him.
Yeah. So I totally bought, like, after that powerbomb, I totally bought into just Hansen just trolling this dude for the rest of the match. He's like, well, I've done everything I need to do now. Let's kill time for the next 20 minutes.
I've already collapsed 2 of your lungs. Let's continue the match.
Because that's what the whole match came across to me as. It was just, it's like the New Japan formula, but it worked. Because it really looked like Kobashi was hurt. So it's kind of real slow and nothing until those last couple minutes. We came alive when Hansen backhand deaths Kobashi down. And then he signals for the Western Lariat. You know, he puts his arm in the air, grabs his elbow, and the crowd just like can't. They're beside themselves just seeing him touch his arm. And then bombs are thrown back and forth. Just lariats, back fists, urikins, tomahawk chops to the neck. Kobashi finally comes off the top rope for Stanson like boots him, and Kobashi rebounds and lariats Hansen and just pins his ass. Very game Hansen, 47, still good. I just wish it had more energy in the middle, you know, that like Kobashi fighting comeback, but that was just saved for the lasting impression. And when I was thinking about how Misawa and Hansen would try to do that, it just came off as messy. So this was probably definitely the better idea. Meltzer gave this 4.25. I will go 4. But I did really love it. As you can tell by my
for the
review.
spot of him running right at him full bore.
All right, on to New Japan. So after this, if you remember the last episode, I did the Skydiving J tournament. Okay,
Cool name,
or
by
not
the
a
way.
tournament, the show, and it was the highlight of all the junior titles on the show. You know, you had the UWA, you had the NWA Junior, you get the idea. And that was the prelude to the J Crown tournament, which was a tournament of 8 champions, all junior champions, right in the middle of the G1, by the way.
Oh, cool.
So they'd have a knockout tournament with these 8 champions, and the winner takes all. They will be the, not unified, but crowned Ultimate Junior Champion of the world. That's the goal. And everyone has their own title. So Ultimo Dragon has the War title, Liger has the MPW, Sasuke is the current IWGP Junior Champion. You get the idea. And I watched every match of this tournament, and I liked the Skydiving J show more because I thought the matches were definitely better. There was definitely more that hit higher peaks. So I'll just kind of go through these right quick. I have short notes on them all. Dragon defeats Liger in 2.5 minutes, fast-paced everything, and then a series of reversals of the La Magistral Cradle. Ultimate Dragon getting the shocker victory, the shock of shocks, to start this thing. Liger's like the most unselfish guy in the world in wrestling history. This dude, he creates this tournament. He creates the Super J Cup, 94, 95. In 96, he just goes, let's just bring all the titles together. Oh, and I'm going out in the first round. What? Yeah. Sasuke defeats Motegi. Motegi still sucks. He was in the Super J Cup as well. Motegi legwork. Sasuke high flying comeback. Wins with the Tiger Suplex. Blah. El Samurai, the WWF Junior Champion, defeats Gran Hamada, the 2WA Champion, the lesser of the 3WA, obviously.
Clearly.
Yeah, mostly mat-based by Hamada. Samurai does his comeback of signature impact moves and finish as after a second powerbomb. And then the last first-round match was Otani versus Negro Casas. I have stuff here, but ultimately it was just stiff kicks. Casas does a couple sentons, and Otani does a cool dive and springboards and ends up winning. Also fine. Little off-pace with the Lucha Libre, but anyways. So first round, besides the shocker victory over Liger, skippable. Semifinal, Ultimo Dragon defeats Otani, and this was the best match of the tournament. This was awesome. Otani avoids the Magistral Cradle at the start, and it pops the crowd crazy because in the Negro Casas match, Otani almost got rolled up in that match by a cradle, and we just saw Ultimo Dragon pin Liger in 2 minutes with the same cradle. And he does a little finger wag, and the crowd really pops to that. Unfortunately, this did get a little arm work heavy on the mat for a good first half of the match. But then as soon as Dragon hits this springboard dropkick, the same one you can attribute to what Chris Jericho does, dropkick, knocks off the apron. Dragon tries to do a plancha, like shortly after that, and Otani just kind of pushes his head off to the side, cockily, and he just kind of goes, ha, like you're going to get me with that shit. Made me laugh. And then from there, it's just straight great. It's awesome. Great big moves, cradle near falls, pops the crowd. The best being an Otani counter off a Hurricane Rana pin into a pin of his own. It was very, very close. And this cockroach Otani is battling with Dragon at the top. Dragon finally disperses him, reversing a superplex spot. And Dragon hits a running Liger Bomb to win. Otani is visibly in despair from his loss. And it started a bit boring, but it turned into something great. And that's all I can ask for. Great Sasuke defeats El Samurai in the semifinal. A couple big moves, lots of knee work. too much catch your breath time in between moves. This was good, but not great. So it's Sasuke against Dragon in the final. Great Sasuke defeats Ultimo Dragon, and this was a shame because it looked like they had some sort of like 25, 30-minute match in them, and they were going to go that way because they did early leg work. It looked like we were building up to something. They even start the match doing like a Starlight Kid Azumi sequence. Ray Eddie, you get the idea?
Yeah, I get the idea.
Yeah. Dragon topes into the crowd. That was sick.
Jesus, okay.
Sasuke does an Asahi moonsault into the crowd. So they're just doing cool shit. You know, they're definitely building this matchup. And this is where I like super notice Dragon's ability to kind of stay on his feet and contort his body. This is all at elite level, and you can kind of see where a lot of these maneuvers are being invented in the Ultimo Dragon style, and why he's regarded as this great all-time great worker. Maybe not a great big match player, but he's able to come up in big sequences, innovate. Why you see Dragon Kid in Dragongate kind of get a lot of innovative moves of his own. Hence the pupil. Why Dragon is just this crazy, like, amazing trainer, because he just has all this mixture of lucha libre and puro in him. It's you kind of see it all, like, this match isn't great by any means because of like what ultimately happens, but you just see these tells and motions from Ultimo Dragon where you just go, aha, oh, I see. You constantly have that during this match.
Okay.
Yeah. So crowd is popping, shocked over Dragon's innovative movements he's doing. Then the unfortunate happens, where Sasuke does a flipping senton off and over the turnbuckle. So he's standing on the turnbuckle, and he goes over the post, and he's doing a flipping senton. But unfortunately, he loses a foot, so he's not able to like completely push himself off. He does make the full flip, sorta. He comes up short, and he falls and legit like cracks his skull on the concrete.
Sounds bad.
Yeah, it was like he's visibly like groggy. He's like shaking his head. Both guys do get back in the ring. The ref is like, whatever, get up, and they're not doing. So this was kind of a clear. It looked to me like a clear Ultimate Dragon call, like let's just go home, brother. You're winning anyways. Situation. No reason to kill yourself. And then the ref then got the word somehow in between, where he. Or maybe maybe it was his decision. It'd be interesting to find out. But both guys go back in. They do for some reason. Samurai does another like moonsault and misses, and Sasuke does a Rana to Ultimo and then just pins him. Ultimo like kind of kicks out that like 3.2 situation, and the ref counts 3 anyways. Then they do the belt ceremony where he's got all 8 fucking belts across him, and he's like he's really struggling to stay on his feet. He's swaying. his like right back foot is trying to keep him from going, backwards or forwards too much. You just feel for the dude. It's like this guy clearly has a concussion, and he's just struggling left and right.
Oh man, it's all that hardware. It's so heavy.
Oh, it was definitely heavy, but it was definitely because he couldn't stay on his feet anymore. He does live, by the way. And then I watched the G1 Climax final, Riki Chosu versus Chono. Chono's got 2 G1 Climax wins under his belt at this point. He's a big heel. Chosu is a crowd favorite. Chosu jumps in before the match, throws some bombs. Chosu nails him with a bunch of Saito suplexes and boots. Some light work from Chono. Big power-up spots from Chosu. And this is where you note that Chosu has tape on his knee, and the crowd is very aware of this, because when Chono goes to work the knee, the crowd is like, no, don't do that.
Don't do that to Chono.
There is a huge superplex pop spot from Chosu, but then Chono just no-sells it. He just gets up right away and locks in a calf crusher, and the crowd is just going nuts for this, and I just go, what? I am aware of the fighting spirit, but come on, guys.
Listen, he's Chono. Are you Chono? I don't think so.
Exactly. So I don't get the pace for this match, but the energy is all there. So they're sticking with me. Okay. Reason why I think Chono is better than Keiji Muto.
It's not very hard to be better than Keiji Muto, though.
Yeah. So, Chosu escapes the calf crusher, and then Junji Harada, the Strong Machine, remember Chono turned on this dude? Well, Harada slaps some sense and fire into Chosu, gets him back in the ring, and then Chosu just immediately gets hit with 2 pile drivers.
Cool.
The formula is so weird. I don't know what to make of this.
Wacky.
It's a wacky match. So, this is where Chosu like loses me in most of his matches, because this formula of him they just throw bombs, they just stand up whenever they feel like it, and then they stiff each other real hard. I mean, it's kind of awesome, but also doesn't make any sense. Because too often the formula will be at the end, it's just Chosu hits a move out of nowhere, and then it's over. And sure enough, he takes 2 pile drivers, he escapes the dreaded STF from Chono, he gets up, takes a Yakuza kick, and then just lariats him, puts in a Scorpion, lariats him again, puts him in the Scorpion again, and then Chosu taps out. Chosu, G1 winner. Very weird match. I don't know what to make of it. I don't know. 3 stars, 3.5? Who knows? 275? Make up some number. I'll agree with it. There's your G1 1996 review.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah. The All Japan matches were definitely fun. I think I had the most fun watching Stan Hansen at 47 years old be a dirty cowboy.
I just want to see that clip of him just going full steam ahead, just going all of his body weight just right on that dude's chest, just killing him.
Oh yeah, for sure. Okay, you're gonna be right back?
I am right back.
Oh, so you're back now?
I'm back now. I messaged you that because I had to do
Well,
something.
I just saw the message. Well, you're just in time because now it's time to review the Great American Bash.
Oh god,
WCW.
I should have ran away.
Should have ran away. Luckily, it's going to be a shorter review. 1999 theme. Here we go. So that was 24 minutes of me talking some Puro.
It sounds better than what we're going to discuss here, because good fucking god, it's one of the worst pay-per-view I've watched, minus the Survivor Series that both you and I suffered through.
I thought about this, and I believe, because I started this WCW journey in 1998, after Starrcade.
Yes.
Purposely, because that was the beginning of the fall of WCW, and I wanted to see the despair for myself. Because it's basically when I stopped watching WCW, and I have, vague TV memories of turning on a Nitro, going to one in 98, which I've already seen.
And hopes that it got better.
And, there's all these things I read and hear and recount and read history, and it's all so horrible. And I can honestly say Great American Bash 1999 is the worst pay-per-view I've seen on this journey to date. It
was so bad. I don't think we laughed at a single thing.
Oh, no, I definitely laughed. I definitely laughed.
Some of the bad Nitros, we've gotten some laughs at things. I don't think a single bit on this was entertaining enough for me to laugh for more than maybe a few seconds. This was a terrible
There were 3 things on the show that made me so happy.
Well, yeah, there's just a few things I can remember when you go to the rundown.
Don't you dare spoil the one thing I really, really want to talk about. Don't you dare.
Well, don't worry, because don't worry.
So this show took place on June 13th, 1999, from Baltimore, Maryland. A buy rate relative of 0.43. It's like half of what they were doing just a few months ago. It's atrocious.
Jeez, I wonder why.
Nitro's atrocious. So I swear this was a Nitro that we watched.
Oh, it fucking structured like it was, wasn't it?
We've seen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
That fucking Van Hammer on
the
this show.
The first 5 matches, barring like Mikey Whipwreck showing up, but we've seen those first 5 matches we'd already seen.
got Van Hammer
like on Nitro,
pay-per-view.
just the last week. It's horrible. So let's go through this really quick because it's really bad. Hack defeats Brian Knobbs in a hardcore match.
Shit.
Whoop-de-doo. It was bad. 5 minutes. Van Hammer in his new mean guy. He's no longer a hippie, so he's getting a monster push. I'll use
Whatever
pushing
goddamn
quotes.
reason.
Mikey Whipwreck in his second match ever and it's on pay-per-view. He just sells 8 minutes. It went on for an eternity. Horrible. Buff Bagwell defeats
match.
Disco Inferno again in 10 minutes. There is
Another bad match.
There is a backstage clip, Kay, in case you've forgotten, where Buff Bagwell meets with Roddy Piper to talk about the old guard.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Oh, old guard, I'll beat you, sir. Oh yeah, I'll give you that opportunity. You're gonna give me that opportunity. I sure am. What the fuck is this?
I want you to take that opportunity. Okay, yes, sir.
I'll take that opportunity, sir. Yes, sir. Fucking, as you can make Buff look like more of a geek than he already looks like. You're having him say, "Yeah, I will gladly beat you because you're willing to let me beat you now."
Right. The pay-per-view did start with a cold open of the No Limit Soldiers and Master P showing up.
That was the weirdest. It was the
So
weirdest
random.
thing.
It's so
They
random.
show up. You think you do this like a Nitro, right? It feels like a Nitro segment.
Yes.
You would open a Nitro, not a pay-per-view.
Kurt Hennig approaches them and goes, "Oh, I love your rap," and they sign him a CD, and then he breaks it, and then they hoop and holler at him.
No. You missed a gold line here. I don't know if you wrote this down.
Rap is crap.
I love your rap. It's not crap. For words he said.
Okay. Yeah. So Conan and Mysterio defeat Duncombe Jr. and Kurt Hennig. Look, Cage Match says it's the West Texas Rednecks. That's their little group. I've never once heard that on Nitro. Have you?
They have not called them that. They are just rap is crap little group.
Yeah. And then you have Conan and Mysterio. It's saying they're the No Limit Soldiers tag team. I've never heard that either. Maybe they start calling them that because they showed up.
Conan's wearing a fucking prison jumpsuit, and Rey Mysterio looks like his little brother.
Yeah. Match was kind of bad. It was the whole point is Master P and the No Limit Soldiers come ringside. They have a lot of heat on Conan, I believe, or who cares? And the point is there's like a little distraction. Big Swole, not the AEW wrestler, gets involved, punches one of these two rednecks, and Mysterio gets the who cares?
Do they have rednecks in Minnesota?
Sure. Rednecks everywhere, Kay.
Listen, you also forget to mention the copious amounts of fucking recaps they gave us on this show.
You don't have to live below the Mason-Dixon line to be a redneck.
That's not what I was told.
Okay. Commentary tells us that it's going to be the Cat versus Scott Norton, but then Horace Hogan comes out and they have another shitty match, just like they did on Nitro. Hooray.
I don't think either match was going to be good here either way, but Jesus fucking Christ. Again, they also gave us, like, how many video packages they give us over the fucking Nash Macho thing and then the Flair thing? They gave us, like, 4 video packages. The same video package of this.
Got to get over the
recaps.
Yeah.
They gave us a full, like, 5-minute recap of, like, the past 3 Nitros.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got to get over the poop feud.
No, it was just a poop feud. It was just, like, fucking full-on. We got a recap of the Cat segment.
Oh, yeah, we did. With all the crowbars and stuff.
In its entirety. Oh, cuts.
It's bad.
The goddamn pay-per-view. People paid to watch this.
Come on, I want to get over this shit. I got 3 things to say. That's all I'm here for. Ric Flair defeats Roddy Piper by DQ in 8 minutes. Would you say this is the best match on the show?
It sure is. Would you
Is
also
that a
say
low
Buff
bar?
Bagwell? I mean, listen, we have Van Hammer on this show. It's a very low bar.
I suppose you're right.
That bar couldn't get any lower if it tried.
I mean, they work like it's 1982. They're doing all their spots. It's solid. They're chopping. They're punching.
Crowd alive.
Crowd comes alive. Ric Flair's got Arn Anderson in Asia ringside. Piper's got nobody because he's got no friends. I mean, they're 2 old men slapping beef jerky around, but and just as like 8 minutes goes by, and then Buff Bagwell just hits the ring and beats up Ric Flair. I'm like, what the fuck?
He beats up Ric Flair in front of the ref.
Yeah, he just beats him up.
He doesn't even try to do it where the ref doesn't see him. The ref is like right there looking dead at him as he hits Ric Flair and continues, and then he gets DQ'd.
Oh, my favorite part is because Buff Bagwell is a dork.
Fucking geek.
He's a dork.
He's a dude. He's a nerd. He's a loser.
Roddy Piper whoops his ass, and everyone cheers.
Oh, it's you missed the important part. He's beating on Ric Flair and doing his fucking whole 5-6 moves of doom over there, and Roddy Piper's encouraging him, yeah, go on. And as soon as he's done, he whips his ass. Buff turns around for a fucking congratulatory high five and gets his ass kicked.
Yeah, it's such a mixed response. Like, on one side, the crowd hates the finish, but then they like seeing Buff Bagwell, this idiot, get his ass kicked. So I can't tell if it's a turn on any side. I don't care. It's stupid. I love the fact that
together.
No,
they
the
work
best
together to beat up on Buff.
They both beat him up. That's right. Arch enemies, nemesis. Buff Bagwell, fuck him. He wants to take out the old guard.
Because band together as said old guard to beat
it's
the young
so relevant to our discussions.
It's so relevant it hurts.
And Buff Bagwell is going to save us from the old guard's reign of terror.
Oh, you missed
man.
commentary calling Buff Bagwell the next generation hot superstar.
Yeah, he's been in WCW he's been there for 5 years.
He's the future of the business.
Oh man.
He's a future main eventer, said Eric Bischoff.
In case you forgot, I must skip this for now. WCW World Tag Team title match, because the titles change hands like weekly at this point. The Jersey Dirtbags, DDP and Canyon with Bigelow, defeat Benoit and Perry Saturn because Dean Malenko Perry Saturn gets a diamond cutter going for a frog splash. So he's out. Dean Malenko comes down. He's like hugging him and trying to get him in the ring, but off the ref going, what the fuck are you doing here? Bigelow and DDP hit their little dual cutter combo on Benoit, and then they just throw a dead Canyon over Benoit to win the titles. So hooray.
That's what he was trying to do, because he was lovingly hugging him and not trying to push him in the ring. He just kept holding on to him.
Yeah, he's trying to get him in there. Get back in the match, buddy.
He was holding on to him for literal minutes.
I get the feeling that, like, these three guys, but because they're all part of that, like, Ric Flair, you're holding us back storyline, you're part of the Horsemen, I wonder if they're going to be the old guard anti-group.
I don't see that lasting very long. I wanted to bet Dean Malenko came out too early, and so he had to hold on. So instead of rushing to get him in the ring, he had to hold on to him because he was holding on to him and kind of sort of pretending to get him into the ring. And then when the bell rang, he got him into the ring. So I think that whole thing got fucked up because Dean Malenko missed his cue.
So this match went on for 19 minutes. It was very long.
Very bad, too. It was not very good.
Non-title, not for the U.S. title, by the way, that Rick Steiner has. Falls count anywhere.
Yes.
Okay. Remember that?
Huh?
Falls count anywhere.
I remember. Falls counting everywhere.
So it's Rick Steiner versus Sting. Let me recap this feud in case you forgot.
They recapped it for us, but go ahead.
Oh, I know. And I'm going to recap it for the audience. Lex Luger is helping Sting, sort of, with a monster truck. And then Sting came back and beat up the Steiner brothers that are back together after their very year-long feud of hating each other and going to grudge match after grudge match after grudge match. But now they're back together. So forget about all that from 1998.
Hey, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
And also forget about Lex Luger and Sting in the Wolfpack. That's in the past. Forget about that. That was all of 1998 and the beginning of 99. That never happened.
Also, forget about Lex Luger because he didn't show up again.
Right, exactly. Forget about him too. What's most important is Scott Steiner is somewhere involved. And so is Tank Abbott.
Yeah, the Tank Man.
Remember Tank Abbott?
At the UFC.
He's from the Ultimate Fight.
Tank Abbott. Yeah, washed up fighter man.
Yeah, he was in that awful cage match he was feuding Rick Steiner, but then he joined Rick Steiner. Okay, so now that we're all caught up.
What a swerve, man. What a swerve.
Yes, and now that we're all caught up on the story, they have a really bad 8-minute match Then they brawl to the back, in which, as soon as they go through the curtain, Tank Abbott chokes out Sting with a towel for about 5 seconds. And then, this is where I thought I took all of the acid, mixed with LSD, and maybe pounded a Red Bull on the side. Because there was no way I was seeing what I was seeing. I saw, and Kay, you're going to have to correct me if I actually saw what I saw. Two giant Dobermans rip Sting apart. One is biting his hand that's luckily wrapped in the towel. Good for him. And the other is ripping his knee pad off his clothes. And Scott Steiner's in the corner yelling at him, saying, "Sick him, get him!" And then he goes off camera, and there is the biggest... What was this, a Rottweiler?
Yeah.
That looked like it was on as many steroids as Scott Steiner. Holding him back with a chain. This thing might have had rabies. There was definitely foam coming out of its mouth. And Scott Steiner goes, "Fucking get him!" And he releases the hound, and it cuts to security, like 6 guys running down the hallway, and I think Sting...
Formation, by the way. They're in formation.
Yeah, they're absolutely in formation. And then it just cuts to Scott and Rick going through the curtain. They go into the ring. Rick Steiner goes... Or Scott Steiner. Scott Steiner goes, "It's Falls Count Anywhere. He fell anywhere. Say my brother's the winner." And the ref goes, "Okay." Cool. Match over. So I can only assume Sting got his throat ripped out by rabid animals, and we'll never see him again.
I don't think you're doing this entirely justice. You see, we see them go to the back. The thing happens with Tank Abbott, the thing with the towel and everything. And then we cut to a hallway shot, almost like Shining style. You know that shot from The Shining went down the hallway, of Scott Steiner with 2 dogs. Then he lets the dogs loose. Because there's very
you're right. I did forget this detail. That's right. We look at the dogs before they attack Sting.
Scott Steiner releases, he releases both dogs.
You're right, because we see the dog leap on and like actually aim at Sting's neck.
Yes, Sting has to block. This dog was intended to kill.
I cannot believe.
And then we cut back to Scott Steiner again in the same hallway with another dog. I don't know where this other dog came, because there's no doors. There's no doors down this hallway. So this dog just magically appeared out of thin air.
Scott Steiner has magical powers. He has the powers. He has the powers to conjure up rabid dogs.
And then the security, they're not running. They're jogging by 3x3 lines in formation.
Well, they know Sting's dead already. There's no saving him. His throat's been ripped out.
like they're jogging in 3x3 formation like a goddamn platoon. It is the stupidest thing. And when they get back to the ring, it's Scott that says it, but then Rick reiterates, "He fell anywhere. I win, right? You said Falls Count Anywhere. He fell back there somewhere. I pinned him. It fell anywhere, right?"
Sting died by dogs, Kay.
Listen, he fell anywhere.
Dogs.
Fell anywhere.
Dogs,
he fell anywhere.
Dogs shot on Sting. It was a shoot, brother.
I know, man. We never heard from him ever again.
Oh my god. That was a real thing. I have no memory of this. You think
you didn't watch.
That's how much crazy shit happens at WCW. I've asked people, do you remember Sting getting dogs sicked on him by Scott's? No? You don't remember that? That seems like something you'd remember.
I wonder what Dave thought of this. What did Dave think of this segment?
He didn't think much of it. He just thought it was dumb.
Well, it was, but it was gloriously dumb.
Okay. Main event. I couldn't recover. I was like, the whole show was worth it. I just saw Sting die.
You were mentioning it while we were watching the rest of this show like 6 or 7
Where are
times.
the dogs? What's Sting's update? I need to know. This is very important information.
You kept saying Sting get murdered by dogs. Sting got murdered by dogs. And commentary is not even talking about it.
We watched
mentioned it.
We watched Chris Jericho sick dogs on a drone during the pandemic. But the difference is, He had like chihuahuas and poodles and shit. And he was
Sure
at his
did.
pool and it was a drone. He released the hounds. Like it was all comedy and it was hilarious and we all wanted to have a good time. This is pay-per-view. I can't get over it. It's too much. Main event. Kevin Nash defending his World Heavyweight title because Poop was involved against Pimp Savage with the hookers, Molly Holly,
Medusa.
former AJW main eventer Medusa, and Gorgeous George, who's really struggling to keep her tits in her shirt each and every day.
She sure is.
This match goes 7 minutes. It ends by DQ, and don't you dare spoil the ending, even though it's a DQ.
Oh, you missed the best part. Bruce Buffer's introduction of Mr. Kevin Nashman, who has hurt ribs that he's totally selling. What was it? A man who embodies fighting through courage or injury, or courage through injury.
Yes, of course.
He is
Right.
currently wrestling tonight, taped ribs and injured. Like, he had to make sure he told us his status. I was wondering if he was going to tell us his zodiac sign next.
Bruce Buffer's just doing his job. Don't no, Michael Buffer. Bruce Buffer's a different guy.
Yeah, whatever. It was funny. It was
Yeah,
funny.
yeah,
They could call him
Buffalo.
Macho Man, the most dangerous man with the innovator of the top rope elbow. I'm pretty sure other people had done this move before, but don't worry about it.
Don't worry about that part. So let me take you down memory lane here for a second, Kay.
Uh-huh.
The NWO Black and White consisted of a lot of members. Okay.
Huh?
The Black and White, Horace Hogan and company, and Scott Norton, former IWGP champion.
Virgil. Can't forget Virgil.
Oh yeah, Vincent's still there. They are feuding with the Cat. They're the only ones left in the Black and White, by the way. There was a split in early '98, and it's much earlier than you think. It's March, and the Wolfpack is formed, consisting of Kevin Nash, Scott Hall, who shortly leaves because he has drinking issues, Randy Savage, Lex Luger joins, and he convinces Sting to join, and Conan's also there.
Hey, Conan.
So injuries happen. They never feud with the NWO directly. They have a cool theme song. They never wrestle either. And then you just cut to the end of '98. Ric Flair returns. They do the thing with Bischoff, and then a week after that, the Finger Poke of Doom happens, and they're all back together. So now the Hogan NWO, Bret Hart also disappears from TV due to a groin injury, and feuding with Goldberg, which, by the way, we haven't seen Goldberg since.
Don't worry about it.
And you have the Wolfpack / NWO, who's ignoring the B team. And now it seems that off of like a backstage talk that Nash is separated. Randy Savage is separated. Hogan has disappeared off TV after he lost the title. Did he lose? No, he's going for the title. So he's off TV. Savage is a pimp. Nash is world champion with still the Wolfpack music, but there's no Wolfpack because Lex Luger and Sting are just arbitrarily not in it anymore. You get all that? The Wolfpack's dead, but Kevin Nash has the music.
Lives through the big sexy man. I got you.
Okay. So Kevin Nash versus Randy Savage. Randy Savage is savagely beaten. His body's broken. He can't do anything. So the women do the match for him, basically. Kevin Nash does his 3 moves of doom, does the powerbomb. The women hit the ring. Not a DQ, by the way.
No, of course not. They're women.
So
We can't
we're
be DQ.
watching this match, and off of all of the confusion and horrible, horrible storytelling that's going on, Randy Savage is going to lose. We watch 7 minutes, and the women hit the ring, and we just kind of go, DQ. What a shitty finish. And then I got so happy. Because out from the side of the camera, Sid Vicious comes in, big boot, and that's the DQ. Sid Vicious has shown up back at WCW. Arn Anderson's going to quit because he got in a stabbing fight in Britain with the dude.
Wait, Jay's going to quit?
Oh, yeah, he quits WCW because Sid Vicious comes back.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Yeah, he was less than pleased to see Psycho Sid back in
And
WCW.
you're underselling this boot. He like blasts the fuck out of him.
Oh, it's rad. It's a very rad boot.
He like shoot boots him.
Yeah. Trash is thrown into the ring, and we go
course.
off the air. Hooray!
And I was wrong. I see. I remember I had said that. Yes, this is where Savage beats the Nash Man, and then Hulk Hogan makes his valiant comeback and beats him.
Okay, there's
That's
still time.
incorrect.
There's always time with Nitro. There's always time with shitty WCW booking.
I like to think that I was wrong. I like to have a little bit of hope that they weren't going to do something so
you never give
asinine
up.
and stupid.
See, the key to going forward with WCW is to laugh at their stupidity. Don't worry about it.
I'm already doing that. Exactly.
Anything can happen. Look, we saw like 2 title changes in one Nitro with Sting and Sting's return, and DDP loses it, he wins it back. For all you know, Randy Savage could on Thunder win the title, and then on the following Nitro,
I didn't think about that. But they wouldn't do it on Thunder because who gives a fuck about Thunder's ratings? They want to pop those Nitro ratings, man.
Maybe they want to pop 2 shows. They could do it on a Saturday night. You don't know. It's Nitro.
Oh,
Dumb ideas will
are
come.
abundant.
Yes. And with that, that is the end of the episode. Great American Bash. A horrible, horrible show. Very
Absolutely
bad.
dreadful.
Sting died by dogs.
I'm reminded of the Evangelion song, Tumbling Down, Tumbling Down. There you go.